And now, the most notable feat accomplished by a Colorado sports team this weekend. Let's go to spring training in Phoenix, Arizona? Really? And now,
the top of the fifth, and this will get a run home. Hilliard on the warning track makes a catch, and they're going to send the runner who was on second, and he's going to score in the rarest of situations. And now here comes Barossa on the errant throw, and we're all tied up. You want to get rid of that last sequence here in the Cactus League.
That's right, folks. Your Colorado Rockies allowed a 3-run, bases-clearing sacrifice fly. You got to give it to them. This franchise keeps innovating brand new ways to completely suck.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes, Richard. Yes, I would.
Hey, out of all the teams this weekend, Steven Nelson, they won. Just so we're clear. That happened. Yes, they gave up a 3-run sacrifice fly, but they've won 3 or 4.
Huge, yeah.
Little grand slam by Bretton Doyle.
Finds a way.
Bat flip of the century by Zach Veen. Like, vibes were good for the Rockies, and that's kind of where the weekend ended as far as good vibes, because the Nuggets, obviously not great, and the Avs, obviously not great post All-Star break. So here's the situation. Let's start with the Avs. Kind of the same story as what we've had going in. It was a little bit too much of non-offense that was leading the way. When you have 2 games and you give up 5 combined goals for an Avs team that we're used to seeing, that feels like that should be no problem. You're at least grabbing one of those, or at least a point. And instead, you come away with 2 goals in 2 games, and it sucks. Because, I mean, look at it this way. You're always looking for the calling card, right? What's the thing that you do better than others? And a lot of times, for the Avs, it's always been, hey, we are better at just scoring than you are. And you're going to have a lot of firepower to be able to hang in there. And over these last couple of games, and really over the last couple of months, hasn't been the case. I am still withholding any sort of, panic that maybe is setting in for some Avs fans, because I think when Val Nichushkin gets back on the at the moment, but there is let's keep an eye on the standings and just make sure that you're in good shape. So the Avs are at 68 points right now, the number 1 wildcard spot. But they've played 59 games, which only the Seattle Kraken have played that many in the Western Conference so far. Vancouver's in the number 2 spot with 63 points, but they have 2 games in hand. And then Calgary's at 62 with 3 games in hand. So you're in a postseason spot, but you need to start racking up some points. There's a very similar story going on between the Avs and the Nuggets. And it's you're a good team. But how good are you? You felt really good about the Nuggets heading into that Lakers game. They won 9 straight. They were on a roll. But it was the first time in a long time that they played against an opponent that's pretty good. And they lost. And we'll get to the Nuggets in a second. But there is certainly an uneasy feeling surrounding the offense of the Avs, which is an uncommon deal. They've always been at least reliable in that category. So over the weekend, you net 2 goals. One from Sam Malinsky and one from Devon Taves. And I'm praying, I'm crossing my fingers, toes, everything, because this is what's typically happened over the last couple of years. Val Nichushkin is infused back in the lineup, and everything feels right as rain. But he's been out for a long time, 2 months now? So there is at least a little bit of all right, well, let's make that happen as soon as possible. It's just, especially against the Blues, it's like they couldn't hit a pass. They couldn't keep the puck in the offensive zone. It was like dump, chase, lose the chase, and then St. Louis is going back the other way. A very sluggish feel to the offense, which would apply to both games, it seems like. You're just looking to get a little bit of that momentum. And when the Avs went into this Four Nations break, put together a really nice stretch. They won 4 of their last 5. They scored 5 goals, 2. They got shut out, but then 4 and 5. That should be about the normal pace that they're on. In 5 games, you're mostly great offensively. You have one stinker mixed in between. But you figure it out for the most part. The difference is the Avs have had extended stretches of little to no offense throughout a good portion of this year. And early in the season, I think it was a little bit easier to kind of cast that off to the side because you couldn't rely on goaltending early in the year. You can now. Like Blackwood and Wedgwood had really good games over the weekend. Okay, so you give up a 3 spot in the second period, and yes, that hurts. But it was only 3 at the end of the day. It's not some insurmountable number for the Avs. In the Nashville game, Wedgwood gave up 2. Again, that should be a pretty simple number for his team as talented as the Avs, at least at the top end. You know, a lot of people are talking about concerns throughout the rest of the lineup. And this is where this stuff matters. Like, you start talking about, you know, I keep bringing up the name, but Casey Middlestat, I think, could serve as a prime candidate, as someone who could get a boost from a healthy Val Nichushkin being thrown on his line. And it's something that you need. You know, they are way too reliant on guys like McKinnon and McCarr to do all the scoring for you. The top line is great, but you can't ask them to do that every night. And not to mention, guys like McKinnon and Taves and McCarr didn't have a break. Like, they played intense hockey games over the last week and a half, and then were just thrown right back into the mix a couple days later. You should have seen a lot more, I think, energy from everybody else, and that didn't happen over the weekend. So, again, I'm not panicked, but there needs to be a real sort of look in the mirror and, all right, what you're at 59 games this year. You got 23 left. That's not a huge runway. You got to get things turned around in a hurry and find that momentum heading into the postseason. If you don't, you could be in some trouble. On the Nuggets side of things, Nuggets game was really interesting because of this. It felt like the Lakers threw everything they could at that game. Everything. I mean, I don't know if you guys heard J.J. Redick after the game. He said after they got done with the Charlotte game, he didn't sleep until this game was tipped off. Now, obviously, exaggeration there. But they have had so many... they lost 13 of 14 heading into that game. National TV on the road at Denver. They were going to throw everything they could at it. And what's really weird about that game is Jokic just decided to not shoot. That I don't get. They have this sort of lineup where they're throwing Jackson Hayes and Vanderbilt at the big spot. When that happens, that should be a game in which Jokic needs to take the bulk of the responsibility in the shots and just start knocking some things down. He took 7 shots throughout the course of the game. Got to the line 10 times. But we were all kind of saying, hey, not worried about the inside part because Jokic is going to handle that. What about the outside? And I think there's got to be some ulterior motive for Jokic to only take 7 shots in that game. The concern that I had heading in was, how's your perimeter defense going to stack up against a team with really good perimeter players? And the answer was not well. Luka pours in 32. Austin Reeves gets 23. LeBron gets 25. That, I think, is the separator between you being championship level and being a team that's pretty good. If they can play perimeter defense at a high level, then they'll be okay. But it's the number one thing I was looking for heading into the game. How are you going to do on the outside? What are you going to do to stop that sort of trio of good players? And whatever you think about Austin Reeves is having a good year. And he's averaging almost 20 a game. And he can shoot. So they got the inside part with LeBron, where he can attack the rim. Luka does a little bit of that too, but the guys who can shoot outside, like Luka was throwing up some circus shots and making them because he's that good. And that's the reason why they had me more concerned now. When people were dismissing the Lakers acquisition, saying it doesn't matter, we have their number, I go, that's a different type of team now. And they added something to the spot where I think you're weakest, which is perimeter defense. And I think it showed in that game. Now, again, they play that game, and it's like, do or die, win or go home situation. Jokic ain't taking 7 shots. So I know that they were throwing double teams at him constantly, turning the ball over a lot, but it didn't look like Jokic, for whatever reason, that night had that killer, I'm going to murder you no matter what sort of vibe to him. But when Luka and LeBron combined for 57, and your top 2 guys in Jokic and Murray combined for 31, yeah, it's going to be difficult. You look at some of the bench unit, and it's like, yeah, Westbrook went out there, he got 17 points. And then it was 3 from Pickett and 2 points from Strother. So when Jokic wasn't going, which is, I think, one of the only times this season that you're going to talk about that, you need some help from the others, and the others didn't really step up either. Porter didn't shoot the ball well. Christian Brown's game was interesting because Christian, he's averaging a good helping of points this year. He's at around 15, but he scored 20 multiple times. But if you can't get in transition because the opposing team is either making shots, which they were, or just not turning the ball over, which they didn't, then the transition game of Christian Brown gets minimized, and his impact on the game is less felt. But I think all of that kind of combines into this ball of you got to knock down shots. And if you can't, then you're in a little bit of trouble, especially when Jokic is off. So, look, there's a lot to discuss about that game. 303-504-0925. You want to tell me what had you most scared over the weekend? What has you most nervous between the Avs and the Nuggets? Shunt Mazda text line is open for you. One price, one person, 1 hour. So, I do want to combine these two and talk about just that. Does the concerns of both of these teams, you can tell me either one, do the concerns outweigh the confidence that you have? What's the number one thing that needs to be changed for you to get to a place where you're comfortable with these teams? We'll get to it next. Before we get back to the Avs and Nuggets, I do want to point out, if you guys missed it yesterday, Ovechkin got himself a hat trick, which puts him 13 away from breaking Gretzky's record, which is incredible. When that game was first started, I was talking to a buddy, and I said, gosh, you think he can break that before the end of the regular season? We looked it up. There's 25 games left. I go, man, he needs 16 in 25 games. It seems like, he would have to just go on a pretty crazy heater. Now, it just doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility at all. Essentially one every other night, and this is going to include when they make the postseason. Like, he's going to break this before the end of the year. It's just a remarkable story of something you thought just wasn't getting broken because you'd have to have such a sustained career that is successful and healthy. Same thing as LeBron, right? You got to play for 20 years and not really be hurt and be amazing. Really hard to do both of those over the course of 2 decades. But Ovechkin's right there, and he's on the doorstep. So pretty cool over in Washington to see that happen. Now, question I asked when it comes to, are you panicked? Or are these just things that will get fixed? The Nuggets, I am concerned about just that. The perimeter defense isn't something I think you can just turn on and turn off. If that was the case, then we would have seen it turn on already. You would have seen moments in which they can do it, and they just haven't. They've just been sitting there, and for over the course of the year, if they play against a team with a good backcourt, and look, this isn't unique to the Nuggets to struggle with teams with good backcourts, but it is the thing that's holding them back the most. And because of that, if they had the ability just to turn things around, I think they would have by now. Now, on the Avs side of things, I have one sort of thing that I can't ignore. It's the Avs record with and without Val. You're laughing, Nelly, but how do I ignore? Oh, you're not laughing at that? Is it something else?
Yeah, actually, so Josh Grismer over at Mix 100 somehow got his wires crossed, and somebody texted us answering your question, and he replied to them and said, wrong station, but I agree with your Avs take. And then he replied and went, no, not wrong station. Whoops, my bad.
All right,
so
I got you.
So I'm not sure what's going on in the studio. No, I wasn't laughing at you being a broken record with Val Nichushkin because that's absolutely still the storyline. Where he at?
That's the thing, though, Nelly. I feel like I'm a broken record about it. I really do, and I don't want people just to turn on the station and know exactly what I'm going to say about it, but I can't. I'm just being honest. I can't get it out of my head. The Avs record with and without Val Nichushkin over the last couple of years is remarkable. They are a middling average hockey team when he's not on the ice. They win a game and they lose a game. It's what happened. When he's on the ice, they're one of the best in the league. And I don't know if it's the perception of that is is it just tied to, well, even though he is one of the better players on the team, he's not widely seen as one of the better players in the league. He's not compensated at that kind of level. He's been out for so long that it's hard to, I don't know what it is, but I can't get it out of my head. It just feels like this is the case over and over and over again. I want to see where it's at right now this year. So the Avs this season, without Val, are 19-17-2. Exactly 500. 19-17-2. And with Val, they are 14-7. They win 66% of their games with him. They win 50 without him. It's going to be hard to find anybody with that sort of precipitous drop-off being on and off the ice. Like, I think we all understand that McKinnon is a much better player than what Val is. He's a much better player than most people in the hockey world. I bet you if he were to leave the lineup, it would be very similar to that, though. I don't think it would be much worse. It's just the fact that that guy brings so much to the table in so many different areas. You miss it, and you miss it sorely, and hopefully he's coming back soon. On the Nuggets side of things, Texture says, we don't beat anybody good. And I understand. That's been sort of the hallmark and a negative aspect of the Nuggets all year long. What the Nuggets do is they go out, they'll beat up on bad teams, but they play a team that's pretty good. Like, they don't have a hallmark win this year. And that does matter, by the way. Like, beating the bad teams is great because that's always going to get you in the playoffs and get you in a position to, make a run. You're going to be in the dance. But if they don't get some sort of marquee win, and we talked about this for a long time, that this is their first sort of embarking on what's going to be a really tough stretch coming up. Like this road trip alone. Tonight at Indiana, Thursday at Milwaukee, then you go back-to-back Friday at Detroit, then it's at Boston, then you got Sacramento at home, then it's Phoenix, then it's 2 at Oklahoma City back-to-back, then it's Minnesota, then it's the Lakers again. Like, this next 2-week stretch, 2.5-week stretch, I think is going to tell you all you need to know about where the Nuggets are at heading into the postseason, what they're capable of accomplishing. Because this is sort of a murderer's row of a schedule in the next few weeks. A lot of games nationally televised, a lot of chances to put eyeballs on this team and really start to hone in and focus on what the flaws are and can they overcome them. But it is really, really difficult for them to get any stops on the perimeter. And if they have a switch, if they have a flip they can switch, a switch they can flip, whatever the saying is, if they got one of those, well, then I think we'd see it here coming up. And again, for those who kind of pump the brakes a little bit on the idea of, hey, this team will figure it out when they have to. There's been a lot of times where I felt like they've had to and they couldn't. That's what has me concerned. Like, the whole reason behind when we ask the question, we, take some internal polling every month or so. But who do you feel better about? Do you feel better about the Avs or the Nuggets? It's mostly been the Avs for me, even in the middle of that win streak that the Nuggets had 9 straight. I still saw the problems that they had. Those issues didn't go away. They beat up on the Charlotte Hornets, but I'm like, hey, man, you had 2 guys to worry about on the perimeter. You had Miles Bridges and, who was the other guy who was knocking down shots for the Hornets? Josh Green. 2 guys could knock down shots for the Hornets. That's all you had to concern yourself with. And both of them were open multiple times. Wide open. And yeah, you blew them out because the Hornets suck and you don't. But the main thing that has me concerned still shows its face even in games that you win by double digits. And you just try and translate that. You're like, all right, well, what happens when you play against a good team? Like one that has Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic and LeBron James on the outside. How does that look? Well, it looks a lot like 2 days ago. So I hope that everybody's correct on this. I hope that they can go out and they can tell me, you know what, once you get towards the end of the year and they need to get a stop, they'll be able to get them because they're good enough. I hope that's right. I just thought I would have seen it by now. Texture says, the thing about Nichushkin is that he scores his goals in the dirty areas. With him out of the lineup, they have nobody else. That is true. How many times we talked about this with the Avs this year? when you can't get the clean looks, somebody's got to get really dirty and grimy about it. And that's where Val lives. If Val, I guarantee you, this time that he's had off to recover from this injury, I bet you he lives in a mud hut. Like this is where he resides. Dirty, grimy, gross, but always find a way. And there's just not enough guys in this team that can do that right now. But he brings a lot of that to the table. And he does that in the big areas. He does that on power play. He'll do that on penalty kills. He'll do that. Just all of the gross work that goes not unappreciated, but doesn't show up in a box score. That's where that guy lives. And it makes a huge difference. Don't know if you guys saw this yesterday. It's a pretty big story. And it's something I've been monitoring with the Nuggets a little bit. You know, the Nuggets have had a whole bunch of games this year in which they have been blowing teams out to the point where the starters barely play in the fourth quarter. Now, how many games have we talked about with Jokic where he's done that? And you go, man, this is kind of what we wanted, right? A season in which a lot of these guys didn't have to play a whole bunch of minutes. But if you've been keeping tallies here, Jokic is averaging more minutes a game this year than any year of his career. Last year, he was at 34.6. This year, he's playing 36 minutes a game. Jamal Murray, same story, by the way. Most minutes of his career, 36 minutes a game. Now, they've each had some time off this year due to injuries or, in Jokic's case, babies and whatever. But they're playing them a lot. And I bring that up because last night, it's always something I keep an eye on. Because I think it's crazy. You have these moments with certain coaches where they coach a certain style, and it's really hard for them to back off of it, no matter what the situation is. So last night, Tom Thibodeau and the New York Knicks are playing against Boston. And they're losing big in the fourth quarter. Like, the game is over. It's just a matter of counting down the clock. So they're down almost 20 with about 4 minutes left. And Karl Anthony Towns, who I think has taken that team to another level, is still in the game. He's playing on his 41st minute. And he goes down with an injury, clutches his knee, heads to the bench, and then walks off limping. I don't know what the full extent of the injury is. But it just feels like unnecessary risk in a moment like that. And you start to realize how often, when you put those guys out there in those situations, that they are risking future harm for the now and the immediate. And it's always something as a coach I think you need to be cognizant of. Their job is to win every night that they go out there. But you have to take a bigger picture view of what's going on and not get too caught up in the moment. And I think too often, Thibodeau, and this has been something throughout the course of his career, has been like this. He just plays his guys and runs them into the ground. And sometimes it works. You know, a guy like Josh Hart, I remember last year, he was playing like 46 minutes a night heading into the postseason. You know, you go back to last year. So his minutes, the final month of the season for the Knicks, he was playing 38 minutes a night. The playoffs started. The first round against Philadelphia, he averaged 46.3, like never left the floor. And it's just like eventually, unless you're a freak, and Josh Hart is remarkably healthy. But it can catch up to guys in a hurry. And if you're thinking about having anybody out there late in a game where it's like the game's over, it just feels like an unnecessary risk. And I saw the minutes from Jokic and Murray, and I don't know how many times I felt like that they were out there for no reason this year. I'm not putting that on Malone, but they're playing a lot of minutes, and it's just something to be aware of. Just a couple of texts here as we head to a break. First of all, talking about the perimeter defense for the Nuggets. It's not like the Nuggets are tremendous at defending the paint either. The more systemic issue is that they struggle as front runners or with leads, tend to do their best when counted out. That is true. The Nuggets rarely take a big lead and then bury someone afterwards. It's always kind of this, how do you want to put it? We take our foot off the gas. We know that we got this thing in the bag, and if it does get close, then we'll just extend the lead again. They do that a lot. But like I said, how many times we talk about this? You want to have Jamal Murray go off in a game? Make fun of him. Make him angry. Tell him that his shoes stink. Tell him whatever you got to, because he will get pushed to another level. And there wasn't the fight that I would have hoped there was against the Lakers.
And Brett, this isn't exactly a metric that you can measure on any box score, but you know what it felt like was happening? I was out at dinner during this game. I was getting a nice meal downtown with the lady, and there was a TV up above her, right? So I'm trying to be good, keep eye contact with her. I feel like every time I glanced up at the TV, the Nuggets would cut it to like 7, and I'd look at her and I'd go, there you go. Okay, we got a ball game here, boys.
Right.
I'd take a sip of my margarita. I'd eat a bite of my enchilada. I'd look up. The Nuggets were down by 12 again. And I'd go, what happened? And then a few minutes later, I'd look up. They got the lead cut to 5. I'd take a bite of my enchilada. I'd take a sip of my margarita. I look up. They're losing by double digits again. It was like every time they inched closer, and they kept inching closer, they just couldn't string together back-to-back defensive possessions, plural, possessions.
That's my concern, though, Nelly, is that you would think if they had that in the tank, they'd be able to throw it out at a moment like that where they can get some stops, and they just don't. They don't have that. What's the number one thing that can hold you back? Man, if you want to get into a track meet every single night, you're going to win a few of those games. But the teams that win championships in our championship level play defense. It's a fact. When the Nuggets won their championship, they were winning games like in 97 to 88. You know what I mean? If you don't have that gear that you can switch to in the postseason, then you're in some trouble. And look, again, next 2.5 weeks, you'll get a really, really good glimpse to see if they can do that or not. Because these are teams that can put up points in a hurry on you. So, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. Look, a lot more to get to. We have the Nuggets and Blazers tonight. 5 o'clock, 4:30 for the pregame show right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this.
I would say when you speak about any defensive lapses, I'd probably say a little bit of everything. The communication's always critical to being able to execute any game plan that you may have employed. And behind the communication is the effort, the multiple effort. Sometimes we can be a single effort team, but when you're playing against a guy like Luka and LeBron and their passing ability, to your point, to throw bullets from the right wing all the way to a dart to the left corner, that requires tremendous effort. When they went small, obviously, and we were still big, that created some problems as well. I thought the zone was effective, but it was just too little, too late. So once again, give the Lakers a ton of credit for coming in here and getting the job done, and we just got to bounce back.
It's Malone talking about defensive struggles. You know what I did this morning, Nelly? I woke up for the first time, mark it down on the calendar. I was trying to figure out what I was going to wear, and I put on shorts for the first time of the year. How about that? Nice little 62-degree day today. Yeah, I did. Hey, I got a question. This would never happen in my life.
What's your question?
I don't think it would happen in a lot of people's lives. Imagine your wife goes up to you and says, you know what? I'm going to give you permission. Go ahead and test the market, babe, and see what you're worth. It's a big risk. But in the case of the LA Rams, who have allowed Matthew Stafford's agent to sort of gauge interest across the league, there is a Broncos tie-in that I want to discuss in a second. But just first of all, on the surface of this, perhaps the Rams know something that Stafford doesn't, which is if you tested the market, you have an inflated sense of self-worth than what the market would dictate. And maybe this is the route that they're taking. They're saying, oh, you think you're worth this amount of money? Well, then go ahead and see. Talk to other teams across the league and let us know what they say. But if the Rams are doing this to try and get him to find a suitable partner that he likes, which is the Rams start over, and Stafford continues his last 2-3 years, whatever he's got left in the tank somewhere else. I go, which places would be the ones that would scare you? And there's one that stuck out immediately. If Stafford were to go to Pittsburgh, I'd be terrified. Not that Pittsburgh, I would put them in like, hey, they'd be a bigger Super Bowl favorite over the Chiefs or the Bills or the Ravens or the normal teams that are there. But it's just another thing to deal with. It's just another team that's going to be in the playoff mix. Pittsburgh's starting over. They don't seem to be bringing back Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. So they're looking for a QB. My guess is they aren't starting over either. They want to find somebody who can jump in there and just run their offense because they feel like they have a good enough team where they can win some playoff games and whatever. Like, they haven't won a playoff game since, 16? Been a long time. But if they got Stafford, I keep going through the list in my head. Teams the Broncos who are on their ascent would have to deal with. Okay, it's Josh Allen in Buffalo. It's Tua and the Dolphins. It's Lamar and the Ravens. It's Burrow and the Bengals. Let's say Stafford goes to Pittsburgh. There's another. Houston and C.J. Stroud. Mahomes in Kansas City. Herbert and the Chargers. Like, we're up to 8 teams in just one conference and haven't even mentioned yours yet, which would be Bo Nix and the Broncos. That's 9 teams I mentioned. 7 make the playoffs. It would just make it even more crazy to try and navigate your way through. And I don't know how many times teams have really done this. Like, no, babe, go flirt with other people and see what you get back. What's your response? But the fact that they're allowing that, like, it would be so advantageous for people to be on the NFC side. Not to say there aren't good NFC teams, but it's certainly not like that. I mean, when you're trying to figure out the best quarterback in the NFC, I suppose it's Jalen Hurts now. Maybe you would say Jaden Daniels. But after that, it's a lot of like that. Jordan Love's pretty good. Goff's pretty good. Dak's okay. Like, there's a lot of okay stuff, not oh my gods. And you're just chock full of them on the AFC side. But part of me is like kind of scared that the Rams are letting him, quote, test the market. And if that's the case, I mean, good Lord. Just another giant impediment to deal with. Now, again, I think Stafford's probably on the downturn, and it's mostly because of health. I just don't know how many shots he can take without getting hurt anymore. But it would be another problem. By the way, speaking of quarterbacks, Shedeur Sanders says he's not going to participate in any drills at the NFL Combine. He'll only do interviews, and he'll throw at Colorado's Pro Day. In his case, I mean, probably smart. I don't know what he stands to gain or lose out of participating in some of those drills. I think his stock's going to be as high as it's getting. If a team likes him right now due to ability, then none of that's going to change. The one thing you can say full stop about Shedeur is he is the most accurate quarterback in the history of college football for a season. By volume. With the amount of passes he attempted and the amount of completions that he had, there is nobody in college football that was more accurate than him. And if there's one detail that you're looking for in a quarterback and what translates to the next level, yes, it's reading defenses and making the right decisions and all of that. But when you let the ball go, is it going to be on the money or not? Is it going to be in a place where your wide receiver can get it and a defensive back can't? Well, in the case of Shedeur, he does that better than almost anybody else. Now, the concern with him is very simple. And I think Leggy was the one who put it in these terms, which I think is as accurate as you can do it. Was the decision to hold on to the football a choice or a necessity? He took a lot of hits at CU, and his answer in these interviews could be this: I had to hang on to the ball because I had to make a play. Our line wasn't good enough to run the football effectively, and it wasn't good enough to protect me a lot, so I had to scramble around by my own time and then make a play downfield. That's why I did it. Because you can't hold on to the football like that in the NFL. You're going to get killed. See Caleb Williams this year. I mean, over and over again, that guy took hits because he held on to the ball way too long. But if he can convince teams that that was a choice, or I'm sorry, that was a necessity and not a choice, then I think he's probably going to be in some pretty good shape. But either way, as we get closer and closer to the free agency period, I think a lot more of these stories are going to kind of like the dust will settle and become more clear. But if you're talking about a guy like Stafford jumping to the AFC, I think that's just another huge obstacle and impediment that I don't want to have to deal with.
No.
Okay, Moser's yelling no. Okay, got it. Yep.
The NFC.
What
the holy
Moser.
303-504-0925. Again, as we open up the 7 o'clock hour, text in. Who has you more concerned right now? Is it the Avs or is it the Nuggets? Because both of them are showing flaws. Now, again, I'm going to go back to the old tried and true well when it comes to the Avs. But their inconsistency on the offensive side is just weird to me. It's something that we haven't seen before, where they struggle to put the puck in the net. And that happened 2 straight games over the weekend. Now, you could say, hey, your top dogs were just playing in super intense games. They didn't have a break. Maybe, okay, whatever excuse you want to make, I suppose you can. But the offense is a concern that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can order online, and Safeway does the rest. Easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
And now, the most notable feat accomplished by a Colorado sports team this weekend. Let's go to spring training in Phoenix, Arizona. Really?
The top of the fifth, and this will get a run home. Hilliard on the warning track makes a catch, and they're going to send the runner who was on second, and he's going to score in the rarest of situations. And now here comes Barossa on the errant throw, and we're all tied up. You want to get rid of that last sequence here in the Cactus League.
That's right, folks. Your Colorado Rockies allowed a 3-run, bases-clearing sacrifice fly. You got to give it to them. This franchise keeps innovating brand new ways to completely suck.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes, Richard. Yes, I would.
See, this is your guys' Rockies brain rot going on.
That seems a little gratuitous, Nelly. At least a little bit.
Nelly took a few shots there. It's just spring ball. God.
No. This is all of your Rockies brain rot. They were great this weekend. Maybe the only fun I had this weekend watching sports with Denver names on it.
Well, yeah.
They won 3 of 4.
Yeah.
Brenton Doyle's hitting grand slams. You got Zach Veen throwing bat flips to the moon.
That Chase Dollander looks like a keeper.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference.
I
homies.
get it. One bad play, Moj, and everybody, even you tweeted about it. Oh, God, I can't do this again. They won 3 of 4 spring training games.
Time out.
They look fine.
Here's the difference. You know that the winning is an aberration.
You don't know
You
that.
know-
It's spring.
Oh,
You don't
would you
know that.
shut it.
You don't know.
You
don't know.
Shut all of it.
You don't know.
You know the winning is an aberration against other teams, minor leaguers, and that sort of thing. You also know that a 3-run sac fly given up is not an aberration.
Yeah, it's fine, though, when you hit grannies like Brenton Doyle did. You're plus
Totally
1.
awesome.
I think what he's trying to say, you never see a 3-run sac fly.
Have you ever seen one in your life?
I've never seen that before.
Okay.
No.
Okay, that's all he's trying to say.
I've also never seen Zach Veen throw a bat as high and as far as somebody like that in the major leagues. I've seen that in, like, the Korean Baseball League. I've seen that. Anyway, whatever. Let's get to the games from
I
over
think
the
the
weekend.
Dominican, they throw it as far as they can into the outfield.
Yeah. They certainly do.
I think that's hilarious. I think that should be part of the pomp of a home run is just throw it as far as you can.
Did you see what Veen did, by the way? So he hits the bomb, he chucks the bat, and he literally puts his hand up to the pitcher to say, sorry about that one, my bad.
I
Anyway,
don't want to get one in the numbers next at bat.
let's start with the Avs, shall we?
Dude, this whole weekend stunk.
Yeah.
I
It was
mean,
bad.
I hope that everybody out there listen. I hope if you you met somebody this weekend, you had a good time, for the first time, maybe you're excited about that. That's a good weekend. And maybe you celebrated a special day, something like that. I mean, personally, I hope you had a great weekend. Sports-wise, the weekend really sucked.
Well, let me start with this. And this has been sort of a theme. I don't know if it's been the full year, but you can explain away maybe the lack of consistent offense early in the year because you didn't have consistent goaltending, and that can throw everything out of whack, and that's all fine. But over the last couple of months, Moj, it's been a pretty consistent thing of they're having trouble just getting the puck in the back of the net. They are. And it's weird because that's never been an issue for the Avs before, ever. You had 2 games this week, and you gave up 5 combined goals. If you give me 2 games in which they give up a combined 5, I'm like, well, they're winning at least one of those.
I'm feeling pretty good about that.
And probably 2. If nothing else, they're getting points out of that weekend, and they got no points out of it. In your estimation, Moj, I got something I'll go to in a second, but what do you think the main issue was? Was it didn't feel like they had any sort of tape-to-tape passes. They couldn't control the puck in their offensive zone. They felt like they were always chasing the entire, especially against St. Louis.
They were 2 different games. They got a bit goalied in Nashville. UC Saros in the first 5 shots he faced. I said to Riker, I said, you ever been chased by a bee? And you're doing this, right? That kind of thing. That's what Saros looked like in his crease.
Moj, that's not going to work anymore. Getting goalied, no. These games are too important.
Well, if I could finish my thought.
Yeah, but I knew that term was going to come up as I watched these games. Oh, they got goalie. Oh, Bennington's coming off a big Four Nations. No. There's too much firepower on the Avalanche side.
Let him finish the thought first. Hang on.
Please turn Vic off until I finish my thought because he's just in his interrupt mode this morning, and I'm not even remotely in the mood for it. We'll get to your Nuggets momentarily there, pork chop.
Yeah, shut up, Vic.
They got a big goalie in that game. That is absolutely no excuse whatsoever. You're talking about a team that had beaten Buffalo before the break, 6-4 in the Nashville Predators, but before that they'd lost 5 in a row. You made it way, way, way too easy on UC Saros. Way too easy. You started to throw the puck at the front of the net. Hell, you almost outshot him 2-1. Mm-hmm. Almost by a 2-1 margin. You outshot the Predators. And you got one goal to show for it, and that's it, and a hit post by Logan O'Connor late. You made it way too easy on him. Now, when it comes to effort, it comes to focus and all that, I think that it was there. Yesterday, I don't care if Jordan Bennington's coming off a Four Nations win.
Yeah.
You got completely outplayed from top to bottom by the St. Louis Blues. The Blues. St. Louis Blues, who are on the outside looking in, who themselves had a 4.6% chance to make the playoffs before the game. And they beat you to every puck. They won every puck battle.
Mm-hmm.
They back-checked like crazy. They fork-checked like crazy. They played ugly hockey. And you know what? You don't play ugly hockey. You don't want to play ugly hockey to try to grind out a couple of goals and get yourself a win, and you find yourselves on the outside looking in when it comes to these scores. It's at this point in the year, as you're getting ready for game 60, which is what Wednesday night is, Vic. Vic can come back on now. Vic, game 60 is Wednesday night against the New Jersey Devils to begin a 6-game homestand. I'm telling you right now, you need to win 5 of 6 in this homestand.
Very good. When I talk Nuggets, I expect you to shut up the entire time.
Not a chance.
To Vic's point, by the way, we've been going to they got goalied way too often.
Yeah,
if it happens this much, then it can't be every night somebody's just really good.
If I hear that term again, I will shut you up. It's not allowed to. You're not allowed to say you got goalied.
And that's the thing, though, Moj. Some days it might be true.
Well, let me say that. Let me restate it. Saros was awesome.
Don't care.
I know. I don't care either. I'm just telling you that's part of it. He played really, really, really good. Bennington played pretty good. You made it way, way too easy on both of them. Yeah. Way too easy.
I mean, I would love to finish a game where you could say, hey, the other team got goalied.
Absolutely.
That'd be nice.
That'd be terrific.
How about that?
You only gave up 5 in 2 games. It's not like your goalies were bad. You know what I mean? Like, they played fine. Look, rough second period for Blackwood. I know you don't want to give up 3, but still. If you tell me the Avs only give up 3 goals, I think they win most games, or they should win most games in which that happens. I do. Now.
Well, if they score 3 goals, they should win most games.
Can I say something that I've said a million times? This is my version of you got goalied, okay? Dirty, grimy goals is what you want. There's somebody who does that just hasn't been on the ice for 2 months, and it coincides at the same time as you've kind of been on this 500 streak.
What is going on? And I'm not pointing this. This is not a question to you, Moj. It's a question just into the
ether world.
Well, exactly.
Bednar said if he wasn't going to play in that first game, he wasn't going on the trip. So maybe that means now he'll come. He's got to be close. I mean, they can't keep saying this without him being like close to coming back. I mean, we're talking about Val, by the way. I just looked up the numbers again. I know this is not a surprise to anybody who's going to hear this. The Avs are 19-17-2 without Val this year. That's a 500 record. They're 14-7 with him. And here's my question, Moj. As many times have I trotted out that sort of stat of Avs record with and without Val. If you were to lose McKinnon for the same stretch of games, would the record look similar to that?
I think it probably should.
That's what's crazy to me, is that Val isn't seen as that, I think, locally and nationally, because maybe it's how much he's being paid, maybe it's the role on his team. He's never going to be seen as like the best player in the world, you know, that sort of thing. But his impact is that much felt. It is. And so I at least have a glimmer of hope that I'm going to hang on to, that this can change when 13's back.
That being said, the team, the way it's constituted right now, should be able to win games.
Yes.
You've got a massive power outage on lines 2, 3, and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Line 2 has combined for 5 assists in their last 6 games. That's it. The third line, no points at all in the last 6 games. 0 from anybody. No assists, no goals, no nothing.
Yeah.
Line 4, 2 assists in their last 6 games. That's it. I mean, you're talking about 9 skaters who have a combined 7 points in 6 games.
I thought they got deeper.
Yeah.
I thought this was the whole thing when they made the trade, the Rantanen trade, and they're supposed to get deeper. What happened to that depth?
It's a great question, Vic. Everybody has a power outage right now. I looked yesterday. You know, a lot, not to say a lot of guys, but guys with no shots on goal. I mean, Nate just didn't have a shot on goal yesterday. He's got to have shots on. He had 20 shifts in the game.
Mm-hmm.
He's played over 22 minutes. You got to have a shot on goal. Logan O'Connor didn't have a shot on goal. Kiviranta didn't have a shot on goal. You know what I mean?
Right.
You got to throw that puck to the front of the net. Everybody's got to be doing it.
By the way, do we got some Bednar Nelly? I just want to hear maybe his thoughts after the game, initial thoughts. Go ahead, and whenever you're ready.
You have to. You can't just judge your team on the final result, even though we know how important the final results are. But there was so much out of that game that I liked, and because I thought we worked really hard, we were detailed, we were highly competitive, and we kind of started out that way tonight. Like, I liked our first 15 minutes probably, and then it just disappeared.
Yeah, he's right.
So he was talking about the Nashville game, then he was talking about the Blues game.
The beginning of the Blues game.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which I thought was good as well. I thought that they skated hard. You know, they were dangerous in the early going yesterday. They had the 1-0 lead after 1. And then, yeah, the last 5 minutes of period number 1 changed everything. And for the next 45 minutes, it was all St. Louis. Until the final couple of minutes of the game when you pull Blackwood and then they started skating. Did you see what it looked like with the extra man? I mean, but it wasn't just that they had an extra guy on the ice. They were moving. They were winning puck battles.
With desperation.
Yes.
Before we get to the Nuggets, I do want to mention one thing real quick, because I was talking, as the game was on yesterday, I was talking to a buddy, and we were trying to figure out, okay, Ovechkin, because the Caps game is on, he's 16 away from breaking Gretzky's record. We go, can he break that before the end of the regular season? I go, 16 goals is what he needs. There's 26 games left. I was like, God, that's going to be really tough. I don't know if he can. And then he throws in a hat trick yesterday.
Bam, bam, bam.
13 away from breaking that record. He very well might, and they're going to make the postseason. So,
they're the best team in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
You realize the best team in the East, they had no players in the Four Nations at all.
Yeah.
All they did was chill.
Yep. But he is 13 goals away and could very well break this, I mean, for sure this season, but maybe even before the end of the regular season. They got 25 games left.
And again, you look back, the Capitals have not been great the past couple of years. They've had some major turnover. You know, some of the, Lidstrom, leave. They've had some big names that really were not good, right? Look at what they're doing this year, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're absolutely kicking major tail.
I think they've only lost like 11 games in regulation. I think that's it.
Yeah. I mean, they had 80 points 2 years ago. 80. They had 91 last year. They're on pace for like 115 this year.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Spencer Carberry is their head coach. And we're doing the game one time, and Riker just happens to bring up, oh, yeah, he beat up my brother a couple times in the minors. Like, okay. Actually, I mean, they had some good tilts. Riker's brother, Travis, tough.
Well,
did he ever get to the
no, he never
NHL?
made it to the NHL, no.
Nuggets are going to play. It's early. It's road trip, East Coast, 5 o'clock today against Indiana. But we were all kind of looking towards this Lakers game. First of all, for the appeal of, hey, it's the first time you're playing L.A. with Luka. Secondly, it's the start into this 2.5 to 3 week stretch of games that I think is going to give you a lay of the land on what to expect for the Nuggets when the postseason hits. it was a pretty epic failure for their first go-round. We'll get to it next.
You know, it was some years ago. I had a physical with my doctor. He said, your testosterone's getting kind of low there. I said, oh, man, what do I do? He says, you're just getting older. I said, I ain't going to cut it with me. I want to get back to feeling like I felt before. And so I contacted the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Why don't you do the same? If your sleep patterns are off right now, your workouts, you're not getting the gains you used to see, well, look, do yourself a favor. These symptoms may mean that you are dealing with low testosterone. Early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% every single year, and then before you know it, you're behind the 8 ball. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. You can wake up feeling better, higher energy levels, feeling refreshed, better libido, all that stuff will come with it. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, schedule an appointment. $99 includes the medical consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, your visit is absolutely free. There's no need to wait. No big deal. Most men wait a year or longer, and that's silly. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to take care of you, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So, again, give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Well, definitely that. I mean, 39 points that they scored, we only scored 11. That's a huge disparity there, and I think that speaks to the bigger problem. I felt that they were just a lot more physical, a lot more aggressive than we were. They had 15 steals. They had 33 points in transition. We only had 9. So from beginning to end, their activity, their physicality, never allowed us to get into a rhythm all night long.
I mean, about everything about that game just felt like a mess. Look, they tried to get it close multiple times, could never actually turn it over. You know what I mean? It would get 5 points, 6 point deficit, and then that would turn into 12 in a hurry.
Before I shut up, and I'm going to shut up, Vic, in your honor, your request. Imagine my disappointment when I'm done with our game, and I'm like, well,
at least
I've got plenty of Nuggets to watch on the bus and to the plane and so on and so forth, and I turn it on my little phone, and I just see them getting clobbered.
Well, look, man.
And I'm like,
Vic, to open it up for you, I know that the Lakers, they treated that with a lot of gusto, okay? JJ Redick said he didn't sleep after the Hornets game just to try and get ready for this one. They wanted to get a win against the Nuggets badly because they know what we all know is that they lost 13 of 14 against them. This game meant more to them than it did to the Nuggets, but still.
Schematically.
I don't buy that crap, what you just said.
Well, I do think that's the case. Now, they double-teamed Joker the entire game. He wasn't allowed to get any sort of shot off, had 7 shot attempts throughout the course of the game. But
I saw them triple team. I saw a guy guarding him, and he went to the low post, and 2 guys ran at him.
To open it up for you, though, Vic, the thing that I was most curious to see, a team with really good perimeter offensive players, how do you defend that? And Luka had a great game, and so did LeBron, and so did Austin Reeves.
Mm-hmm. Let me start by saying there is some good news that emerged from that game, and I'll get to that after the bad news, because the bad news is aplenty. Ruined my weekend. Just ruined it. Because I have an unhealthy, as a friend of mine noted, an unhealthy, and I'm not the only one, hatred of the LA Lakers. It's so unhealthy that it goes into your bones like a cold, humid day in the Midwest. I'm visiting my daughter in Lawrence, and it's Saturday night, and they all want to go out, and I'm watching this game at the restaurant, and it ruined my night. It ruined my night watching how the Nuggets performed on national television, and they have performed poorly on national television all year. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. They have looked like not even close to the same team we're used to seeing on national television.
Yeah.
Yes, the Lakers look like they wanted it more, which is ridiculous excuse because every game is the same and either you want it or you don't. I know that the Lakers know about their history with the Nuggets. I know that LeBron knows exactly how many games he's lost to every team. He knows that the Nuggets are the only team in the NBA in which he has a losing record against. The only team, the Denver Nuggets. He has a losing record against Nikola Jokic head-to-head. He has a losing record in Denver. He knows this. They know this. And they played like it. I'm so thankful that I wasn't in the arena. And those of you listening to the show that were there, I would love to get your feedback. Were there more Laker fans than normal? Because I would have gagged. I would have vomited if I were there. Just gagged. The abundance, I'm sure, of 77 jerseys, Luka jerseys. I wouldn't even imagine how many. Just to see him, guys, let me start here. Does it still freak you out to see Luka wearing a Lakers jersey?
Yes, it looks very odd. Very odd.
Freaks me out. Moj, when you see him in a Lakers outfit, like Luka was, I don't know if he was likable because I've always felt he was a flopper and a complainer. And I know you felt that way too, Moj. But it's so funny how when you switch jerseys and now you wear Lakers colors, you're so hateable. Like Vanderbilt, who was a former Nugget, by the way, such a nice guy when he was here. So hateable as a flopper out there.
Oh, yeah.
So hateable.
Jared Vanderbilt, yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
my God. So hateable.
It's amazing. Whoever dons that Forum blue, Vic, I don't know how to articulate it because I feel the same thing that you do.
It's just the way it is.
It's not the only thing we can do is go to the lowest common denominator and say, you know what, I hate that guy. And I hate those guys, and I hate that color, and I hate that team, and I hate blah, 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 because that's the God's honest truth. I wish I could articulate it in a I guess a more concise fashion, but I can't. You
said it best. But it just stems from having what we possess is an unhealthy hatred of the Lakers. It's funny, I was in the airport on the way back yesterday, and I ran into a guy in all kinds of LA Lakers regalia, right? And he and I were sitting down, we're eating before our planes departed. I'm like, man, you guys got the best of the Nuggets last night. He goes, yeah, and he seemed normal. He wasn't crazy. He goes, yeah, we just found a good defensive formula. We'll see how the Nuggets counter that. And it's funny because I had a normal conversation with the Lakers fan, and I said, you're right, because it is about counters. And there are 2 games left between these teams in the regular season, one at their place, one here in Denver. 2 more games. And I'm very, very eager to see what the Nuggets coaches employ to counter what the Lakers did. And here's the good news that emerged from the game, in my estimation. What the Lakers did was so we've seen it before. We've seen teams cheat to the middle of the court to guard Nikola, but I've never seen a team like the Lakers front Nikola on every possession and actually guard him full court. Of course, Vanderbilt's flopping up and down like a fish, but full court, like getting into his bacon from the very get-go. So what their whole game plan was is if you're going to get the ball to Nikola, you got to throw it over a smaller player. Rui, Vanderbilt, Finney-Smith, you got to throw it over that guy. And then if you get the pass over that guy, there's going to be 1 or 2 guys waiting to help defend. And all they were doing is saying, we are not going to let Nikola Jokic beat us. It's going to be somebody else. And I've stumbled upon this before. We've talked about it before. You cannot be a one-man team in the NBA. You cannot. Somebody has to contribute. And they didn't get enough. The Nuggets did not get enough.
They got some AG had a
They
nice
didn't get
night.
enough.
Yeah, they didn't.
They didn't get enough. And they looked confused. Nikola Jokic, as great as he is, he'll figure you out. Next time they play the Lakers, he'll figure this out. He looked confused. He looked a little lost out there.
Well,
he didn't know where to go with the ball.
When I saw that it basically was a triple team, you're right, Vic. They fronted him.
And the reason they fronted him, let me start here. Sure. The reason it was a brilliant move by JJ Redick. Say what you want about the candy liquor. It was a brilliant move because if you're going to guard Nikola and put a smaller guy in front of him, Nikola doesn't have a 30-inch vertical. Throwing it over the top is sometimes an adventure, right?
Yeah.
It over, and when you throw it over the top, it gives the other people time to assemble behind him. Mm-hmm. So it was a brilliant move by JJ.
It's almost like there was a purple picket fence, right? That's
Yes.
what it was.
Okay.
The gate closed in front of him, and then behind him you had the picket fence, and he had nowhere to go with the ball. But I thought to myself, as I'm watching this transpire, I'm thinking, well, he's seen this before. It's not the first time.
Not like that, though, Moj. Not with the front. Not with a full court front. He's had people fall into him as soon as he puts the ball on the floor.
Right.
I've never seen Nikola guarded full court like a point guard.
I've also never seen, and by the way, Vanderbilt ended up with 5 fouls in that game in 6 minutes. Unbelievable. I've never seen his lack of decision-making on the quickness allowed the Lakers to be even more effective at it. Like he hesitated for a split second, couldn't pass out of it. It's a tough possession, that sort of thing. It had him flummoxed. It really did. So now, how do you counteract that going forward if you're the Denver Nuggets? Somebody better make some damn outside shots.
I want to thank
Clearly
JJ Redick.
The spirit to compete just wasn't there.
Shut up, JJ. I want to thank him for this.
Showed his hand.
Huh?
Showed his hand. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, he
What? You can't take a little cough drop swirling around the mouth while you talk?
Shut up! He offered a blueprint that the Nuggets are going to work on because other teams saw exactly what the Lakers did. You don't think Indianapolis is going to try the same thing tonight? You don't think Milwaukee is going to try the same thing? Other teams are going to look at what the Lakers did. They're going to try to employ the same tactics against Nikola Jokic. Now it's up to Nuggets coaches to counter that. And in my humble opinion, the only counter, guys, make shots. Shots are wide open. Make shots.
Yeah.
Michael Porter Jr., you got to make shots.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know other way to put it. Julian Strother's your best shooter off the bench, right? He had 75 fouls in 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm. No, it's the only way you're going to truly counter that. If you want to continue to run the offense as, I guess, planned, if they do that, somebody's open on the outside. You got to knock it down.
Make shots.
Jamal did okay. He did okay knocking down shots. Here's the other thing. The Lakers were really tight, and I know that a lot of this is offensive focus because we aren't used to seeing Jokic take 7 shots in a game. But the Lakers were really tight at two things. They made shots consistently, and they did not turn the ball over. And what the Nuggets do better than anybody else, especially Christian Brown, is get out in transition. Like, it's no coincidence that Christian Brown's numbers offensively were down when you didn't have a lot of opportunities to run. And so when you're constantly going to half-court sets, it's a completely different style of game, especially for him, where his impact is most felt like, I'm out there on the run, one-on-one, I'll finish at the rim.
The Lakers just took the chances and said, the Nuggets they're not a team that wants to shoot from the outside. They want to funnel everything inside and then outside. So they basically said, okay, we're not going to allow you to do that. We're going to take our chances. And if you make shots and win the game, so be it. But we're going to shut down the inside. The Nuggets, too many times, what did you guys see? Every time that the ball got to the outside, to the perimeter, it was a very, very uneasy, indecisive move by a player. It wasn't a shoot. It was let me see if I could probe to the middle a little bit, then shoot.
Yeah.
And that indecisiveness is exactly what the Lakers wanted. Either you shoot the ball or get out of the way.
It's also again, a lack of confidence. I think
they're just out of their offense.
Absolutely. For this basketball team, when you don't, like, I don't feel like I'm going to make it, and this guy's like, well, I don't think I'm going to make it, right? And that's why you again probe back, and then okay, I'll hoist up the shot, and the shot clock goes down. I guess I credit the Lakers by
it just goes against who the Nuggets are.
That is correct.
The Nuggets are not that team. The Nuggets are not hey, get the ball on the perimeter and hoist. They're used to working it inside and back outside. We hear it so many times from Michael Malone. Paint touch, get it outside 3. Well, the Lakers were not allowing the paint touch. And I've already read here in a couple of the texters saying, well, you got to get more than 8 shots up if you're Nikola. He's got to force the issue. How? Did you watch the game?
Yeah.
How? You had a guy on front of him and a guy behind him, and then if he went one way or the other, there's a guy to the side of him. What do you want him to do?
It was a picket fence. They had him boxed in.
Can I ask you about what you thought about them defensively? Again, because the main
the Nuggets?
Yes.
They were terrible.
Yeah, the main thing I was looking for in that game, and I mentioned this on Friday heading into the weekend, was for a team that is so skilled outside with Luka and LeBron, and say what you want about Austin Reeves, he's averaging 20 a game this year. I go, how do you defend that when your worst quality, it feels like this year, is perimeter defense? And the answer was not well.
No, they got roasted. And the thing is, the Nuggets rely on their offense to carry them. You score 100 points, you're not going to win.
Right.
You're just not. They don't have the defense, the necessary defense to stop teams. There are a couple occasions where I thought Christian Brown had a couple great possessions where he stopped Luka, and then what happened? Luka just blasted a couple from deep, right? He came to life.
A hand in his face.
Yeah, he came to life. And the Lakers got the bulk of their scoring off turnovers. They ran. They got in the open court and ran. Dunks everywhere. Dunk, because they took full advantage of Nuggets turnovers. Man, it was the worst case scenario that unfolded Saturday at Ball Arena. Losing to that team by 23. Now, understood, there are 2 more games to play. Let's see what they do in these next 2 games. Will the Lakers play a more, sound defensive structure where they don't take as many chances? They took chances against the Nuggets. They gambled and won. The difference last year, if you remember, how did the Nuggets beat the Lakers every time? 14 out of 15, whatever the hell that number was. Once they went to the outside, MPJ made them pay.
Sure.
Jamal Murray made them pay. And I thought Jamal played well the other day. MPJ just didn't have it.
What did you make of the comments from Nikola Jokic? And I guess
he's right.
Yeah, when we're sitting here in the 9-game win streak, we're going, man, they're looking at themselves. Although the opponent's numbers were high, the Nuggets' numbers were even higher. So okay, you're scoring 140 a game. That's great. Whatever it is you're doing. But then he comes out and says, well, that's against teams that are missing players, teams that are injured, teams that are on the outs. We get against a good team like this LA Lakers team, and we wilt, essentially, is what he said. He's right about that. They've got to, Vic, on this road trip, I need to see some quality wins.
Moj, I said it last week, even amid their 9-game win streak. We talked about it on this show. Brett, you asked me, what do you think? And I told you, it's great to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. I'm never going to snip at a 9-game win streak. I loved it. Now you got to beat the good teams. Now you got to beat the good teams. And I got some numbers for you guys against the good teams. It's not good. They got 4 straight on the road this week against very good teams.
Yep.
Very good teams out east. If you want to check to see if the Nuggets are real, this is the week to check. I'm not joking. This is the week. Because starting tonight in Indy, that's a good team. They're 4th in the Eastern Conference. Detroit, you may not like to hear this, Moj. That's a good team.
Yeah.
It's a better team than they have been.
That's a good team. Milwaukee, they're not nearly what we thought they'd be, but that's a good team. And then, of course, Boston. Let's see how you do against the good teams. Because it hasn't been good this year for the Nuggets against those good teams.
Well, they
have a losing record against teams with a record better than 500.
Yeah. Teams that are 500 or better, they have a losing record against them.
They're 12-14, I believe, is what the record is.
I think that's right. And you mentioned this before, like there is still this looming question out there with the Nuggets. We're more than halfway through, far more, almost 3/4 of the way through the season. They don't have a marquee win yet. They don't have a game that you can point to and be like, see, they can beat that team if they play this way. And the one concern that I have, especially on the defensive side, I've seen a lot of people talk about this, like, hey, you know what? They're a champion, and maybe they're doing what championship teams do, which is they're just going to kind of coast through the regular season, and they'll flip the switch late. And they go, if they could do that, I think I would have seen it already, and I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen them. Like, you would think in the moment where they cut down the Lakers' lead to 5, okay, well, now let's turn on the intense pressure defense and get turnovers, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't. So I don't know if they have that in their arsenal.
Now, you can't apologize for the record. They're 37-20. You are what your record says you are. They're tied with Memphis. They're 2 games ahead of the Lakers. Great spot to be in. Great spot. But to assume for you, those of you who think that the record is everything, it's great. You have to beat elite teams because those are the teams you're going to see in the playoffs. You're not going to see Portland in the playoffs. You're not going to see New Orleans in the playoffs. You're going to see teams like the Lakers, like Indiana, like Boston, like OKC. Those are the teams you're going to face in 7-game series. So until you beat those teams, we haven't learned anything about the Nuggets yet. That's just the truth.
There is, you remember maybe a couple of years ago, the Nuggets would play up and down to their competition. And it'd be annoying because they would beat a really good team in the league and then they'd lose to like a Washington randomly. And you're like, well, how the hell do you lose to Washington? And that was annoying. I would actually prefer that to this, which is I don't know when you've beaten a good team this year.
For the first time in a long time. You don't know what you're going to get sort of against anybody at any time, right? I mean, but especially against the good teams.
Yeah,
but
like,
not, there's no playing up to that level and, oh, yeah, you're going to get some quality wins out of it.
I would
almost take like the random loss to the 15-win team if it meant that you were beating a couple of 55-win teams.
Correct. I'll give you an example. If I told you lose to Charlotte and beat the Lakers, would you have taken that?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's preferable to this.
Yeah. It's just something happens this year, and it's weird. It's weird. I'm not used to seeing this out of the Nuggets. And some of you are writing in doom and gloom, Vic. This isn't doom or gloom. This isn't. I told you, you are what your record says you are. You're 37-20. You beat up on most of the schedule. You do what you're supposed to do. But for those of you who think that's doom and gloom, you're lying to yourself. You're lying. Ask Brett the same question. What's the best win on the record? What is it? What? OKC in the second week of the season?
That doesn't count. It's week 2.
What is it?
Yeah,
now, you win tonight. I'm going to tell you right now. Here's what it is. You win tonight in Indy, that automatically may go down as the best win on the record. And they're in 4th place.
Yeah. Yep. Jump back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. You guys tell us. I mean, what is the marquee win? Shotmon's the text line's open for you.
Can't say Memphis. They beat Memphis when they were missing 4 starters. Ja wasn't even playing in that game.
So we'll get back to this in a bit. You know, it's a very awkward thing if your wife came up to you and said, I'll tell you what, honey, why don't you go out and test the market a little bit. See if you can do any better than me. But that's exactly what's happening in the NFL with somebody. We'll get to it next.
I'm so happy, so nice and warm now that the thermostat is all fixed up. I can't fix things, so when I need things fixed, I trust AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. They guarantee a 2-hour arrival window, so you don't have to wait around all day. They're going to get there in time. Whether it's plumbing, HVAC, or electrical stuff, they're on time to get it done right. So if you need to get it done, leave it to the pros. Schedule your appointment now at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
It's a pretty weird thing.
Not for a minute.
You're committed to a long-term relationship and your significant other goes, I'll tell you what. You think you can do better than me? You go try. And that's what the Rams are doing with Stafford. They're just like, hey, you're still under contract, but if you think you can do better somewhere else, I give you permission to speak with other teams if you'd like to.
Well, they're not going to owe him any money. Like, am I wrong about this? This year and next year, I don't think they owe him a whole lot of bonus stuff. I think if they were to shed him in some sort of fashion, they'd pay very little. I think. I could be wrong.
It's not a ton, it doesn't look like. As far as dead cap, so this year it's 40-some million bucks, which look, it's not a small amount.
That's plenty.
But here's the thing, and this is why I'm interested in this story. It's who are the teams that are going to be in the market for quarterbacks? And one of them is horrifying to me because we've been through the list of quarterbacks in teams in the AFC that's going to be competing for playoff spots alongside the Broncos.
Stafford and the Raiders.
I was thinking Stafford and Pittsburgh.
Oh.
If he goes to the Steelers, because the Steelers do not look like they're trying to hang things up right now.
I'm going to tell you why it won't be Pittsburgh. And I think from Stafford's perspective, an older quarterback who has been playing in a warmer weather environment, I think he wants to keep it indoors. Play half his games
Probably
indoors.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's an older quarterback who has done really well in those environments. Hell, he played indoors in Detroit. I don't think he's keen on playing outdoor games in Pittsburgh.
Probably right. Now, Peyton Manning did it. Peyton Manning went from playing inside of a dome to playing in a, quote, cold weather market that's outdoors.
You're right.
Here's the thing, though. Can you just stay out of the AFC? Can you just stay on the NFC side no matter where you decide to go, whether it's staying with the Rams or anybody else? Go to Minnesota for all you.
So
you know what I mean?
Can we play Fantasyland for 1 second, please? I know you like that, Brett.
I love Fantasyland.
Yeah, I know you do. All right, let's go through our list again of guarantees.
What do you mean guarantees?
Josh Allen and the Bills are in.
I'll run through the list quickly.
Let's go through it. Yeah, because this is, Vic, this is where I say, man, should the Broncos win 10 games again? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But these are the teams with good quarterbacks and good teams. Yeah, this is what you're dealing with.
Good. Okay, let's go through it.
Josh Allen and the Bills.
That's one.
Healthy Tua and the Dolphins.
Yeah, but no, we're guaranteeing team spots in the playoffs.
I'm just doing teams that will be competitive.
Okay. All right. Fine.
So just add Tua and the Dolphins here.
Okay.
Lamar and the Ravens.
Well, dude, they were 8-9 and Tua missed half the year.
Okay.
Lamar and the Ravens.
Sure.
Do you buy Burrow and the Bengals? Because I am.
I do.
Great. They didn't make the playoffs.
Understood. But he was also with the bad elbow and the whole crap that went on.
The playoffs.
Okay. Houston and CJ Stroud.
Well, they're going to win the division. There's nobody else that can win the AFC South.
Okay.
So that's an automatic bid for them.
Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's 6.
Herbert and the Chargers.
That's 7.
And now this is why I'm thinking if Stafford goes to a Pittsburgh or somebody else,
that's 8.
Then you have to worry about that. That's 8 teams.
Big time win.
And then you're like, oh, Bo Nix and the Broncos. So that's 9. Well, guess what, guys? There's 7 playoff spots. It's a lot of different talented quarterbacks that could be on your...
Two of those quarterbacks are going to be disappointed.
Yes, without a doubt. And maybe more. Who knows? Maybe it's more than just 2 of them. But
I sure don't want it to be us.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like,
I sure don't want it to be around these parts where you're disappointed going, oh,
take your no-look passes and keep it in the NFC, please. I don't need another one of these things coming over here. And if I were Stafford, I don't think I'd want to. I think I'd want to stay in the AFC because it feels easier to compete.
Your path to glory, it's definitely easier in the NFC. Definitely.
You're right, though, Vic. What if they pulled this out? They said, you know what? Pete Carroll's a great coach. I think even with where the Raiders' starting point is, if I'm Stafford, I can go over there and I can make that team close to a playoff team this year, and maybe next year we make a big jump. Who knows? We've already talked about the coaches in the division. Pete Carroll, Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton. Then your quarterbacks would be Mahomes, Herbert, Stafford, Nix. I mean, what the hell's going on here in this division?
That would be loaded. That would be like the Nuggets division right now.
Yeah, kind of.
Loaded. And unfortunately for the Broncos, them's are the breaks, man. I think Stafford, what do you think his goal is? To play for a team that's on the cusp of a championship or to play for a comfortable, like, parachute?
No, I think he wants to go win somewhere.
Yeah, he's got the money. I think he wants to give it one more kick at the can. And then he's 37 years old. I mean, he realizes that his shelf life is not large.
And he's 37 with a whole bunch of back injuries recently, which is not good.
But either way, put it this way. I'm leery no matter if he stays in the AFC, I'm leery no matter what. Because that guy can still throw the pig around the yard. Mm-hmm. Okay? So if you're talking about a 4-win Raiders team, I guess I'm not that worried, but he could spring a win on you or against you on any given weekend. Pittsburgh was also a 10-7 football team with Fields and Russ. And if you put Stafford on that particular team, and he's throwing the ball to that group of knuckleheads, you're like, ah.
Personnel-wise, that makes the most sense. If you want to be championship ready or at least playoff ready, that one makes sense.
Oh, all they have to do is go to Stafford and you want to know how close we are to a championship.
Yeah.
We're always 500 or better. Always. Now.
Hey, if George Pickens wants to make money, he better beg for Stafford to go to Pittsburgh because he will make him a lot of money even at his advanced age.
But yeah, it's a very odd story where the Rams aren't saying leave, but they're like, if you think you can find something, then go ahead and give it a shot. Because I don't know what the plan in LA is. Are the Rams trying to restart? All the signs are we're getting rid of our quarterback and a really good wide receiver in Cooper Kupp. You would think that means you're probably heading more towards a restart or rebuild mode, but I don't know.
We know a guy.
Yeah, we know somebody who has an answer. Here's the other thing. Do you guys see that Shedeur is not – he's going to the Combine. He's not participating in drills. He'll do interviews only.
Saw that.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know, I think is probably smart. I don't think there's anything that Shedeur can really do to harm or help his cause as far as where his draft stock is by participating in things.
I was again, when we talk about Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and I was talking to Leggy about it on Thursday, Vic, and – I guess the scouts are looking at it this way, that Ward has all the zip, he's got all the power, he's got all the put it through your chest type of stuff. But they're saying that Shedeur has all of the touch, all of the, the sort of je ne sais quoi with his passing game, that he's more of an NFL type passer than Cam Ward is. And if that's the case, if that's the overall feeling around scouting staffs in the NFL, then why would you throw? Why would you do that? There's plenty of film on him. He doesn't have to do it in person.
We've seen this so many times before where quarterbacks just won't throw. They'd rather throw in more comfortable conditions, like back here in Boulder in his field house.
Yeah, he is going to do that on his pro day. Yep.
It's not going to alter where he's drafted. It's not going to change anything. It's all about the tape.
Well,
quarterbacks, it's about the tape.
I wonder for a guy like him, maybe the one hurdle he might have to jump through, and maybe I'm wrong on this. There's a perception, I think, about him that is maybe a little bit arrogant. You know what I mean? Maybe he's a little full of himself.
Well, that's why he's doing the interviews.
Right. That he can fix during the interview process. But that might be something that's at least out there a little bit. I mean, look, they had those same concerns some scouts did with Caleb Williams last year, remember? That Caleb didn't participate. He was just doing the interviews, and a lot of people thought that he was a little too into Caleb Williams. And look, didn't harm him enough to not be the number one pick. But
didn't change a thing. This is not big news. I mean, this happens all the time. The elite quarterbacks won't participate in the combine. There's, in terms of the risk reward, what's the gain there?
Yeah.
I mean, what else does he have to prove? The tape proves everything.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything he can do to really cross the line of if he participated, is there a scout out there that's like, well, I had him as third on my board and now he's one. I don't think anybody's going to change their minds on that. Now, I want to get back to Avs and Nuggets over the weekend.
At the same time, Leggy's also indicated, and I've seen that backed up by other sources, this draft is fairly thin. And he says, look, Shedeur should not be the overall number 2 or 1 or 3 or whatever, just in terms of his overall talent. He's definitely a first-rounder. But he and Cam Ward are basically it. If you're a quarterback and you're in a draft class, it's hella good to be just one of 2 guys in the entire draft class, is it not? I mean, that's pretty good as opposed to 6 last year.
Quick question before we go to break, because I know you want to get back to the topic at hand. You started this segment by talking Matt Stafford. I know this is not going to happen, but if you had the option and the choice, would you take Stafford back in Detroit over Goff?
No.
You wouldn't.
No. I think he's I think he's way too injury prone. It's nothing about his talent. He is still incredibly talented.
By the way, the Lions are probably your Super Bowl representative if they don't have 15 guys on the IR.
Yeah, I'm not going to overreact
to
to the Goff thing either.
Goff.
He's fine. Stafford's better. Look, man. I feel like Stafford is one hit to the ribs away from being out for a month, and that's just too much of a risk. That's the way I'd say it. Now, if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm like, I'll take the risk. Go ahead.
When we come back, wins are good. But can we talk about your eyeballs a little bit? Can we talk about your eyeballs that are connected to your heart and your tummy? Follow me on this, Pork Chop. I'll lead you the way.
It is February 24th, and that means one thing. We are just a few short weeks away from that NCAA tournament, and Circa Sports has you covered with all of it. If nothing else, download the app. Obviously, it's the best odds in the game. Go check out the tournament in Vegas at that stadium swim. What a great idea that is. All the TVs you could imagine in the best type of setting. Go check it out in person. But download the app. If you can't get out there, tight money line splits and excellent customer service. Go ahead, download the app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay,
Man.
you said your eyes were connected to your heart in your stomach or something.
Yeah.
What?
Your whole body is connected. Okay.
Thanks.
Which is why when you see a piece of food that you like, Vic, in your case, you see a banana. Right? And then it goes to your brain, your eyes, and then it makes your mouth start to salivate because you love bananas. You love choking those down like crazy.
They got nothing but guts.
I've seen you do it.
I've witnessed it. I seen it.
So we've got, when we look ahead here.
What you think about that, nanner boy?
I like my nanners.
We're aware of that. We've got a, how do I even
Trader
put it?
Joe's has those bananas you can buy in a bag that are like, they're small miniature bananas that are
like plantains.
No, they're what do you call it when they?
I wouldn't trust that at all. That sounds like it was made in a lab.
Go on.
Okay, lab-grown bananas. Go for it. This is.
Hey, Derek, give me another bag of those nanners.
Hey, no nanners there, baby.
All right, go ahead. What's the point here?
Okay, the point is that this next week is really big for our two local teams. The Avs have a 6-game homestand that lasts through March 10th. They play at Minnesota on the 11th. The Denver Nuggets are on the road here. I mean, these are 4 big road games, and then they come home for Sacramento and Phoenix. So what I'm trying to get at is, do they need wins? Absolutely, they need wins. Absolutely. But guys, I'm telling you right now, as we're into the month of March momentarily, we're talking March here, okay? Mm-hmm. I think we are going to need to see not only wins, but how you are winning. We're going to need to see inside of those victories things that make you believe as a basketball fan and as a hockey fan that this team has what it takes to actually make some sort of a run. Not just get in and filter out, but get in and actually do something. Okay? We're going to need to see evidence, Vic, of a Denver Nuggets basketball team that can win big games against good teams. And we're going to need to see them do it the right way, that when it comes time for postseason basketball, we know that they have sustainability. The same thing goes with the Colorado Avalanche. You can't just have 4 guys doing all the scoring all the time. It's completely unsustainable.
You're hitting on something that is, I think, the issue with both teams. Role players.
Everybody has to have them. They have to have them, and they have to perform.
You can't, like what we witnessed with the Nuggets over the weekend. They shut down your best player, and everybody else sort of shut down after him. They shut him down. They found a formula. They smothered him like one of Moser's favorite smothered burritos. They smothered him, and they took the ball out of his hands, and they made things extremely tough on him. And they had a couple people step up, but as a whole, they didn't have enough people step up. And you're saying the same thing. You can't have dashes from your third and fourth lines. You can't.
Can't do it. Vic, I'm not even talking about big, huge contributions. I'm just saying optically, do they look like they can come alive? Optically, do they look like they're playing the game the right way? Optically. I'm not even talking about production. How do they look when they play? Do they even look effective? Last night, I'm doing the game with Riker. I can't tell you how many times the Avs drop it in the offensive zone, right? And it's out of the zone immediately. Yeah. The retrieval by the Blues, fired up and out of the zone to a forward in motion to get it out. Like you went 25 minutes with 0 cycling in the offensive zone.
Well, listen, Moser.
And not only that, but by any line. Anybody.
I'm going to point out somebody specifically that we've talked about before, and I don't mean to pick on him, but I think it's just a microcosm of a larger issue on that team, which is Casey Middlestat has a lot of responsibility being the second-line center on this team, and the lack of production, the no production that they're essentially getting out of that line in particular, I think tells the entire story. When you're looking at depth, well, your second line is a must because you can't put that much pressure on now McKinnon and Netchus and everybody else that's playing alongside him on the top line. Now, hopefully, when Val comes back, that's going to help sort of boost that second line, add a little bit more to your third and fourth lines. But here's Bednar after the game talking about the lack of production outside those top guys.
Well, all three of those lines, if you look through how many guys have gone 10, 12 games with just a point or two, it's the bulk of them, So they provide energy. So if you're not going to get on the score sheet, you definitely have to be really good at some other things, and those lines have been. That's why we were 5-3 going into the break with some really good analytical numbers and things that were trending in the right direction. But still, it can't just be the top line and the power play and a couple D scoring. We have to find a way to chip in a little bit more with those other lines, and they've done a nice job in some of those games creating chances, but we're going to need a few to go in the net too in order to win some hockey games.
That absolutely is what I'm talking about optically, where your eyeballs tell your heart that your heart is full because you think this team can do some things. Yeah, if you're the Colorado Avalanche, you're on the 6-game homestand, you win 5 out of 6, but it's your top guns collecting 80% of the points or more. That's not long-term sustainability. It's not even a want, it's a need, it's a must. If you're going to win anything whatsoever, you are going to need the 9 skaters outside the top line to contribute. And you look at that second line. They have 5 assists in the last 6 games. Jonathan Drouin, I think, has 3 of those.
Right.
The third line has nothing. Goose eggs all across the board, and the fourth line has 2 assists. I think both are Kiviranta. I think it's just that you're not going to win. You're not going to win games if that's the case, Vic.
What March 7th is the trade deadline day. What odds do you give the Avs making a move?
Well, I think, Lee, I think they'll probably make some sort of a move. Yeah, I think they will. What it would be, I have no idea, to be honest with you, because when you throw Manson back in the mix, when you talk about Val Nichushkin, Brett, it sounds crazy to put so many hopes on one guy, right? One guy coming back in.
I feel crazy doing it, yeah.
You should feel crazy because that shouldn't be the case. But what it does do, when you talk about him affecting every aspect of the game, he affects the power play, he affects the penalty kill, he affects 5-on-5 hockey. But what he specifically does is when you put him back in his proper spot, then you start putting guys again in their proper spot, proper minutes, proper this, proper that, proper amount of PK time, proper amount of PP time. All these things start to click back into place.
Yeah.
And then, which is why I hope he can come back Wednesday. I think you need some solid games under your belt before that deadline on the 7th to see what is working and what is not working. In terms of the goals given up, Vic,
they're fine.
You talk about the back end or the goaltending or anything like that. I think they're totally fine. And if you talk about the defending, and which is what Jared Bednar was just talking about right there, they defended all 4 lines I thought defended pretty damn well last night. Now, they had no offensive sustainability whatsoever for about 45 minutes in that game.
Well,
but defending and back checking and working hard in your own end in the corners and whatnot, great. It's just that you've got nothing generated on the other side, which is why you can win 2-1 game. But how does it look when you do win it? What are you doing to win it? Is that sustainable? Right now, it's not.
Well, this is why. Look, we're approaching the stretch run here, and I'm
24 games left. Correct? Is it 24?
Yeah,
23.
23.
I'm still getting used to the fact of this, that both teams, the Avs and the Nuggets, their strengths and weaknesses have flipped from what I traditionally thought that the teams were. The Avs were always a team that they can score with anybody in the league, and no matter what, they're going to be in a game because they can score in a hurry and they can put 3 goals together in 5 minutes. And now it's like, no, they're actually pretty solid on the defensive side and can't seem to score consistently at all. The Nuggets used to be all about defense, and they're gonna beat you, 115-99, and now they need to win games 128-114, and that's also bizarre because their strength is now we can score as well as anybody in the league, but we can't get stops. And it's a bizarre sort of like flip for both sides on what you're expecting going into a game. And unfortunately, both of these are going to be things that are, if you can't do that in the postseason, they're major concerns, right? If you can't be able to conjure up, get a couple of wins, Moj, when you give up 2 or 3 goals.
Correct.
That's a problem.
What I don't want to do is I don't want to get into freak out mode, though. It's not time to freak out. It's time to work. It's time to get serious. I mean, we're addressing and we're looking at what the issues are right this second. They'd won 4 of 5 going into the break. They got shut out in Vancouver, but they swept their way through Calgary and Edmonton, 2 very potent teams this year, 2 playoff teams. Back-to-back games in Alberta, they took both of them, and they're off on their break. They've come out with a power outage.
It's why I'm less concerned with
you just hit on something. Nobody's freaking out, but I think what we're doing with both franchises, the Nuggets and Avs, is we're evaluating them based on championship expectations. We're still looking at them coming off championships and saying, this is the standard. This is where you need to be. This is what you are. This, and
are you saying we shouldn't?
I'm saying that seasons change. I'm saying that, heck, it's been 3 years since the Avs won one. It's been 2 years since the Nuggets won one. Okay? Teams change. Leagues change. Personnel changes. Those expectations, they may be fair, they may not be. But those are the expectations we place on them. We heap on them. And that's why you sound the way you do. And that's why I sound the way I do.
I reckon. Yeah, I mean, but the teams place it on themselves,
I think you should be. But I think it should be there. I think that's how you should be basing off of your evaluation.
Vic, right now, the Colorado Avalanche, even with the power outage and so on, overall, they still, on average, score more goals than they give up. They're still 11th in the National Hockey League in goals for, 11th. Now, we're used to them hovering around the 2, 3, 4, 5 mark max, right? Almost 4 goals per game. Hell, they're leading the National Hockey League. That's where they've been. Well, they're not that team right now. They're not. They're simply not, which means they've gotten better defensively. They certainly have. Their goaltending has gotten way better. When you look at the Wedgwood and the Blackwood numbers, it's all you could hope for to win.
Sure.
Hell, you give me those numbers in the Cup run, they go 16-0 in the postseason. I'm not kidding you, man. Yeah. Or even last year. I mean, you last year, and Val is in, they probably beat Dallas and continue on. It's just that right now you can't put the puck in the back of the net at times. And I mean, you put 5 up in Edmonton, so let's not take that away from them. But you need it's all the big guns doing all the heavy lifting, and that's just not going to work for the long haul.
But Vic is right about this. These aren't bad teams, obviously. These teams are good, but you're basing it off of, are they the best? That's what you want to say. You want to be able to say that the Avs or the Nuggets are the best teams in their respective leagues, and they have championship aspirations.
And each of those teams went to, I think, 2 or 3 seasons where at this juncture you say, yeah, they're the best.
Right.
Or among the best. Right now they're not.
Like, you know where they feel right now? They kind of feel like the Broncos. And for the Broncos' expectations, that was fine. You're like, well, they haven't been here in forever. This is great that they're in this spot.
You know where they feel, to me, to be totally true to myself? They're sort of in that second tier. That second tier, right? Not to say that the second tier can't emerge. They can. Sometimes that second tier of teams, man, they get hot at the right time. Watch out. But right now, here are the top teams, the championship aspiring teams, and both the Nuggets and Avs are right below them.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. You may have a different opinion. That's how I feel.
I think you're totally right. And I'll just, based on what you said, Vic, if the Rockies in late July were in the places that the Avs and Nuggets are, we'd be ecstatic, right? We'd be like, are you kidding me? They jumped here?
Cartwheels.
But because you have the recent championships and largely the same main core of these teams as far as their best players still on them, it hasn't felt like a whole bunch of turnover. I mean, obviously with the Avs, you lose Mikko. That's a big change. But it's not like they lost Mikko, Moj, and they don't have somebody else who is pretty good. Because Netchis is pretty good.
He's pretty good. He's a point-a-game guy. Is that bad?
That sounds pretty good to me.
Okay. But I look at all these teams. And by the way, Winnipeg has won 9 in a row. So they're back to being Winnipeg.
Yeah, Winnipeg's in that OKC sort of territory. It's
I watched OKC last night.
Yeah.
Fellas, all year long I've been wondering, is this team real? Is this team real? Is this team real? They're real. Holy crap, that team is good.
Well,
really good.
Let me say this. I think every team in the West in the NHL has a flaw. They all have flaws. Winnipeg has flaws.
Sure.
Dallas has flaws. Minnesota has won 3 in a row, which is crazy. But they have flaws, right? We've seen it. The Avs have flaws. Vegas has flaws. Edmonton has flaws. The Kings have flaws. So, I mean, I guess when I'm starting to compare team to team, I put high expectations on the Avs only because I know how good they can be.
Let me tell you why our expectations are so high.
You give me Minnesota in a series, Vic,
yeah.
I'll take it all day and all night, no problem.
The fundamental reason expectations remain where they are, where perhaps they're not as good at teams as they used to be, is because they still possess the best players in their respective games. That's why. They still have Joker, and they still have McCarr and McKinnon.
By the way, before we get to a break, and I got some news that I think is pretty crazy that we'll get to in a couple of minutes. How often does Riker sit between the benches? Like, what percentage of games would you say he does that?
It's a total of like 18 games a year, something like that.
Do you want to know what it sounds like to be a color commentator between the benches and take a puck right between the eyes? Because this is what happens to the Sabres broadcaster who did that.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period, and Razor just took another one. And that was a rocket. Doctors checking Razor out very quickly. That was close to the eye.
Is that Rob Ray the fighter?
Yes. He's a great dude, by the way. Rob Ray is a great, great dude.
He was a hell of a fighter.
Obviously, we bleeped it. It is as clean of an F-bomb as you're going to hear on a broadcast
so good.
Well, what would you say?
No, of course. I'm not blaming him at all. I'm just saying it's as clean as you're going to get.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period, and Razor just took another one.
Mark Rycroft is crazy to sit between the...
He absolutely loves it.
Just crazy.
I will say this. Our little cubby hole between the benches is smaller than the one in Buffalo. The one in Buffalo is a little wider, so there's more opportunity for a puck to get in there and nail a guy. But Riker, it's come close a couple of times, but he's never been nailed, knock on wood.
He should be forced to wear a lacrosse helmet.
Well, the league also... So here's what happened. It started to happen with a little bit more regularity, guys get clipped. And because they're standing right against the boards, right?
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period. And
it's the...
So they put this little barrier. They've backed it up about 2 feet so the broadcaster can't go beyond this barrier.
Yeah, so it's a little deeper.
Yeah, a little deeper. It's not the first time that Rob Ray's been hit in the head with a puck. It's been multiple times now.
Dude, and he still keeps going back?
I'm telling you, man.
Nah.
Did you see
the puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period. And
did you see his face afterward?
Oh,
God, is it beautiful.
Did he get stitches?
Let me show Brett. Hang on.
Because he got it right between the eyes, right?
Right on the nose and the eye.
Nah, dude. Nope. Not doing it.
Yeah, God, remember we saw that with what's the Rockies broadcaster's name? The woman who does the sideline stuff where she got cracked right on the forehead.
Do you remember that? That was scary.
Oh boy, there you go, Mosh. We got it. Yeah, that looks like it hurts.
Yep.
That was somebody. Scary. That looks like somebody who did this.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period.
So see if I can see that one. It's probably right there. Oh,
yeah, that's scary.
But that's the same thing, Vic. Like, I would not want the job of that because look. I tell everybody all the time they've done a better job because they got the nets kind of basically down to the foul poles now, which they didn't used to. And I would watch these people that are sitting like second row, third baseline at Coors Field who are like talking to their friend. They got their kid next to them. I'm like, you guys need head on a swivel. What are you doing?
Oh, by the way, Moj, Riker, you spent the weekend with him. He's now a dual citizen. Was he rooting for the U.S. or Canada?
Canada all the way. Basically,
take the U.S. version of that duel and take it from him.
Dude, basically, he roots for the U.S. in everything in the world except hockey.
You call Riker right now.
I don't.
And you take that U.S. thing from him.
Did you hear what he said last night on the show?
Yes, and that's why I bring it up. About Binnington?
Oh, you heard that?
Yes.
Make it quick.
He said he likes him.
He said, I like Binnington.
All right, yeah. You know what? Deported.
This guy is so... This guy is so dead to me right now.
Retract his dual citizenship today.
Some big news here that Look, it's always a changing landscape, and this one's changed a lot over the past couple of days. I'll explain next.
He gone!
All right, so I saw this story. I just wonder what you guys think. So over the weekend, the Rockies win 3 of their first 4 spring training games. Fun to watch, a lot of offense, a lot of, as our friends would say on TikTok, big booms over the course of the weekend. I give Zach Veen 5 big booms for his bat flip. Boom, 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 boom. But look, it got my baseball juices flowing. I'm getting back into the thought, I was wearing shorts. I'm wearing shorts today, like a little warmer weather outside. Baseball's around the corner. I'm happy. And I read this story this morning that ESPN is severing ties with the MLB after this year. So they will no longer have the MLB on ESPN.
Well, that came out a couple days ago.
Wait, you mean no more Yankees Red Sox Sunday Night Baseball for 18 consecutive weeks?
Yes.
Was there anything more predictable than, hey, what's on Sunday night? Oh, Yankees Red Sox on ESPN.
They are not doing games anymore.
Yeah.
And look, to a certain extent, I guess I do not blame ESPN for doing this. Like, it's a lot of money for a product. I don't know how many people watch Sunday Night Baseball or something like that. It's probably not nearly what it used to be. I don't know quite the reason for it. But I will say this.
They spent a lot of money on the NBA. That's why they're out of money.
Well, here's what's weird, though. The MLB has been the home for, or the ESPN has been the home for some MLB package for a long, long time. And you've seen this slow sort of cut on ESPN from any baseball content whatsoever.
Well, Baseball Tonight is gone. All that stuff is gone.
I used to watch Baseball Tonight religiously. Like, it was a great half an hour. Hey, let's recap what happened in the league, get to some web gems, a whole bunch of stuff. And they cut that show. And now they're cutting ties entirely. And my question is this sort of a, I guess, indictment on baseball as a whole, or is this an indictment on TV landscapes and how things are changing? Because I think it's probably a little bit of both. But I don't know, Moj. They spent a whole bunch of money to get the NHL on ESPN platforms, and I doubt that NHL games are rating higher than baseball games are.
I don't think like they are for MLB. MLB, they were giving $550 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the NBA gets what from ESPN, Vic? $1 billion, $1.4 billion, something like that. The problem is that they're locked into the NBA contract, ESPN is, for a long period of time. And they're probably going to have to try to maximize that the best they possibly can. They had an opt-out clause with Major League Baseball. They were partners for 35 years, ESPN and Major League Baseball. 35 years. And then apparently, again, baseball said it's a mutual split. Apparently, ESPN went in and said, you know what? We're opting out. That's it. We can't do it.
Sport.
Yeah. There you go.
That's the answer to it's a very easy riddle to answer. Baseball, you're not going to want to hear this, Brett.
No, you're right. I've said this forever.
Sport.
But so was the NHL, and they jumped on the NHL rights.
That's not. The term national pastime, and listen, I am the biggest baseball honk in terms of yesteryear and past generations. Again, I read the Bill James book. We go into it all the time. 80s baseball players, we can name them until we're dead. It's no longer what the sport used to be. That sport's gone. It's a regional sport.
No, but
that's it.
But hang on, Vic. What I'm asking is, NHL is very regional too. I don't think there's a whole bunch of NHL fans.
It's cheaper.
Okay, that's
it's
fair.
Cheaper.
It's fair.
A lot cheaper to broadcast. It's much cheaper than the price tag of the MLB. So if they're going to pick a sport, they've already chosen the NBA over baseball. They put a bunch of money in the NBA. So that was their choice.
Well, yeah, and that's an easy one, I think. The NBA is way more popular.
And anybody that says, "Oh, they're losing money on the NBA," you could argue what you want. Baseball just doesn't hit like it used to.
Here's my question, though. I think we all understand why baseball has a major appeal as far as television. It's the only thing on for months.
Yeah.
It's the only live sport you get. And I thought just that fact alone would mean that ESPN would want to keep it because, look, you go to a bar on a Saturday night in July and they got the TVs on sports. There's one sport that's on at that time.
Baseball.
Yeah. And I thought that alone would mean
you go
hey,
to you go to any outside patio at any bar, right?
It's always a game.
Maybe you're playing some cornhole, whatever. And baseball's always.
It's the one built-in advantage that baseball has over other sports is literally there's no competition for like half the year.
All right, so let's address the elephant in the room. Why do you think baseball has lost its television appeal? Not its game appeal, because going to a game is still something. It's an event. People like going to games, but television appeal. What's the reason?
That's a great question, Vic. I'll tell you, for me, well, you know me.
It moves slowest.
Yeah, it
really does.
It does. I got on the crotchety old man bandwagon, 25 years ago. That was my problem, right? Even longer than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I was mad about the whole steroid era and all this kind of thing, blah, blah. It's like you're stealing from your own selves. It's not cool. That being said, I still love the game of baseball. Again, I've told you there are times I'll stop at a Little League game and just, watch an inning or two. Random. But I don't hate the game.
No, I got you.
But I hate the sport of Major League Baseball at times. It drives me crazy. I think there's been so many missteps that make me just insane about the sport of Major League Baseball. I still love the game itself. And like you said, Vic, it's still fun to go to games, man. I'll go sit, have a couple of coldies and a dog and enjoy myself. Every stadium's like a cathedral. I love going to Coors Field just for the ambiance.
Yeah, going to the games is never a problem. That's still.
But I find myself, Vic. And I'm not even kidding you. This is right, exactly what you said. Boy, am I consuming less of it on television today than I ever have at any time in my entire life.
Moshe, I don't know who the players are. Moshe, I don't know who these people are.
You know what? I really don't either, Vic.
I don't know who the hell these players are. Pick a team. Let's go ahead. Pick a team. Fellas, pick a team. Milwaukee. Who plays for Milwaukee?
I don't really know, dude. I don't
Anyone?
really know. I don't know, dude.
Christian Yelich? Is he still there?
I mean, you just said something, right? You could have asked me that question
Dawson. Go to
20 years ago, and I would name 10 players for you.
The starting third baseman for the Milwaukee Brewers is Caleb Durbin.
It's a good player.
Starting first
But it's not top of mind.
Starting second baseman is Bryce Terang.
It's not top of mind. And I think the core of the matter is when people know that it's an inequitable sport in terms of salary structure, when that's deep-rooted, I think part of you is like, why bother? Where's the competitive flavor? Why am I bothering to invest in this?
Are people going to go to Coors Field, Vic, to watch the Rockies and the Dodgers?
Yes,
yeah.
because it's a night out.
But
it's a night out.
If I go to a Rockies and Dodgers game, Vittorio, Brett, I'm going to walk through those gates, and I'm going to fully expect the Rockies to get clubbed to death.
Yes, listen, but I had choices yesterday on television, right? I could have watched spring baseball with my favorite teams. I spent 2.5 hours watching the Mexico Open golf, which to me was riveting. It went to a playoff, and this Brian Campbell guy, 32-year-old who never won anything on any tour, hits a tree on the second playoff hole, comes back into play, wins the playoff, and wins his first tournament. That was the most dramatic thing I watched all day.
I did watch Rocky spring training well over the weekend.
Well, I mean, again, to each his own. To each his own. That could not have even held a candle to what I thought was riveting Mexico Open golf.
See, but look, it's two different discussions that we're having. A texter does mention something, though, that I want to address. He goes, nobody watches baseball at a bar. I was, first of all, I do occasionally.
I do.
Second of all,
I do.
That's not the point. The point isn't having a captive viewer. You get ratings by just it being on television, though, and that's the whole aspect of it. Like, whenever these regional sports marketing or regional sports network things, that, of course, we know this, the big thing with the RSNs right now isn't necessarily how many people are watching, but how many people have it in their package, whether they're watching it or not, right? That's the whole point. That's why cable was so appealing. It's like you can have, I mean, how many channels do you have on your cable network right now, Moj, that you do not watch ever? Like the Oprah Network or E! Or whatever. Like, the point is you're still paying for that despite not watching. It's the same concept with the MLB contracts for ESPN. You go to a bar, it's on.
Yeah, it's absolutely on. I just thought of something. Do you remember back in the day doing this show with one Vic Lombardi? And so what'd you do last night? Remember we'd ask him, what'd you do last night, buddy? Hey, buddy, old pal. Mm-hmm. and he say, well, I got myself a whiskey and I sat in my hot tub and I watched baseball.
Yeah, that's when the Rockies were making the playoffs. Remember that? I remember that.
Do you remember that?
I do. I remember that. It was part of my summer nights.
Dude, you were hot tub Vic.
Watching baseball.
With a half a glass of whiskey, sipping that baby, watching baseball for an hour, 2 hours.
Again, I feel dirty talking about this because I have a baseball background. I love the game. It's in my heart. I grew up playing the game. It's dead to me. And I hate saying that. It hurts to say that. It's dead to me today. I don't know anything about the game is lost. When you objectively tell me that some teams have a much better advantage of winning because of the salary cap structure and the way they put it together, that the LA Dodgers in your own division have, I can't even tell you the chance they have better at winning because of the way they spend. What's the point? What are we watching? That's not competition. That's movies. That's theater. That's worldwide wrestling. That's not fair competition. We watch sports because competition, you don't know the winner and the loser, right? That's why we watch, because you want to see the outcome. What good is it to watch something where the outcome's already there based on how much you spend?
How many games do the Rockies and the Dodgers play
together
against each other this year?
It's
more than 12, right?
Yeah, isn't it like 15?
15?
What's
16?
the point?
How many?
What's the point?
Okay, how many think the Dodgers are going to win against the Rocks?
Who cares? At the end of the day, they can always fix something. If they lose 8 players due to season-ending arm injuries, they will outspend you. It doesn't matter. What's the point? Where's the fair competition?
Well, look, you guys know I agree with you on this, that I think it's insane that they have this kind of disparity. But, Vic, you were the one saying the whole appeal of the U.S. in hockey is the underdog aspect. It makes you a pretty big underdog. Does make you an underdog.
You know full well the underdog in baseball is much different than the underdog in what we just watched. The U.S. and Canada, they're not spending money to fulfill every wish they have.
Well, yeah. Would you say it's more like U.S. basketball then? Because it's not spending money, but just
hold on a second. It's almost like this.
I'm just saying, as far as the competitive roster stack up side by side.
You show up to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in a 19. What's your favorite car? Was it a LeSabre?
Oh, my Buick LeSabre.
Okay, you're a LeSabre.
I miss it.
Now, and they show up. The Dodgers show up in an Indy car.
Yeah.
So it's you, and green flag is waved. Indy car takes off.
But it's not.
Hold on. Yes, it is. And you're in your Buick. Now, the Indy car may break down, and they can always get new parts for it because your LeSabre's so slow. They may put it in the wall and completely explode. I guess that's a possibility. But they have a far better chance of winning the race than you do in your Buick.
It's stupid.
They have a much better shot.
If you're the Rockies, or
Brett,
if you're half of baseball, you can do everything right, and you still need other teams to do a lot of things wrong and have bad things happen to them for you to be able to win.
And I'm sorry to say this, Moser, a better analogy is this. You're in the Daytona 500. Your car has restrictor plates on it. The other cars don't.
Okay, but
that's not fair.
Listen to Ricky Bobby over there.
That's not fair.
Listen to
I
Ricky
have
Bobby.
to race with restrictor plates. And let me tell you something else, Junior. Let me tell you something else about baseball that's bothering me. Is the WBC comes along, and I suddenly love it. Why do I love the WBC? Why?
I can't. You'd have
no salary caps. There's no. It's you play. You are what you are. You play for your country. You don't play for money. You don't play for highest bidder. You don't pay for. We're going to spend $1 billion in deferred payments. You play for your country, and it's fair. Fairness.
I understand.
There's nothing fair about today's baseball.
I understand everything, and I agree with you. But I will tell you this. It's not like a foregone conclusion on who's going to win.
No,
it's
not. You're right. Every once in a
because
while.
Because everybody points at Yankees,
right.
Dodgers last year, and they're like, see, payrolls.
Hey.
And hang on, just let me go through this for a second. Hang on. Yankees, Dodgers last year, yes, you get the matchup of two of the top payrolls in the MLB. But the year before that was Rangers, D-backs. Year before that was Stros, Phillies. Year before that was Braves, Astros.
And
year before that was Dodgers, Rays.
And then what happened?
Oh, it's harder to sustain. Yeah.
Yes. So what happened to the D-backs the year after? What happened? It's so funny. Everybody points to that. Oh, you always have a chance. Sure. Once every 10 years? Once every 5 years? Sure. But those teams that spend, they're there every year.
Have
Every
you
year.
have you
It's
seen
kind of every year?
Have you seen the starting
Every year.
rotation of the LA Dodgers?
Every year.
Yes,
And they have
I'm
a
well
chance
aware.
every year. And you know what? After a while, you're like, this is ridiculous.
By the way,
This is stupid.
is Shohei going to pitch this year?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he took last year off.
Well, he had
Well, he had to,
surgery.
yeah, but I mean, he still hit, obviously.
You know, like the Kansas City Royals were there. Yeah. Then what happened?
They go away.
Okay.
Then what happened?
But
One and done. One and done.
It's stupid.
Is it? Look, it's a different way to view it. Now we got to get to a break anyway. All I was going to say was, there's plenty of teams in the NBA that have a couple of years of a window. Toronto had like a couple of years of a window, and then it disappeared immediately.
Yeah, but at least
the Lakers always have.
They
At
have
least
a
the
salary
playing, the
cap and
playing
they make
field
it
is fair
fair.
for them.
Okay, yes, they do. But there's other advantages that some NBA teams have over others that I think are very, very large ones. If Jokic were just to retire this year, how long would it take for the Nuggets to get back?
Understood,
as opposed
but
to
the
the
fact
Lakers.
that Nuggets won a championship tells you why it's more fairness-based than MLB.
And the Rangers just won a couple of years ago, is all I'm saying. It's the same thing. You're dealing with smaller windows depending on what team you have. It's just a different way to get there. It's salary or something else. Now, anyway, 303-504-0925. You guys want to comment on this? Shop Mazda text line open for you. Back after this.
Vic, this was big back in the day. This was big. When I was a little kid, this song was gigantic. You know what I'm talking about? My Sharona?
Cool.
You weren't even a glimmer in your parents' eye. I'm not even sure that T. Willie knew your mom.
Just my answer would be, so what? There's plenty of songs that were popular when I was a kid. What about it? Again, interesting stat, by the way, from Dan Hyatt he just sent to me. One last thing on the baseball discussion. Since 1995, 48% of the champions and 38% of the contestants in the World Series have had top 5 payrolls. So he says payrolls get you in the playoffs. They don't win you championships. Last year was the exception. Sure. That from Dan Hyatt.
Once you're in the tournament, anybody can win. But what gets you to the tournament? Now do the tournament. What gets you there? What gets you consistency?
Yes.
What gets you year in, year out consistency? See, here's the problem with baseball is you could have a small payroll team get there every once in a while. You going to get there every year?
No.
What gets you there every year? What assures that gets you? What gives you a better chance of getting you there every year?
Money.
Yeah.
Hey, money doesn't guarantee anything, but money gives you
Moser.
a way better chance than everybody else.
Let me blow up this argument right now.
Please.
All right, because I just read one of our texts, a beautiful text from Isaac. Let's pretend that the NFL did not have a salary cap. Who are the richest owners in the NFL?
Well, now it's ours here in Denver, Colorado.
You think if the Broncos didn't have a salary cap, what do you think this roster would look like?
Ooh, baby.
Do you think the Broncos would do pretty well?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You think so? So let's take away the salary cap in football and go the baseball route. What do you think it would do to the National Football League? What would it do do you think it would do good or bad to the National Football League?
Yeah, but again.
What would it do, Brett?
It would be awful. I'm not arguing that.
The end.
What's the end?
That's why
I agree
baseball. That's but you're making the argument. Well, baseball. Some of the lore.
No, baseball.
Get a salary cap, then come talk to me.
Hang on. Baseball does have a way. I think maybe hockey is the only other sport that can say this. Mm-hmm. Where once you get into the playoffs, there doesn't feel like there's an overwhelming favorite just because there's a lot more randomness that's in the equation. Basketball almost never has a surprise winner. Ever.
Sure.
Ever. Basketball always, exactly like the 2 or 3 teams that got a shot.
But we're talking about baseball right now. Do you want to see a salary cap in baseball? Yes or no?
Sorry, Nelly was talking to me. Ask me again.
Do you want to see a salary cap
of course.
in baseball? Do you think it would benefit the
wouldn't?
sport? So why aren't they doing it?
Because they can't.
Why?
Because they've gone too far with their salaries already.
Why? Why do you think the fundamental? I'm going to tell you why. It's because the lower level teams are making so much money off revenue sharing, they don't care.
I'm trying to think of the last team that won that was a surprise in the NBA. Oh my God.
It's got to be Toronto, right? With Kawhi.
Yeah, it's got in the last 40 years, that's probably the only team that was a surprise. The Nuggets were not a surprise.
Well, the Nuggets were a surprise.
They were a 1 seed,
hang
bro.
On. They were a surprise initially in that playoff run because I don't think people bought them. And then they watched Jokic play and they go, oh, okay, never mind.
The Raptors were still a 2 seed that year. The Mavericks in 2011 were a 3 seed. Is that a surprise? Maybe. Spurs at one point were a 3 seed. They beat Cleveland. Maybe.
The only surprises come in
Houston.
Football and
Houston
hockey.
in '95, Rudy Tomjanovich and those guys beat the Orlando Magic 4-0. They were a 6.
Listen, the surprises come in football and hockey. You guys, you're totally right on that argument. Hell, this year's Super Bowl champion was a surprise. It was on this show. We didn't expect Philly to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
When the playoffs started, how many of us had Philly?
Nobody. What's weird about Philly, though, is Philly makes a lot more sense when you look
in hindsight.
Yeah,
in hindsight.
Does.
But I'm saying when we start back in December, late December, did any of us have Philly winning a Super Bowl? No. That's a surprise. That qualifies as a surprise. Hockey produces surprises every year. You're right.
I'm trying to think of baseball. When Kansas City snuck in and won. That was a surprise.
Dude, Cleveland was this close to winning.
Cleveland, yeah.
No, baseball is dude. 2 years ago was a giant surprise with both teams that were in it. Like, baseball is full of surprises in the postseason. It's impossible to predict. Like, this to me is not even close. I think baseball has, once the tournament starts, it has the most unpredictable playoff stretch that you could try and find.
We would have, and let me fully admit this, if this radio show were headquartered in L.A., New York, I don't know, even Texas, Arlington, we would probably have a different take on baseball because the team is in the mix every year. Right?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
obviously.
But that's what comes with the territory of being a regional sport. If the team in your region is amazingly good, then yeah, you're all over it. Yeah.
And therein lies the issue too. I mean, we sour on it because
the only markets that I think like would continue talking about their baseball team, even if they're bad, New York's certainly one of them.
Yeah, Boston's
certainly one of them. Chicago probably would, unless you're the White Sox.
Like, it freaks me out to go to markets. How many markets in America does the baseball team take front and center over the football team?
LA.
That's weird to me, right? That's weird. That's like, that doesn't happen.
Well, in LA, what's the number one team in LA?
The Dodgers.
No, the
or
Lakers.
The Lakers.
The Lakers are number one. Dodgers are number two.
I don't know, man. Some might tell you it's the Dodgers.
It might be. It could be. I mean,
my future son-in-law is a L.A. born and bred guy, and he says it's the Dodgers.
All right. Very well could be, though. Very well could be. I mean, their local television contract per year is staggering. It's ridiculous.
Well, we can get back to this in a little bit, but first, let's get to our keys to the game between the Nuggets and the Pacers tonight.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Vic, 5 o'clock, early tip tonight, East Coast, Indiana, taking on the Pacers after that loss to the Lakers over the weekend. What should we look for keys?
I'm going to need Michael Porter Jr. to snap out of it. I've used him in keys before, and when he scores over 20, just check it out. Nuggets usually win. So I'm going to make it very easy for you. He's got to score 21-plus for the Nuggets to win tonight. And I know we always focus on offense. By the way, the Nuggets have won 8 straight against Indianapolis. Did you know that? 8 straight.
Why do you keep saying Indianapolis?
I don't know. Indiana, the Pacers, whatever. They're in Indianapolis. You're exactly right. Indiana Pacers located in Indianapolis. That's the key tonight.
That's the key.
The key is Michael Porter Jr. in Indianapolis against Indiana has to score at least 21 points for the Nuggets to win this game because defensively they don't have it. Defensively, if you're thinking that the Nuggets are going to suddenly clamp down on defense, good luck finding that key because it's not going to happen. By the way, another thing you're going to see tonight, Sean Payton, it's Combine Week for the NFL. He's going to have a party for the media, and guess where the party place is going to be?
At the game?
He rented out a suite at the Nuggets-Pacers game. So you're going to see Sean Payton and company on our broadcast tonight.
Hold on. Sean Payton's having a party for the media?
He's going to have sort of like, not a party per se, more of a, hey, here's Combine Week. Come on down. I want to invite you all.
Wait, not for his coaches, not for his people, for the media?
For the media.
What media?
Yeah.
Jeff Legwold?
In fact, better call Leggy right now and tell him to go to the Nuggets game tonight. Of course, Leggy's probably nerding out on Combine stuff, so he may not have time for it.
I like it better when the key to the game was Indianapolis is in Indiana. You can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm texting Legwold.
4:30 pregame. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC in a huge selection of used all in one place. Back after this.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
At the midcourt circle is Austin Reeves. We're over halfway home in the fourth quarter. I'm starting to play clock already. Reeves for three. Good, and that might be the ball game. Denver down 113-94 with 5.5 to go. Coming into tonight, Denver had beaten the LA Lakers 11 out of the last 12, but LA completely the dominant team here tonight in Denver.
Okay, Lakers dominate the Nuggets over the weekend. They got a chance to bounce back against a good Indianapolis team, fourth in the Eastern Conference. Before we get there, I got a thought on something, and
I want to read a text. I haven't read a text all day. I want to read one.
You have definitely read text today.
Oh,
just quickly though, Vic.
Wait, let me get back to this key. The Nuggets will win if the Pacers, who play in Indianapolis, play?
Yes. Here's what I was thinking about. And they had a long stretch before that Lakers game of blowing out opponents and Jokic not playing in the fourth quarter and getting a full rest. We're like, gosh, man, we talked about that heading into the season, right? Mm-hmm. The idea that we need to get these guys a little bit more rest and not have them tired for the postseason. And after having all that stretch of games where he wasn't playing in the fourth, you're like, oh, well, they're doing it. Mm-hmm. I looked up the numbers. Jokic is averaging the most minutes of his career this year. 36 a game. 36. Last year was 34.6, I want to say. Yeah, 34.6, and that was the most in his career. Jamal Murray this year is averaging 36 minutes a game, the most he's ever averaged in his career. Does that concern you? If that was something we were thinking about before the season started of not taxing these guys so much, well, they're being taxed now more than ever.
Does it concern me? Of course. I mean, do you want those kind of minutes piling up? No, but Joker's also had fewer games that he's played. Jamal missed a ton of games. Aaron Gordon's missed a ton of games. So they're playing more minutes, but they're not playing as many games.
Okay. Just wondering. I wasn't saying there's a right or wrong answer. I'm just curious.
Yeah, they're not playing as many games. So it is what it is, man. I mean, this is what they are. You're suddenly not going to change this. I mean, the Nuggets without Nikola Jokic wouldn't win.
Yeah.
What exactly is your option?
Well,
what's your alternative here?
Good point. You have none.
Can I give you something that's going to blow you away?
Sure.
People wonder why.
It's been a long time since I've been blown away. I sure could use it.
I have some concern about the Nuggets. I do.
Yeah.
And they've got to prove it to me this week. And for those of you who think, well, they don't have to prove anything. Well, to me, they do.
Before you say this, Vic, I just want you to let you know, I currently have doors. I hope I have no doors by the end of this.
Hold on, let's close our doors.
They have to prove it to me. They have 4 games against winning teams out east this week, all right? And you got to beat winning teams if you want to prove something to me. The original starting 5 that I assume is going to start tonight, the original starting 5 is Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr., and Nikola Jokic. They've trotted that starting 5 out there 15 times this year. 15 times. Do you know what the starting 5's record is?
When they're all together?
Yeah. That's starting 5. That's their, hey, this is it. This is our starting 5. Let's go. Do you know what the record is?
Mm-mm.
What do you think?
I don't even know how many games they played together.
I just told 15. 15 times.
15 times.
13-2.
Moser.
12-3. 12-3.
Their record's 8-7.
What? Whoa! No doors!
My doors are gone.
I have no doors.
Whoa!
You've blown my doors off.
You know what I'm now? I'm now a speedboat. I've got no doors.
I'm like a gazebo over
100%.
here.
A freaking gazebo. Look at him.
That is actually incredible. Never would have guessed it.
He's a bathtub over here, huh? Look at him. No doors.
No, honestly, though, that is crazy.
That is. So,
yeah.
So what's your recommendation? Because Russ off the bench the other night had a pretty tidy little game against the Lakers.
What I'm trying to say is it's not necessarily about the starting 5. It's about the team.
Yeah, I did.
When they won a championship, Bruce Brown didn't start, but he was pretty much a starter. It's about the team.
You know what's so
it's
funny,
about
Vic?
The team.
When you talk
it's not about who starts the damn game.
For the last 4 years, even before the championship, but for the last 4 years, I felt like going into every game the Nuggets were playing, I felt like I had a pretty good handle on the game. Now, I was wrong sometimes, but I felt like for the vast majority of the time, Kaner, I'm like, I think they're going to lose this one, or they're going to club them, or whatever, right? I'm going to go into every single game on this road trip going, I have no flipping idea.
So
None. The Nuggets are a 5.5-point favorite, right, tonight?
This is what Moser's going to sound like over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Nelly, I need the hotkey up.
Yeah, the puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period. And
you can't get enough of that, can you?
I can't.
We played it on the bus. We played that on the bus over and over and over.
No, but you're right though, Moj. Like there's,
I don't know what this is total.
Well, here's what you can
territory.
expect.
You don't know what you're gonna get.
No, I know one thing about this team. They'll beat bad ones. They'll beat the bad teams.
Here's the other stat that goes along with that, and that's why I keep telling people, they have to prove something to me. They may not have to prove anything to you, to each his own, but to me they do. 4 games, beat the good teams. You know that starting 5 I just told you? The original starting 5, the one that we expect to start for the rest of the season?
Yeah.
They're 8-7. You know what the record is against winning teams? 2-5.
Oh, my God.
They've beaten 2 winning teams with the original starting 5. 2! This week they have a chance. This week, they have a chance to disprove all of that. This week, they could put it all to rest and say, okay, we are the Nuggets. But they got to do it. And if they don't, the tune still remains the same.
I think the same story can be said about the Colorado Avalanche. As of right this second, of your 23 remaining games, you've got 13 at home and 10 on the road. Okay, as of right this second. You got to butter your bread at Ball Arena this 6-game. I mean, it's the longest homestand of the year left here. Yeah. It's a 6-game homestand. And by the way, you're going to have 3 days off this weekend. You play Friday, but you don't play again until Tuesday. You're off Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. What are the odds of that? Yeah. You need, Vic, I'm telling you right now.
How many of those 6 games, how many points are you looking for?
There's 12 points available. Yeah. I'd say you've got to get at least 9.
I agree. And, you know, from the Nuggets' perspective, I'm going to tell you right now, a good road trip, and this may sound like I'm lowballing it, is 2-2. Does that sound like a lowball? To me, that's a fair road trip. It doesn't
sound like a number 2 team or a team competing for number 2
Guys,
in the West.
Look at who
It's
they're
not what
playing.
It sounds like.
Moj. Indiana is really good.
I know they're pretty good. They've won 3 in a row. I know.
They're 4th in the East.
Yeah.
Okay. Milwaukee's dangerous. Boston, I don't need to tell you about.
Yeah,
Detroit
they beat.
is dangerous.
Did you see what they did yesterday? They beat the snot out of the Knicks.
So 2-2 is what I'll take. I'll take it. Now you're saying how many points for the Avs on this?
I say you got to have
homestand?
9, man.
9 out of 12. Okay.
9.
Yeah. So let's say they go 2-2 during that stretch, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
What about this then? Because afterwards it's Sacramento, Phoenix, OKC, Minnesota,
Good
LA.
luck. Doesn't get easier, does it?
Mm-mm.
Doesn't get easier. And you know what? I love it. I said it even after the All-Star break. I said, the fact that they're facing a tough schedule is great because this is what you're going to see in the playoffs. You're going to see playoff teams. Guess what you see in the playoffs, guys? Playoff teams.
So here's what...
Guess what they're going to see here for the next 2 weeks? Playoff teams.
Here's what could happen, might happen. So this stretch of games, here's what I'm going to do. After the 14th, so the games up until then, this 4-game road trip, Indiana, Milwaukee, Detroit, Boston. Then it's Sacramento and Phoenix at home. Then 2 games on the road at OKC. Then Minnesota. Then the Lakers. After that, it's a whole bunch of easier teams to close out the year. I'm going to base everything that I think the Nuggets can do on now till the 14th. Because afterwards, they might go on this big run and like catch a little momentum heading into the postseason, but it's going to feel the same way it did right before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
So I'm going to base a lot of that off of the next 2.5 weeks.
You want to base it on good competition.
Yeah.
You want to base it on good competition. And there's nothing wrong with having a 500 record against elite teams, because that's a good record. It's you win some, you lose some. You just can't be 2-5 from your starters. You can't. You have to be able to win some of these. Eventually, you have to.
So, Vic,
and the way they've won it in the past, Moshe, the way they've won these kind of games is they've grinded them out. Yeah. They've shown enough defense. They've given you enough defense to eke them out. Right now, the defense is non-existent. This team doesn't play defense. It doesn't.
So that's
Doesn't play
why
defense.
I'm trying to wrestle with it in my brain this way. Is it a lack of effort, or is it a want to, or is it a personnel?
I just don't think they
or
have
is it a
personnel to play
combination?
defense.
Hey, we said this to start the show today with the Avs. There's no more the Avs got goalied. If it happens this frequently, it's not like you're running into bad luck. You just aren't doing enough. In the Nuggets case, I'm not playing the game of, hey, it's an effort thing and they'll turn it around when they feel like it. No, I think we would have seen that already.
Well,
there would
I'll
have
give you an
been
example.
moments in games like the Lakers game where they cut it to 5 or 6 where you're like, all right, well, this is the time to really put forth the effort if you got it, and they couldn't do it.
They scored 137 to beat the Sixers in Philly, 125 to beat the Pelicans, 144 again to beat the Pelicans, 146 to beat the Blazers, 129 to beat the Hornets, 132 against the Blazers. They're scoring and scoring. If they're not scoring, what are they doing? Let me see the Nuggets win a couple games where they're not scoring against good teams. That's when I know the Nuggets are back.
That's a great point, Vic. I mean, in their wins since January 8th, they have one win where they scored 107 and another win when they scored 113 and one with 112. But never, that's few and far between. Everything else is in the 120 plus.
See, and that's what the Lakers did. What the Lakers did is that
wow.
the Lakers turned off their scoring by smothering Joker. So they turned off their scoring. What's your counterpunch? Well, you can't play defense. You gave up 123.
Right.
What is your counterpunch? You got to have one. If they turn off your scoring, much like in the championship season, what did Miami do? Miami turned off the Nuggets scoring. Remember Game 5?
Yeah.
But the Nuggets basically said,
But
hey,
the Nuggets still won.
Well, they said, you want to play some D? We're going to play D better than you.
Exactly.
We'll beat you at that game.
Exactly.
In Game 5, Miami, oh my God, they couldn't do anything. Nuggets said, screw it. We'll win the ugliest basketball game you can possibly think of. And they did.
You guys were thinking about what is the Nuggets' biggest win of the year, and Dan Hyatt and I were exchanging some texts, and I have to agree with him. I'm not going to go to OKC early in the season. It was too early. Those first 2 weeks, those don't count. I'm going to go to the game in Atlanta that occurred on the road in a hostile environment where the Nuggets usually struggle.
New Year's
Atlanta's
Day.
a tough place to
New
play
Year's
for them.
Day.
No, this was December 8th at
New Year's Day.
Atlanta.
Oh, no, they homer against Atlanta that day. Sorry.
Atlanta had won 6 in a row prior to that game. The Nuggets had just come off a devastating loss against Washington. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
They lost to Washington.
Washington
Joker
had, I think, 6 wins at that
56.
point.
Joker
Something
had
like that.
56, and the Nuggets lost. And the Nuggets beat Atlanta and blew them out of the water. 141-111. Blew them right out of the... That was their biggest win of the year, in my humble estimation. Now, you got 4 chances this week against Eastern Conference teams to produce some of your biggest wins of the year. Let's go, baby. Starting tonight, let's go.
Got to. Again, that game is going to have pregame at 4:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, tip-off at 5 o'clock.
Hey, Nelly sent us something over the weekend. And I specifically did not respond to it because I wanted to see how you guys were going to respond to it. Vic, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Brett's all-time favorite lady,
His wife?
daughter of God, no, Sister Jean, met the Pop-Tart mascot. Did you happen to see that?
No.
Nelly, why do you even send things, Steve, if nobody's going to pay attention to it?
I mean, if there's a tiny chance that Brett pulls out his phone and sees Sister Jean chatting up a Pop-Tart and it ruins his weekend, for that 2% chance, I'll send it anyway. I'll take a flyer on that, Moj.
Would that have... Here, Brett, I'm going to show it to you. You tell me if this ruins your weekend. Sister Jean and the Pop-Tart.
Yeah. What am I supposed to do with that?
I don't know.
Why would that make me angry?
Because you hate her guts.
I don't hate... How many times are I going to say this? I do not hate Sister Jean. I hate the television producers that constantly put Sister Jean on TV.
Go. Now, Sister Jean got a fist pump out of the Pop-Tart. That's a big deal.
I don't think it's a big deal. Dude, see, but this is what I'm talking about.
Dude, she's a 102-year-old lady fist pumping a Pop-Tart. That's a big deal.
See, this is my problem with Sister Jean. Again, this isn't her fault. The fact that you think it's a big deal is what bothers me. That's my entire point. It's always been my point.
Actually, I take that back. You know what? Dude, she's 105. If I'm 105 and I'm fist bumping a Pop-Tart,
you might. In fact, you aren't going to hit 105 because of Pop-Tarts.
Yeah. Okay. You have a Pop-Tart that might be 105 in your belly right now.
Hey, Vic, your grandfather. He just turned 100, did he not?
Yeah, he's close to 101 now.
Okay. Which is awesome. You'll see him for his birthday this summer, won't you?
Yep.
Okay. Would you do me would you take some Pop-Tarts? Do me a favor. He's going to be 101. You take some Pop-Tarts to Villa San Michele, please, and get a video of him fist bumping Pop-Tarts, would you please?
Better yet, why don't you come with me? Why don't you and the bear come with Terry and I?
I'd love to. Can we stay at Incernia?
Yeah. Come with me.
Stupid ass questions.
When is it?
July. Mid.
It's so hot. Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you what. If we do it, I'll bring the Pop-Tarts, and I'll have your grandfather fist bump some Pop-Tarts. I mean, once you're what do you call an octogenarian is 80 years old.
For the love of God. For the love of God. You've been doing this for 3 minutes now.
Yeah.
At any point, did you feel the need that maybe you should stop and we should go to break? Or were you going to keep... What was the next thing you had planned?
You're not even
this?
amazed that somebody hits 100 years of age.
Hang on. What was the next thing, before I stopped you, that you were going to say? As opposed to what should have been said 2 minutes ago, which was, all right, didn't hit, we should probably just leave it there.
Moj doesn't know when something doesn't hit.
This totally
He
hits
just
for me.
keeps hitting.
Because it hits for me. I don't care about you. Watching the old lady high-five a Pop-Tart is kind of cool, man. She's $1.05, dude.
Big time win.
That is the dumbest reference we've ever made on this show.
You know what just happened? This is what happened. And this happens occasionally on this show. And sometimes I just like to see where it goes. Vic, there's an inbound. I'm the point guard. I'm like, ball me. And Moshe's Boban. And he's trying to go coast to coast right now.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Now, this is KYP. This is Know Your Personnel. I'm the point guard. I'm dribbling down. I got Moser coming one side. I got someone else here. I ain't giving the ball to Moser.
No, Moser just went full Philip Seymour Hoffman in Along Came Polly. Let her rain!
Absolutely. You know, you just don't have a heart, though, man. I guess that's what it is.
Well, and the best part is this whole bit that we've been working on for 5 minutes is a visual bit. This is a radio show.
Yeah, but if you get the
we were talking about a photograph of a Pop-Tart.
If you get to triple digits, man, that's I think it's pretty cool.
I mean, this is why I always get nervous, Moj, when you hit me with one of these. I got something, and I'm like, could it be something like I couldn't imagine? Which is, I got something. That something is, I'm going to talk about a Pop-Tart high-fiving an old lady for 5 minutes.
What do you think? What is Moser's hit rate when he says, "I got something"?
Here's the thing, though. See, the hit rate is irrelevant to me because it's probably low, but when they hit hard. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's my Adam Dunn, man. I got to send you up to the plate, and you're going to take some hacks. But if you get a hold of one, it's going 520.
I'm kind of like J.R. Smith. I will hoist from anywhere on the floor.
But right now, you come sit next to me, friend.
All right, back up to this. Hey, speaking of reasons to hate Canada, is Nickelback still doing stuff?
I think
they're still kicking, man.
Hey, if I got you free tickets to a Nickelback show, would you go?
No.
Okay.
Now, again, I'm not a guy who just goes to concerts. Like, hey, I got an extra ticket to this thing. Do you want to go? And it's like, no, I would have to like them. I have to like them first. The one I regret is you went to Tower of Power, and I should have gone to that.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
Anyway, so a couple things here. Just quickly, if I was just reading a story about, draft coming up. We got the combine this weekend. Maybe some guys move up, move down in the overall draft power rankings, whatever. If Ashton Genty was available at 20, would you be pissed if the Broncos didn't take him?
Not one bit. Take him.
No. If they did not take him.
Oh, yes.
I probably would be. Again, I think he's got a chance to be a really dang good back in this league.
I would have to know what their alternative would be.
Sure.
I mean, if they took a tight end, perhaps I'd think differently.
Makes sense.
The credo in the NFL is always just draft best available, never draft for need. Well, I disagree. To me, that's dumb.
Look, I think best available works in two spots. It works when you're really bad. Who cares about need? You just need good players. So if this guy's a good player, you take him regardless of position. It also works if you're really, really good. Because then it's like, who cares? You just need to keep acquiring more talent. When you're in the middle, and the Broncos are kind of in that middle spot, that's where I think maybe you'd be a little bit more picky about it. But the reason I bring up the article is because they said that the Cowboys of the 12th pick seem to be enamored with Ashton Genty. Mm-hmm. And he very well could be a Cowboy at the end of this. But God, it's what I want. Like, you ask me right now, what I want is Ashton Genty on the Broncos, because I think that is no-brainer, great player at a position that you need and all of that. I would love it.
He fits every bill that you were looking for.
The one thing I think Leggy said about him that we don't really know, and this is something that's important in a Sean Payton offense, is how good is he out of the backfield catching the football. Didn't do a lot of that at Boise State.
That's a good point, and that's a big factor in the National Football League. You have to be able to do that.
Yeah. Now, could he mix up the running back room to have somebody else's responsibility like that? Sure, but then you show your hand when you're lining up, and there's different things that go into it. But I think that if he's available at 20 and they pass, they need to have a really good reason as to why they did that. That's the way I feel about it. Because you've heard Leggy say this and a whole bunch of people. Not only is this a pretty weak free agency class, this is a pretty weak draft overall. And I know whatever you think of Genty and positional value, he is one of those guys with a first-round grade. Absolutely he is. And I pray that other teams try and do that. Well, I'm not going to take a running back in the first round because the value's not there and I want this. And it's like, all right, fine, go ahead. Pass up on a good player because the, quote, value isn't good enough. Because what's the main excuse as to why people don't want to take running backs? They're the rare position where their prime years are immediately when they enter the league. And I go, okay, so I get 4 to 5 years of a good running back.
Let's go.
That sounds great to me.
And a rookie contract?
Yeah.
Let's go.
But the shift is just so, I don't want to say crazy, but there's been a seismic shift in that position in the last 20-plus years. I'd say the last 25 years. There's been a radical shift.
It's misinterpreted, though. The shift is just as Brett just alluded to. Take them when they're young. Don't take them after that first contract.
You know what they are? They're like a Chevy Chevette. It's funny. We're driving around France, right? And my old man goes, man, there's a ton of throwaway cars here. Like these little cars that are just kind of rinky-dink, like little tiny European cars.
Did you go with your old man on this trip?
Yeah. I took my old man and his buddy.
Oh, nice.
But he said a lot of throwaway cars around here. I said, well, I guess it feels like a little Renault, a little two-door, junky little whatever. Well, running backs are sort of like throwaway cars, man. You use them up for the first 5 years, or like a 77 Chevy Chevette, and then it goes to the junkyard.
You're leasing running backs. You're buying linemen.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Like, we talk about this all the time. Vic, you don't care about the long term, right? You don't care about what happens 10 years from now. I'm not concerned with it either because so much can change in that time. So you want to tell me that, like, hey, if I hit on an offensive lineman, he's around for 12 years. Yeah, you're probably right. But if your time is now where you're a postseason team, you're a team that's making the playoffs, give me the guy who's going to be really good for 4 or 5 years because I'll take that immediately. No questions asked. Especially if you actually believe he's that. And that's when it comes to guys, you know, like a texter says, there's similar production later in the draft. Okay, fine. But those are always risks. Like Javonte Williams was an early second-round pick that he had about 8 good weeks.
Man, I wish, the combine, we see all the stuff that takes place on the field. We see the 40-yard dash, the broad jump, all those ridiculous drills. The best part about the combine is the stuff we can't see or hear. I wish we were privy to those interviews that teams get with players. That would be so good. Some of the ridiculous questions asked these players and how they respond.
I can see guys doing cone drills. Fine. Boy, it's fun to find out what makes guys tick.
Yeah.
It's not, and that's a completely inexact science. Very inexact.
That's why, just going back to Shedeur, I think that's incredibly important for him. I think there's a stigma, and it might just having the Sanders last name, but also it's the watch celebration, all that stuff. Like, there's been some weird stories about him.
Well, I mean, Caleb Williams, he still went number 1, and he had some questionable things.
Caleb Williams did far worse, whatever you want to label it.
He painted some foul letters on his fingernails and everything. And
I think that's important, though. It's an important thing for him specifically. By the way, did I see that Travis Hunter's going back to doing both receiver and DB drills?
He wants
the combine?
to. Apparently he wants to be both. I don't. What NFL team? What NFL team would let him be both? I don't think in the NFL you can be both full time. I just don't think it's possible. But you can be both some of the time, or one thing all the time, and the other thing part of the time.
If you were to ask, all right, let's go with quarterbacks. If you were to ask a question to one of these young quarterbacks at the combine, what would it be to reveal that quarterback's character that would help you draft that quarterback? It would be the judge, basically, of whether you draft that quarterback or not. How would you pose that question?
Like just a totally generic question?
Yeah, just a question. What would you ask? I had one in mind. And I'm sure it's been asked 1,000 times.
Okay.
You're in the middle of the game. Receiver runs the wrong route. You get sacked, costs you the game. What do you say to that receiver on the sideline?
Not bad.
Hey, dummy, you ran the wrong route. I'm kidding.
I think there's always one.
Well, what you never do is you never throw your teammate under the bus.
I'm just curious if that's, what are the questions being asked these guys to determine whether they're, quarterback material?
You know what? Honestly, you know what I would ask? Sorry, Brett. I would ask, hey, quarterback, what do you think your biggest flaw is as a football player?
Yeah, the old job flaw question.
Yeah,
what
absolutely.
Are your biggest vices?
Yeah.
No, mine would be this.
Absolutely.
And I think I know what
I
most of them...
want honesty out of my quarterback.
What most of them would answer, but I go, what would you prefer? That you guys are up 4 with 2 minutes left in the game, or that you're down 4 with 2 minutes left, but you got the ball? What would you rather have?
Mm-hmm.
Like, defense is on the field with a 4-point lead, 2 minutes left, or you're on the field 4 points down with 2 minutes left. What would you prefer? I want to see if they're like, I would rather have me on the field with a chance to win the game than the opposite.
7-Eleven burrito.
Well, that means you're not a team player. That means you don't trust your defense.
I think it's just like I have the confidence that I can go out there and win.
Well, you'll know that already.
How about this one, Moj? 7-Eleven burrito with all the meat you want, or salad bar at a place with no meat.
I got it. Shedeur, thanks for the time. One last question for you. China, thoughts?
Yeah.
If he can answer that one.
Hey, I wouldn't. Some of the questions that are asked to these guys, I wouldn't. I guarantee some crazy stuff is asked that shouldn't be asked. Should never be asked.
Oh, those stories come out. Didn't they ask? Wasn't like Cam Newton? They asked like, was your mom a prostitute or something like that? Wasn't that nuts? It was something like that where it's just like, dude, what's going on here? I don't think you can just say that to people. What? It's a job interview. Imagine that. Vic, you're interviewing for my company that I own. And I sit back in my chair and I go, Vic, let me ask you something. Bambi ever walk the streets at night?
My God.
Jesus what? God. What are you talking about? I wouldn't be, if you punched me, I'd be like, that's an appropriate response. You got the job. You're hired.
If I sat you down for an interview, what Altitude said, is it true that Troy's missing all his teeth for the meth addiction that he has?
Yeah. It's how do you even handle that? Or Des Bryant, that's who it was. Des Bryant said that was as to him.
That's
which
unbelievable.
Is wild.
That's unbelievable.
And actually, I found audio of some of the combine questions that were asked to Bo Nix last year.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries.
All right, stop. I cringe every time I hear this.
Good answer. Good answer.
Every time I hear that, I want to climb into a warm hole and live in that hole.
So this was 20 years ago. I believe that was Miss South Carolina.
Yep,
being asked a question in the beauty pageant.
Miss Teen USA 2007.
So here's the deal. Okay, I got two thoughts whenever I hear that. Number one is I always go to when you watch an episode of Family Feud and somebody gives a terrible answer and the rest of the family goes, yeah, good answer. And it's like, that's not how my family operates. You say something stupid, they're going to let you hear about it. Yeah. Secondly, what are we doing there? It's a beauty pageant.
Yeah, I've never understood asking the international relations question at I've never understood that either. But whatever.
By the way, we just got done with the swimsuit competition. Miss South Carolina, you did great. How would you solve Russia-Ukraine? It's like, why are you asking her that question? What's going on there?
It wasn't that hard of a question, bro.
What was the question?
Why can't many Americans locate something on a map?
The U.S. on a map.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map.
Let me answer that question.
Why do you think this is?
Because they're dumbasses. Because a fifth of Americans are dumbasses, not educated, nor do they care to be educated. You don't even have to go to school for that. Read a map. Do I win? Hey, do I win the beauty pageant now?
Yes, Vic, you win the beauty pageant. The sash, the whole night, the crown, the sash, the whole 9 yards. It's all yours.
By the way, I got into this debate with, don't get me started with my kids again, who need to use the phone every time they drive somewhere. Oh, it just drives me crazy. Does anybody look at maps?
I love how Vic found something that angered him. And in responding to nobody said, don't get me started. Just your own thought got you started, not us. Your own thought did.
Well, we were driving the other day. Oh, we're going the wrong way. No, we're driving north. This is the way to go. How do you know we're driving north? Read a map.
Directions, especially here, easy. Just directionally, it's easy.
No, you wouldn't believe how many people. See, you don't have kids, dude.
I do have a kid.
Does she drive at the age of 3?
She's getting close. She's got a little electric car that she drives around.
Says the guy who thought that the mountains outside of L.A. were the Rockies.
Yeah, you're the wrong person to ask.
You're the wrong
You are
dude.
the dumbest human being when it comes to geography.
I was right. They both stem from the same mountain range up in Canada,
You're
and then they
so dumb.
split.
Oh, my God.
True or false? True or false?
Sort of false.
No, it's not false. They both start at the same mountain range. They split off.
It has nothing to do with intelligence. Basic geographical skills is just work. Open your map app on your phone and look at it. Study it, understand it.
Just for short, we call those maps. A map app is a map. It's a little thing that I've done. Anyway, 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. What's your answer, huh? You guys got a better one? than some people in Iraq and such as? You guys got a better answer than that? Go ahead, I dare you.
Where was she going with that? South America?
Dude, she
was
had
going
no
to the
clue.
buzzer is
Did
where
she
she
say
was
something
going.
about South America?
Do you know what that kind of sounded like? Sounded like a $1.05 and Pop-Tarts a second ago. I got to wait for the buzzer to kind of like play me off. Play me off, Johnny.
It did sort of sound like the Indiana Pacers are in Indianapolis.
Yes. The key for tonight, Indianapolis is in Indiana. It's brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Back after this.
South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and
Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Go to sthmotors.com and check it out. They've got over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in captivity right as we speak. 5 awesome brands all in one spot. It's so convenient. And they've got unbelievable deals right now. Hey, you want to go around town in style? All new Lincoln Navigators, they're $10,000 off as we speak. Lease a brand new Ford F-150 truck for just $399 a month. Greg Larson and his staff are going to kill it for you. They're absolutely outstanding. It's the best dealership I've ever worked with by a million miles. So do yourself a favor. Go to sthmotors.com or head to Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield and check everything out that I'm talking about. They're going to make you very, very happy for your next ride. It's sthmotors.com. Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership. I didn't like that weekend at all. I did not like that weekend whatsoever.
Yeah.
Not even in the slightest. I'm not used to weekends like that around this joint.
Well,
so I would suggest from now on we don't have weekends like that.
During the spring training, it was a good weekend. Watch the Rocks win a few games.
Honestly, I'm dead serious. And we played
boy.
we played the highlight with Drew earlier.
Yeah.
And Drew's great as always. But who is into spring training?
Me. Yeah. How many times do I got to tell you?
Who
I
else
like it.
besides you?
Well, today is really fun. It sucks that the game's not on TV today because they got Dollander
I want to
pitching
see
tonight.
Dollander. Yeah, I heard he's a stud, dude. I heard he is high 90s with that fastball, and it is filthy.
Like, this is the one game I think that if you did, look, if there's one game to watch in spring training, it'd be this one, but you can't. It's not televised today. But
That is weird.
Dollander's on the bump. You got Veen playing. Nojo's playing. Tolia, Beck, like, you got a pretty good lineup today.
As for the weekend, and let's wash it away, because you're right. The opportunity that exists for both franchises, the Avs and the Nuggets, the opportunity is ripe. The Avs have 6 games in a row at home. Wonderful opportunity. The Nuggets have 4 in a row on the road against very good teams. Winning teams on the road with a chance to prove something. I think, and I'm going to speak from the Nuggets perspective, and then, Moj, you move on the Avs perspective. What hurt over the weekend is not how they lost, but who they lost to. If the Nuggets had lost 123-100 to Memphis, it wouldn't have the same feeling as it did to the Lakers. That's the truth.
Well, the Avs have a losing record inside the division. Going into the game against the Predators on Saturday, the Avs on paper had the 3rd easiest record in the league in the last 25 games. Predators are the 3rd worst team in the Western Conference, and they got you 2-1. Mm-hmm. You go to St. Louis, the Blues had played the night before as well. The Blues also played the night before. They lost in a shootout to the Winnipeg Jets, who scored with 28 seconds left to tie it, and then went in a shootout. And you got, for 45 minutes of that game, you didn't have any jam.
Yeah.
I mean, they're forcing you to dump it in. You dump it in, and they're sending it right back out. There's no puck retrieval. There was no winning battles. There was none of that stuff. None of that stuff was happening.
Yeah.
So it was just lost 2 days. It's basically what it was.
Do you think there's any hangover from your best players playing in that tournament?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, Nathan McKinnon had 8 shots on goal in Nashville. You know what's interesting about that? He had no missed shots. He had no shots blocked. He had 8 shots on goal.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like the MVP of the Four Nations was ready to play. I mean, McCarr got his 400th career point yesterday.
But that's kind of the bummer to me is that those guys, look, especially against Nashville.
Hang on. Yeah.
The bummer to me is a whole bunch of these guys didn't play in that tournament, and they looked lazy yesterday.
Didn't have it.
That to me is inexcusable. You're off for 2 weeks. There's no like I didn't have my legs stuff. Okay, you're pretty well rested. So,
I'm looking at some video of the way the Lakers guarded Joker. It was actually pretty brilliant. I wonder what the Nuggets are going to do to counter that. Because if you take a smaller player, like they took Rui, they took Vanderbilt, and they fronted Joker every time, and let's say Joker's at the key. Why? That's so brilliant because it forces them to throw over the top. Well, Joker doesn't jump 30 inches off the ground. That's a tough pass to make, right? And if you make it, it takes time and diligence, and it allows the opposition to collapse as soon as he catches it.
Why not run like a dribble handoff at the top of the 3-point line?
Well,
that's
just
his way
it.
in.
Yeah, that and I think it's on the Nuggets teammates not to see, they want to run the Joker offense so badly that they want to well, you got to do other stuff. If they're going to front him, you can't do the Joker offense.
Yeah.
You got to do other stuff. Let's see what that other stuff is.
Just a couple things here before we get the fact checker. Number one, this from Albert Breer, that the Browns would pursue Matthew Stafford in a trade if he's made available. What are the Browns doing?
What would Stafford want to go to Cleveland? I mean, I know that their defense has come on, but now their best defensive player wants out. What?
But hang on. How much money are you going to give to the quarterback position? Deshaun Watson's still there. And Stafford said he wants at least $50 million in a new contract.
That would be pure insanity. He's 37 years old. They ought to have that franchise taken away from them. Honestly. Adele should just go and just take it, snatch it right out of their hands, say no.
I think Deshaun's contract his cap hit is like $70-some million, and you want to add another 50 on top of it? What are you talking about?
They're out of their minds.
Secondly, Vic, you're going to love this. Nelly, I'll send it to you in a DM, and you can pull it up on the board behind us. You were talking, look, it's warmer weather outside, okay? I'm going to get out, try and play on Friday.
Are you really?
I am. I just saw a picture of, I don't know who the woman is on the LPGA Tour, but Vic, she has like a 1.5 footer. And once Nelly pulls this up, you'll see why I'm angry. Because you see this, if you've been playing recently, all over your local golf courses. People thinking they're pros. And this is a pro. I want you to look at where the ball's at and look at where the cup's at. And she's doing the straddle, it's a 1.5 footer, Vic, and she's doing the aim point thing with the feet and the. Nope. Just get up and knock the ball in. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Can you give me a zoom on that, Nelly? Give me a zoom on how close that ball is to the cup.
No. Nope. That's when the analytics of the game have taken over and people are no.
Moj, I
That's
think
a hard no.
Her shoe is about the distance from the ball to the cup.
That is correct.
No. Again, I've had people try to teach me.
I mean, you know what this is? Here's the problem. This is robotics. This is not golf. This is robotics. It doesn't matter how short the putt is. Yeah. You have to go through your routine of finding the aim point.
It's a 1-footer. Knock the ball in.
Understood.
Moj, have you seen those guys? I mean, you play with friends, and I've played in tournaments before, and where people are doing that balance thing where they're putting their feet up in front of the putt but with their feet. And I said to the guy, what are you doing with your feet? He goes, well, I'm trying to see which side's high or low. And he goes, why don't you try it? He goes, what do you feel? I go, I feel my feet. That's what I feel.
I've tried it. But here's the problem. I can't feel the slope with my feet when I'm on hole number 12 and I've had 5 Coors Lights.
Exactly.
It doesn't do jack for me. And by the way, they've also said, who was on the PGA Tour said, aim point, since its inception, has absolutely zero bearing on any more putts being made.
Lucas Glover is the one who made the contention.
See the one that said that? Okay.
Yeah. But Lucas Glover has no room to talk. He plays a long putter, Moj. We've discussed this.
Long putter is the granny shot of golf.
Yeah.
You look stupid doing it. I don't care if it helps. Don't do it.
Hey, real quick, if you're talking about, again, Vic, you touched on it earlier. This kid who won in Mexico this weekend, he won 1.26. His last, 8 tournaments, he had 7 cuts and a tied for 51st. And then all of a sudden he wins on the PGA Tour. In extra holes, hits a tree, it kicks back into play.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great story. Did you see his wife?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
And she's crying. She's just bawling her eyes out, dude. I mean, it's a great story.
You have to get so lucky. That's why you should never apologize for
getting
lucky.
I love that stuff, man.
Great.
Okay. I mean, see, Brett, I've come to learn this about you. You got no heart. You absolutely have zero heart. None.
What do you mean?
You don't have any heart. You don't like feel-good stories.
You
couldn't give a rat's
You don't
rip
care
last.
about spring trading. I don't care about your Mexican Open.
All right.
I feel like that's a fair trade-off.
Okay.
How long do you think they'll let Dollander go today?
Couple innings. Yeah, it's not going to be a lot.
Yeah.
But still, I want to see it. Look, the key to whether this season can be quasi-fun or not is whether the pitching staff's going to come through. And the good news is, look, Marquez and Senzatella both pitched, and they're okay. So that's good. But anyway, fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
There's been some weird geography on the show today, but we did get something right. You know, at 8:55, every Nugs and Avalanche game day, we give you some keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Let me replay a snippet from today's keys for the Nuggets at the Pacers.
Yeah. By the way, the Nuggets have won 8 straight against Indianapolis. Did you know that? 8 straight.
Why do you keep saying Indianapolis?
I don't know. Indiana, the Pacers, whatever. They're in Indianapolis. You're exactly right. Indiana Pacers located in Indianapolis. That's the key tonight.
That's the key.
The key is Michael Porter Jr. in Indianapolis against Indiana has to score at least 21 points for the Nuggets to win this game.
I brought up a map on the big board there. If you look, that is correct. Indianapolis is, fact, in Indiana. Good job, Vic.
Right there.
Boom.
Key to the game tonight. Indianapolis is in Indiana. And don't you guys forget it. 4:30 pregame.
Hey, the kid's got a point.
He does have a point. 4:30 pregame, 5 o'clock tip right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, look at this down here in Missouri. That's Mark Twain National Forest. You ever heard of that before?
No.
I've never heard of that.
I drove by Leavenworth on my way to Lawrence, and I said, that's where Moser will end up in about 10 years.
I think we're maxed out on visual bits in a radio show today, boys. We kind of used that up with the Pop-Tart bit earlier.
Pretty much.
That is true. All right, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcasts, you just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Again, 4:30 pregame right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets a chance to get back in the win column against the Indiana Pacers, who reside in Indianapolis. So stay tuned for that 5 o'clock tip. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful Monday. Love you. Bye.
Two-game trip for the Avalanche through the Central Division. 2 regulation losses. For the first time in 5, the Blues beat the Avalanche on home ice. This time by a final score of 3-1.
The top of the 5th, and this will get a run home. Hilliard on the warning track makes a catch, and they're going to send the runner who was on second, and he's going to score in the rarest of situations. And now here comes Barossa on the errant throw, and we're all tied up.
3 seconds left to go in Denver, and there is the horn at Ball Arena. J.J. Redick executes his game plan. The Lakers blow out Denver. The final tonight, 123-100.
Very challenging 4-game road trip, at Indy, at Milwaukee, at Detroit, at Boston. No one's going to, be scared that the Denver Nuggets are coming to town. So we have to play a lot better than we did tonight.
Just a big pile of suck this weekend in Colorado sports. The Lakers come to town. They hammer you by 23. The Avs return back from a 15-day layoff. Well, most of the Avs had 15 days off, and it sure looks like it in back-to-back losses against Nashville and the St. Louis Blues. And the Rockies gave up a 3-run, 360-foot sacrifice fly. Although, if you're looking for silver linings,
it's the Rockies. They're scorching hot.
They're
so
3-1 in the.
Their only loss is a split squad.
And Chase Dollander pitches today.
Yeah, the one loss was against the Athletics. If you look up the Athletics right now, what does it list as their home team?
Are they
their
not,
hometown?
I actually don't know. Oakland?
Just
Vegas?
says
It's
Athletics.
just the Athletics.
It's Athletics.
The hockey club.
Yes, even worse. It's just Athletics.
Athletics.
We lost to Athletics.
The pregnant pause right at the beginning of it really gets me.
Another silver lining, and this shows just how bad the Colorado pro sports weekend was, is when your best result is an MLS opener 0-0 draw for the Colorado Rapids to get 1 point. That's probably your best result right there.
So the Avs game was on 9:50 right before the Rapids took on St. Louis City SC.
There you go.
And in about 5 combined hours of broadcast time on 9:50 a.m. on, what was that, Saturday evening, there were a grand total of 3 goals scored across 2 sports.
Yikes.
Just a whole bunch of sucky, boring nonsense. You tell me where you want to start from this weekend, Coach.
I want to start with just how glorious the Colorado Avalanche were.
Yikes.
In the very expected and highly anticipated post-Four Nations return of Val Nichushkin. Oh, wait. He's still not back out on the ice.
He's expected back as early as Wednesday.
Okay.
And what we were told by the organization prior to the Avs going on this 2-game road trip to return back from Four Nations was if Val can't play in game 1, he's not going to come on the trip. So they're treating Nichushkin with kid gloves here. They're giving him the extra few days. I think coming off of back-to-back losses, I think the kid gloves come off and go, dude, we need you. Now we have to have you. You come back against some good teams, starting with Vegas or starting with the New Jersey Devils. And after 15 days off, it was sleepy. It was lifeless. Your best players were the ones who didn't have 2 weeks off. Like Nathan McKinnon was, again, the best player on the ice. Kale, who I thought struggled in game 1, was better in game 2. The defense wasn't the issue in those 2 games. The goaltending wasn't the issue. It was the fact that every other forward on the team just simply didn't show up. For the first time since being traded here from Carolina, Marty Nate just looked like a jag. Looked like just a guy out there.
He's got to put some volume at the net, brother.
Shoot the puck.
Yeah.
Shoot the puck, shoot the puck.
He's almost kind of starting to blend into that Casey Middlestat. I am just risk averse. I don't want to be the guy that takes the puck out of a Nathan McKinnon or Cale Makar, those type of players' hands off their stick. You got to play.
So you heard it from John Cooper, right? If you guys heard the mic'd up version of Canada's golden goal with Connor McDavid, right before he puts the McDavid-Marner line out there, he goes, "Someone be selfish." put the puck in the damn net. Someone be selfish. And at that point, you have to take that as an Avs player. Someone's got to get to the middle of the ice. You got to be willing to do the hard things. McKinnon and Bednar were sitting there after the game going, what on earth is that? Like, after Nate comes back from, I wouldn't say saving the league, but you know what Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar did for all you other guys who weren't playing this weekend in the Four Nations? Made you a whole bunch more money. Made you a whole bunch of money putting on the product that they did at the Four Nations. And how are those guys received and rewarded by their teammates? Instead of coming off and being fresh, you still got a case of the Cabo Wabos. I was looking for silver linings, Coach. This is how bad it was. My silver lining is that Casey Middlestat was a top 3 forward on the Avs this weekend. And Casey was a ghost. But I think without a doubt he was a top 3 forward on the Avs. That's how bad they were. St. Louis and Nashville are not good hockey teams, man. They are not making the playoffs. That was ugly. And it gets real quickly. New Jersey, playoff team. Minnesota, playoff team. Pittsburgh suck. San Jose suck. Toronto, playoff team. Chicago suck. I said 4-2 at the beginning of my postgame show that you must go on this 6-game homestand that starts on Wednesday. I upgraded by the end of the show to 4-1-1. Like, show me who you are. So is this all fixable by Val Nichushkin only? It feels a little odd to be like, oh yeah, once Val gets there, the team's going to want to attack the interior of the ice. It's not like they don't have a player who is showing them the way to do it. Nate's doing the right things. He's leading by example, and nobody's one else is getting on board.
Nobody's following.
At least that's what happened this weekend. Maybe I can chalk it up to 2 weeks off. This was rusty. It was funny. I was trying to rationalize all these things. And you know where my brain went? Well, we know the Avs aren't going to beat any teams in the playoffs in sweep fashion. We know they're not going to beat a team in 5 games in the playoffs. So when the team is off the ice for a long period of time, they're 0-6 this year. They lose 2 games this weekend. They started off the season 0-4. So as I try and rationalize this pile of crap that we got served this weekend, my rational brain goes, well, you don't have any more layoffs for the rest of the year.
You mentioned that Nathan McKinnon is doing what he should do, why he is the best player, in my opinion, in the universe. And I'll stand by that personally. Nobody's following.
I'm there with you.
Lines 2 through 4. Milk carton. And this is not a new problem. So Val Nichushkin coming back, does it really change lines 2 through 4 and the decision that needs to be made between the ears? And that's a decision that's made between, if I'm talking to you, Casey Middlestat, the decision is between you and you.
Yeah.
That you've got to be aggressive. You've got to play a much different brand of hockey, a much more interior brand of hockey and less perimeter brand of hockey. But it's kind of everybody.
It's kind of everyone.
And it's choice. And it's the same choice that we're seeing right now with the Denver Nuggets defensively. At what point is the choice going to be made? And you just don't let bad habits continue to perpetuate throughout the course of the regular season, because that is a disease, and that disease starts to infect the fiber of who you are going into the postseason. And I don't want to see it.
Those habits for the Nuggets have turned into, as soon as you get physical with them, they shrink away. And as soon as you have a game where you don't have 2 shooters that are hitting outside of Nikola Jokic, that's what Saturday was. It was the Lakers swarming Nikola Jokic, him having to pass out of it. He only took 7 field goal attempts that entire game. Him having to pass out of it. And if you have 2 guys that can hit, the Nuggets are going to win that game. You only had 1, and it was kind of just Jamal on Saturday. MPJ looked like a shell of himself.
And we were told that his Lakers performances are always elite.
And he was fixed.
Yeah, Lakers and recent form was going to be fantastic, and it wasn't.
You can't defend the 3, and you haven't been able to defend the 3 all year. Talk about habits. That is a defensive habit that will kill the Nuggets this year. Just like the habit that the forward group for the Avs, refusing to go to the middle of the ice. I looked at that game against St. Louis. the Avs are built off the cycle. They're a big rush team, but once you don't score off the rush, you have to reestablish your puck possession by cycling. I can't remember the last time they cycled the puck. It may have happened in Nashville. I don't know if they cycled the puck once in St. Louis. So the failure to get to the middle of the ice for the Avs, and then the failure to reload and get below the goal line, talk about where Casey Middlestad's game has gone to crap. It was really good when he came here, got pucks below the goal line, reloaded, found the open man in the slot. The Nuggets have the same issue on their defensive rotations where as soon as a second pass is made, you got to pass the ball twice against the Nuggets. That's it. And you'll get a wide open look at 3. Those are 2 fatal flaws with these teams.
The solution that I see for the Denver Nuggets to this JJ Redick, he labored over this defensive game plan to get the Lakers out of the doldrums of having just lost to the Hornets. And we can get into Redick and his soundbite talking about, pregame locker room, all the things that he was talking about with regards to the importance of this game. What they did is they picked up Nikola Jokic basically at half court or full court and brought body presence, and a second body would come in. And they were denying the input of the basketball if somebody else brought the basketball up. So Russell Westbrook or Jamal Murray bring the basketball up. Jamal Murray's getting fronted. And so a smaller player, ball's getting fronted, and there's also a player that's in help position to collapse. What's the solution for that? If they're going to double and even at times triple team Nikola Jokic, 2 simple solutions. Shooting on the perimeter by other players not named Nikola Jokic, and just constant ball movement. Constant ball movement, not including Nikola Jokic. You can't play 3 players on 1 if the ball's moving around the perimeter. You're going to get free open looks. So that's an easy solution. I'm not worried about that. The bigger question to me, and what has been permeating through this edition of the Nuggets this season, is the turnovers. And the turnovers are leading to fast break opportunities for their opposition, which is leading to bad 3-point defensive basketball. You're not getting out and guarding the 3-point line. Why? Because you're short on rotation because of the fast break that has started because of the turnover. So in this game, in 36 minutes of play, Jamal Murray had 5 turnovers. It's not good enough. Nikola Jokic had 6 in 35 minutes of play. In just 24 minutes of play, Russell Westbrook turned the basketball over 4 times. That's a turnover every 6 minutes. And that's been, to me, the biggest disease that has to get fixed for this Denver Nuggets team to be able to solve some of their woes that exist on the defensive side. Because when the Nuggets are playing transition defense, they are not the same defense.
Bunch to get into still today. Some news from the NFL Combine. It's NFL Combine week, Coach. Thursday, baby. It's here.
Oh, it's here.
We're out there in Indianapolis.
Apparently there's a tough road trip there for one of the Denver Broncos coaching staff members.
Oh, yeah. We'll get into that news. An assistant coach arrested on an assault charge.
At DIA?
So much to get into. NFL notes coming up 1 hour from right now. On the other side, before we get into the Combine, before we get into the Broncos and free agency, which tampering period is right around the corner. March 10th is when that thing starts at 10 a.m. Really interesting audio from JJ Redick. No, not at the podium, not that stuff that you heard. When he was in the locker room after the Lakers win here in Denver. We'll hear from him on the other side.
I pretty much haven't slept since we walked off the court in Portland. And, I've just spent a lot of time on this game. Our staff spent a lot of time on this game.
That was J.J. Redick after the Lakers 123-100 win on Saturday here in Denver against the Nuggets. We were talking about, as I scarf down my banana bread as fast as humanly possible.
That's what I'm saying. You become a modern-day Moser over there.
Banana bread at work?
Moser would never, ever consume banana bread. There's actually something potentially healthy inside of banana bread. Has potassium. Mark Moser doesn't consume anything with any daily recommended vitamins and minerals.
Is banana bread the best possible thing? And we're going to get into J.J. Redick here and what he said in the locker room, not at the podium here in a second. I just have to ask you this question. Is there another piece of food that you can make with expired ingredients, right? Because when you make banana bread, anytime that we've ever made banana bread, it's when the bananas go all brown and black and disgusting, and you won't eat those things. And it makes good banana bread. Is there another thing that you can make with way over-ripened fruit? Say there's an orange that is a little fuzzy. Can you make something delicious with that?
That's called mold. Mold's not great for anything. Penicillin, right? Get some culture. What's the other one? What is our Friday segment based off of at the end of our show?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Never mind. Liquor's way better than banana bread. At least for you and me.
Fermenting. The process of allowing something to get past its expiration.
All right. There you go. I stand corrected. I was racking my brain. I was like, I don't think there's another food that it is as useful as an expired banana.
Food is that's a good point. You create something glorious out of something that is way past its prime.
Here's JJ after the win.
This morning we talked about going to war. Be willing to die on the court. All right, I was so amped today. I should have been able to take a nap. I couldn't sleep last night. I was up till 5 a.m. I couldn't even nap today. Pre-game, I'm laying on the floor doing my breathing exercise. I'm envisioning what our team is going to play like. And you guys went even higher. You went even higher. And frankly, our conviction and our belief in the game plan, the bench was great. Everybody contributed. Luka, it's good to have you back. Yes, sir. It's good to have you back. First team all defense. Rui, Vando, Doe, Bron, all you guys that were primarily, you were on 3 possessions, whatever. Everybody that was on Jokic was awesome tonight. That was great. Last thing, talk all season long about our belief and our conviction, okay? Hope that was fun. If we play that hard for the rest of the regular season, we're going to be just fine. That should build your belief. It built my belief in what we can accomplish. All right? It was awesome. Let's go. Together on 3, man. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
All right, that's JJ Redick talking to his team. A good one there, KJ. After they beat the Nuggets by 23. And my question to JJ, did you already use your silver bullet? Was Saturday night's game, was that game plan probably better suited for you to keep in your pocket until the playoffs, where it is way more important to make a game-over-game change in how you play? And we saw that the last time the Lakers played the Nuggets in the postseason. Last year, it didn't work out for the Nuggets at the end. You lose in 7 games to Minnesota, but you hammered LA in that first round. And they all thought that they had it. When you put Rui on Joker, oh, we found it. We got it. It took a guy off a television set to go and play against Joker. Oh, we got it now. No, you don't. Because they were able to make changes. Michael Malone, Nikola Jokic, able to make changes game over game. I wonder if they shot their most explosive bullet in the middle of February.
I think that they needed to stop the bleeding as a franchise. They had internal issues bigger than the big picture, the long game of looking at the postseason matchup potentially with the Lakers and Nuggets taking on each other in the postseason. I think it's more about you added Luka Doncic, you don't have a big, and there's already major questions around the Los Angeles Lakers and this humongous move to go get Luka Doncic as it relates to this season in LeBron James' prime. And don't forget, why is J.J. Redick
It's a
in
very
Los Angeles?
liberal use of the word prime.
Yes, very, very true. Why did J.J. Redick get this job in Los Angeles? Who is the driving force behind
Because
that?
LeBron wanted a buddy as a head coach.
Okay, so
I get it.
So what had to happen with some form of immediacy for right now for the Los Angeles Lakers? There needed to be some hope in the form of J.J. Redick proving his mettle. And I've been there as a coach. When it's not going well, you just lost to the Hornets, brother. You got Luka Doncic and LeBron James on the court together. Lost to the Hornets at home, right off the All-Star break. You need to deliver, not 2 weeks from now, not 6 months from now, now.
Well, it's different in football, right? Because you only have, let's call it, 15 weeks to give your best. And every loss is amplified that much greater than an 82-game season.
I agree.
How many times have you had this situation where you're coming off of a bad loss and you need to prove something where you want to feel good about something, but you know you're getting into the postseason? So like throwing away a game against Denver while keeping something in your back pocket for the playoffs just in case you see them doesn't really matter. In football, you can't really do that.
I agree, because in football, especially in the college football game, 12 guaranteed games in the fall, period. That's it. Whereas basketball and in hockey, 82. But even then, Raj, I know this is our job to talk sports for a living and to break down the weekend that was for the Denver sports teams.
Horrible weekend.
Right. But what are we doing right now? We're panicking. What's the fan base doing about the Nuggets and the Avs after the weekend?
Oh, it wasn't a pretty comment section in the podcast last night. That was gross.
Okay. Can you imagine the pressure in Los Angeles when you have the two superstars of LeBron James and Luka Doncic for J.J. Redick? He's got to solve this. I'm telling you, not next week, not 2 weeks from now. And that's what he attempted to do, and he delivered in that moment. So from one coach, myself, to another, job well done. It doesn't change the fact you don't have a big. It doesn't change the fact that even if you held this, say for game 1 or game 2, in a hypothetical matchup in the playoffs for the Lakers and the Nuggets, they're still going to have a solution. Because Nikola Jokic, the greatest player without question on this earth, he's been defended with a multitude of strategies. He's got the answer. Like you said, game over game. The Nuggets have the answer. So it
steals a game. So I look at Saturday's matchup and I go, it felt gross. It tasted awful on Saturday night, and it gets compounded by the fact that the Avs just didn't decide to show up in Nashville or in St. Louis over the weekend. But if you get LA sometime in the postseason, that is a strategy that could probably have guaranteed a win for J.J. Redick against the Nuggets in the postseason. At least a win. And when you only need 4 of them to move on, 25% is a huge number.
Yeah, and if you're J.J. Redick and you're the Lakers, you might just hedge your bets. If you're up, say, 1-0 in the series, hedge your bets on Luka Doncic getting insanely hot from beyond the arc.
And it does coincide with Luka playing his first true Luka game as a Laker. Right? 37, 10, 9, is that what his final stat line was?
Got it right.
32, 10, and 7.
That's cute. Nice little double-double.
I mean, cute. It was a good game. It was a very good.
32, 10, and 7, it's like an average day at the ballpark for our guy. Anyway.
I mean, it's not like Joker impacted the game all that much with his triple-double. Sure, it's a triple-double, but it's 12, 13, and 10. And those 10 assists don't really go that far when no one else is hitting from beyond 3. And the defensive effort isn't there. So I'm not going to sit here and poo-poo Luka's best game as a Laker just because
60% close to it behind the arc.
Just because Joker had a triple-double. Like that's let's not turn into that city. Oh, Joker got a triple-double. Doesn't matter if you lost. I'm not doing that. No shot am I doing that.
The more concerning piece of this isn't the Lakers-Nuggets matchup. Raj, that does not scare me whatsoever. A 7-game series against the Los Angeles Lakers does not scare me. With this edition of the Denver Nuggets and that edition of the Los Angeles Lakers.
It scares me less now because I'm telling you, I think that's a silver bullet that they already shot. Now you know where it's coming from, Van Helsing.
What scares me way more than the Los Angeles Lakers and what happened on Saturday is the record against top 5 seeds.
Yeah, that's concerning, Coach.
3-9?
That's concerning.
KJ, can you go through that real quick? Just the overall. You sent the text this morning. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, so the Nuggets are currently 3-9 against the other top 4 seeds in each respective conference. The other top 4 seed that they have not faced in the Eastern Conference yet, they will face tonight in the Indiana Pacers. So the Nuggets are currently 3-9, and the question becomes, how much closer to 500 do you become between now and then so that you can be able to have a respective record against the other top 4/5 seeds in the respective conferences heading into the playoffs?
Is this a problem of playing with your food earlier in the year? And you got to the point now, still in the month of February, and 12-game sample size against teams that are currently in the top 4 on the Eastern and Western Conference side. Did you play with your food just enough where it caught up to you when it caught up to you? It didn't catch up to you in the standings. You're still good in the standings, but it caught up to you in these matchups against the elite teams in the NBA. When does that have to change in order to have a semblance of confidence going into the offseason?
Right, it catches up to you into the postseason. It catches up to you in terms of the character of the team, the actual build of the team. Are you hardened enough to be able to beat those types of rosters? And the road trip they're about to go on, there's not a lot of time to get right. There's not a lot of time to create that identity. But maybe this 4-game road trip comes at the perfect time, just like a 4-game homestand, or rather 6-game homestand for the Avalanche comes at a perfect time. Indy, Milwaukee, Detroit, Boston. Those are all good basketball teams. Are all of them top 4 seeds? No, but they're all above the line, 6 or greater. Right? So I'll lump those in with your teams that you just mentioned right there, with those records. I will lump Detroit and Milwaukee into that group. You're going to learn whether or not that they have that identity by the time March rolls around. Right? By the time the week is out, I think you'll figure out if they have it. And if they don't, can you really truly call them a title contender? You can call them a title hopeful, but a contender? If you don't prove it in these next 4 games, I don't know if you are. I look at the Avs the same way. These 6 games that are coming up for Colorado, New Jersey playoff team, Minnesota playoff team, Toronto playoff team. If you beat Pittsburgh, Chicago, and San Jose, but you look flat against Jersey, Minnie, and Toronto, I think I'd go the same way, where you go, yeah, you're a title hopeful. And maybe things can change by the time that the NHL's trade deadline rolls around on Friday afternoon. Not this coming Friday, but the following Friday. Maybe things can change there. You got to prove it. 25 games, or rather 23 for the Avs now. 23 games. That's what separates you from the playoffs. That's very, very much around the corner.
I'm going to choose optimism. And I'm going to say that tonight against the Indiana Pacers, the Nuggets.
You almost pulled a Vic there, Indianapolis Pacers. That was good.
Well, actually, I'm a 3-time native of the state of Indiana, so I can do whatever the heck I want with regards to the state of Indiana. Lived in South Bend, Indiana, West Lafayette, Indiana, Terre Haute, Indiana. Name the colleges associated with those 3 places.
Notre Dame.
Correct. I said West Lafayette. You don't know
West Lafayette?
You don't know the school associated with West Lafayette, Indiana.
No. Who is it?
Zach Edey? Drew Brees?
You were at Purdue?
My dad was.
Okay. Hold on. That's cheating. That's cheating. When you say I was a resident of, I'm thinking your coaching history.
Well,
and I'm racking
I was
my
still
brain.
a human.
I'm racking my brain trying to figure out where has Coach coached. Purdue would have been easy if it was on
Raj,
the list.
You've got to know both my resume and my father's resume.
How am I supposed to? You can't ask me to
That's
do
a
that.
lot. That's a lot of Mike Sanford. Same name, but not a junior, for the record.
I don't
Different
have a
middle
lot of RAM going on up here as is.
Yeah, I know. I trust me, I'm very aware.
Okay.
Okay, and then the last one was Terre Haute, Indiana. Also, my father's resume. Hint? Two famous athletes. Robert Tonyan, formerly the tight end for the Green Bay Packers. That's going to give you absolutely nowhere. And Larry Legend, Larry Bird.
Oh, where did he go? I can see him playing in college. This is showing my age. This is showing
Indiana State.
Indiana State, the Sycamores, baby. The Sycamores.
It's showing my age. I should have known that. Michigan State's easier when you get to, go the magic route.
But I think that tonight's going to be a night where the Denver Nuggets play fierce defense. And the reality of the matchup against Indiana is the Nuggets are a better basketball team. Coming off the All-Star break, you've gotten your rest and your rust. It's out of the system. You got to win this game.
You have to win the game, man. You know what you have to feel like? You have to feel like JJ Redick coming off of that Charlotte loss.
You know who needs to feel that way? We know Michael Malone's going to feel that way. We know what he's going to do.
How about the post-game comment? No one's going to be scared when the Denver Nuggets
wrong.
come to town.
And when you're a coach, why do you think he's said that? Who's that directed at? His locker room. Because it's a decision. It's a choice. You've got to make those decisions at points in the year that enough's enough. I'm drawing a line in the freaking sand, and we are not going to allow this to continue to perpetuate. Otherwise, we're going to end up dropping to 3-10 against contending teams in the National Basketball Association. Are we real? And then is that going to continue again through this road trip? And now we're going to potentially drop down to 3-12? You've got to draw a line in the sand, and tonight's the night where I believe the Denver Nuggets do. It's going to come from Nikola Jokic. It's going to come from Jamal Murray, and it's going to come from Aaron Gordon. And you know who's going to step up and nail some shots tonight? Michael freaking Porter Jr. is.
Nuggets and Pacers tonight, 5 p.m. tip, 4:30 pregame show right here on 92.5. So Nate and Andy will take you guys up a 90-minute version of Kreckman and Lindahl from 3 to 4:30. You can watch the game on Channel 20 KTVD as they take on the Pacers. On the other side, we'll be joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas. Don't go anywhere.
No one's going to, be scared that the Denver Nuggets are coming to town. So we have to play a lot better than we did tonight.
Tonight's matchup, we got the Denver Nuggets that are going to be traveling to Indianapolis to play the Indiana Pacers, and the line right now is 3.5. The Nuggets are favored. If you feel like the Nuggets are going to respond, then you need to download Circus Sports Colorado and find that app and put some money on the Denver Nuggets. Even though football season may be over, there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Colorado. At Circus Sports, it's not just about sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. And before we continue, let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Colorado Rapids head coach Chris Armas. Coach, it is great to hear your voice again. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you, guys. Excited to talk to you guys again. Thanks so much for having me.
Coach Armas, it is a great start for the campaign in 25 for your Rapids. Have not lost two games in, and most importantly, starting out the season at home in the CONCACAF Champions League with a 2-1 victory over LAFC. That game set a record for the coldest wind chill maybe in the history of pro sports, I'll say, in the Denver area. Coach, how did you stay warm? What was your strategy? What was what did you employ? And my real question was, did you end up wearing any heated apparel underneath your outer layers of clothing?
I had some tights on. I have to admit, I had the layers on. I had some foot warmers and hand warmers. But I'll tell you, we under the where we were sitting under the bench, where we had we were over. Honestly, it was so cold, just bitter cold. Even when I would be on the touchline sometimes, my face would just get really cold. But I stayed fairly warm because of the Rapids helped us out, man. We brought out the heaters.
Is there any way to prepare for games like that when it is so bitter cold? Like, there's no way to actually train your team to be ready for those elements. It's just you get on out to the pitch, you have a game plan, just go, fellas, deal with it, right?
Yeah, you know what? It's what part of too much, right? That we're a team that has grit. It's one of our core values of just grit and no excuses and tough mentality. So we had chances to train inside indoors. We had chances to stay in warm weather that last week leading up. We had chances to, just try to avoid the elements, but we got exposed to the elements. And when we did, we didn't complain. So we were out there, they were plowing off snow for the turf. We were out there. And then while it was happening, we were saying, listen, guys, we're going to embrace the suck. You know what I mean? We're going to embrace it. We're not saying we like it, but we're going to like it more than LAFC.
A lot of familiar faces return this year for 25 for the Rapids, notably Zach Steffen, who's had a fantastic start to his campaign already. But a couple new faces for all the Rapids fans out there to look forward to. I particularly have really enjoyed watching several of these players, Chidozie Awaziem, Ian Murphy, and then the youngster from Seattle, Joshua Tencio. Give us a little rundown of some of the new faces that Rapids fans can start to watch here early on in the season.
Yeah, look, we had a robust offseason in terms of the college draft. We value the college draft. We've gotten guys like Moise Bombito in the past, $8 million sale, club record signing. Our scouts did an amazing job of finding the talented college players. We got a kid, Alex Harris. We moved up in the draft. I think we were fourth to grab him from Cornell, a striker, fast, dynamic, can repeat sprints. He's really an energetic attacker who can score tons of goals. And we got a lot of talent, young guys coming through. However, we also added a couple of nice pieces. Of course, Chidozie Awaziem and Ian Murphy, we've seen that they've made the defense better. They're aggressive, they're fast, they're smart. Each guy has individual interesting qualities. But you can see, the shutout last game, they did a lot of good work. And to be honest with you, Reggie Cannon, because we added him late in the year, he feels like a new signing. So, all of a sudden it's, a couple of new center backs. Andreas Maxus has a little injury. He's coming back, but Reggie Cannon, we're more robust. And then we added two other really interesting pieces. Josh Atencio, we saw him the other night play. He's a ball-winning, aggressive, confident, fairly young central midfielder, like a ball-winning six. So all of a sudden you got two center backs. You got a ball-winning guy in front of him on the pitch. And then another player, Ku Di Pietro, we traded a young, talented, homegrown from DC United. We've added him. He's a winger. He's dynamic. He's fast. He's pretty intelligent. So we've added some. We call them philosophy players, guys that fit our system. Rule breakers. We call them rule breakers that do things a little bit differently. When some players in the world just drop and go passive, that they're aggressive. A lot of self-confidence. So we like what we've added. We've tweaked the roster. We've added some nice pieces. We're ready to go.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas is our guest on the Morning Sprint here. Alex Ryanemi, Coach Mike Sanford. Coach Armas, you mentioned homegrown. The academy's helping you right now. Talk to me about Sam Bassett's debut, how he looked against LA, young player for you guys. And if you guys don't know, this is a homegrown Colorado Rapids Academy player.
Yeah, Sam Bassett, another Colorado kid, can run all day, covers ground with high intensity as we look at the sprint distance, high intensity running, and he can repeat it. He's just one of these guys that can do that. The Bassets seem to churn out these types of kids, So, listen, he's a confident player. He's a box-to-box midfielder, but can operate in the final third. He's a good passer of the ball. He shoots the ball well. He's intelligent. He's prideful. It's different from his brother in certain ways because they each are similar but have their own individual qualities. But Sam, listen, we trust him. We always say, rely on the reliables. He's a young guy that shows big mentality and that he makes easy to trust him. So yeah, we threw him into a big moment the other day. We thought he did a good job, and we love our homegrowns.
Big matchup here coming up, the second leg of the CONCACAF Champions Cup against LAFC. Coach, this venue has been a bit of a house of horrors for the Rapids long before you even showed up here just a year and some change ago at BMO Stadium. What needs to happen to turn the tides and to get through on the aggregate, which you currently lead 2-1 over LAFC, to move on to the next leg of this Champions Cup?
Well, listen, first of all, we've had a tough time there. No offense to the Rapids, right? We just go to a place that's hard to play because of the venue, the fan support, and it's a really, really good roster. One of the best in the league. It's why they're in finals every year or every other year and competing for trophies. We do have a one-goal lead. We do have a situation where away goals matter, right? The aggregate and the rules of the competition. If we are not going there to be passive. If we go there and sit back and try to absorb pressure and just play on the counterattack, I think it's a recipe for failure, to be honest with you. We have to go to LA to be aggressive, to try to score first. If we score first, they need a few, 3 goals? It's 4 to win, or 3 to win. It gets interesting really quickly. So, yes, we have to address some of the challenges that they pose teams and pose us in game one, dealing with the wide areas. How can we deal with Bouanga, one of their weapons? And we have a plan to address their strengths tactically. We have to win second balls, so we're going to have 3 central midfielders likely in this one, where we can set up to try to address their strengths and take away their strengths and then attack their weaknesses. We see a few.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas, 8 p.m. is that matchup against LAFC. You can hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Next time that the Rapids are back in the friendly confines of Dick's Sporting Goods Park. Hopefully it'll be way warmer than the last time you guys were there. Will be on March 1st as you guys host FC Dallas. Coach, best of luck tomorrow. Go get them. And hopefully we'll see you guys move on to take on Columbus.
Thanks for having me again, guys. Love being part of the show. Appreciate it.
All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by Ramos Law. A car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, and find them at ramoslaw.com. On the other side, we'll get into it is NFL Combine Week. The Broncos did not start it off on the right side of the headlines. The off-field issues wasn't a player, and it wasn't pretty. The NFL Combine is here, starts on Thursday morning, Coach. I'm sorry you're not there. I apologize. I know this is a week that you're kind of itching to not be in the studio. Thursday, defensive linemen and linebackers. Friday, defensive backs and tight ends. Saturday, QBs, wide receivers, running backs, and then Sunday, offensive linemen. Before we get into the draft, before we get into the Combine, the news coming out, Broncos linebackers coach Michael Wilhoit has been booked into the Denver downtown jail on suspicion of second-degree assault of a police officer, according to jail records. According to a probable cause statement, and this is all from 9news.com, a Denver police officer working on curb assignment at DIA noticed Wilhoit pull up to the second lane of the departure area and leave his gray 2021 Ford Bronco unattended. When Wilhoit returned to his vehicle, the officer told him he could not leave that vehicle unattended. The Broncos assistant coach then told the officer to, quote, shut the blank up.
You almost said it.
Almost did.
You were in it, man. You were really reenacting this.
The probable cause statement says, the officer then told Wilhoit again that he could not leave his vehicle unattended, and Wilhoit gave the officer the same reply, according to the probable cause statement. He then approached the officer, bumped his chest into the officer, causing the officer to step back, the statement says. The officer shoved Wilhoit back, and then Wilhoit punched the officer, causing him to fall to the ground, according to the statement. And as Wilhoit got into his car, the officer used his taser, apparently hitting him in the left leg and left hip. And once that altercation was done, Wilhoit got into his car and drove away.
And then the officer did have visible injuries on his knees as well as jaw pain. So that would imply that there was a big punch to the face, and it did, in fact, buckle the officer. This is not a great look.
I mean, when a 38-year-old former linebacker who's still very clearly a pretty large dude decides to right hook you in the jaw, it's going to leave some pain.
Yeah, this is not how you want to start your combine festivities here.
No.
Particularly if you're Sean Payton, Greg Penner, and George Payton. You know, it is not mandatory, to be fair, for every single coach to be at the combine. So we don't know if he was heading to the combine or not. It could have been just simply a family member visiting town or whatever, that you're dropping him off at the airport. But in any event, you don't want the headline to be about you as a coach, particularly when your job as a coach is also oftentimes very challenging, because you're managing a room full of younger athletes that have a lot of different things that they have to manage in their own lives as well. So this is not a great look for the Denver Broncos franchise.
I wonder if this is going to change when the video eventually comes out, because there's video of everything, and I'd be
Especially
shocked.
curbside.
Like, I'd be shocked if someone didn't see an altercation happening and didn't whip a phone out very quickly.
Yeah, this is turned into pretty big national news. You just simply Google news search Will Hoyt, and it's been picked up by TMZ, ESPN. I mean, this is a big story. So there will be a leak of the video.
From the statement and from the report, it seems a little odd that the officer would have shoved him back unless the chest bump was pretty aggressive and egregious. Still feels a little odd that like the officer did put hands on Will Hoyt at that point.
That's different.
It doesn't excuse clocking the dude in the face. Also, could you imagine getting tased in the leg and still being able not only to like maintain your posture, but then get into a car and drive off afterwards?
Yeah, if you're a big, I mean, I'm looking at pictures of Michael Wilhoit.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
And
former NFL linebacker, big guy.
38 years old, and in his prime, Michael Wilhoit was a 6 foot 245.
Yeah, it's a big dude.
Big dude.
I feel like if I were to get tased even by like half of a taser, even if one of those little things goes onto my leg, I'm out for the count. You kidding? I am toast. Absolutely toast. Moving on, though. NFL Combine starting up on Thursday with defensive linemen and linebackers. Again, Friday, defensive backs and tight ends. So we will expect to see Travis Hunter. But the big news, no Shedeur Sanders at this Combine. He will be there. He will be answering questions.
Is this really big news, though, Raj?
Do you remember I think it is big news, and I wouldn't say it's groundbreaking, but I think it is headline news anytime that a top-tier quarterback decides not to throw at the combine because it's a big event.
It's becoming a bit
It
common.
happens. Yeah, it happens all the time. I'm not shocked, but it is news, yes.
Last year I was so excited. My first combine that I've attended, I was so excited to be able to compare Drake May, the player I didn't know much about. He was, in all full candor, he's the guy that I didn't have a great feel for his game. Drake May didn't throw last year. Jaden Daniels didn't throw last year. Caleb Williams did not throw last year. So 3 of the top 6 in 1, 2, 3 in the draft order did not throw at the combine a year ago. Did engage in the media availability, did have all the interviews, as they call them. I think it's the train station where you go from spot to spot to spot and you talk to all the different franchises. Cam Ward, the other quarterback, has not yet declared one way or the other if he's throwing or not.
He's
throwing.
probably not going to throw either.
That'd be my full anticipation.
But at this point, with this quarterback class, I kind of look at the decision and go, what was it really going to hurt? If you had a bad day at the combine and you didn't throw well, what, you're going to be the second quarterback taken and you'll go in the top 10 as opposed to the top 5? I think for both of these guys, there's no shot. Those guys could walk out and throw with their left hands, and they would still be the first 2 quarterbacks drafted in this draft, and they will be top 15 picks, without a doubt. They could fall flat on their faces.
Would you
agree? What's it hurt?
Would you agree that both of these quarterbacks have more significant question marks next to them than, say, the 3 quarterbacks that opted not to throw a year ago?
I think for sure they do. But one of the big knocks against Shedeur is you've been incubated your whole life. You've been walled off from everyone. Everything that you have done from Pop Warner through college, whether it is your fault that it's been done this way or not, it's been for your benefit. It has been curated by your father and the coaching staffs around him to bring you up in this, I hate to say it sounds mean, spoon-fed environment. Why not showcase what you can do in a situation where it's not spoon-fed, right? Because his pro day is spoon-fed. You've told us this. Pro days are spoon-fed. They are comfortable. They're in situations and in areas that you are used to, with people that you know that you're throwing to. You know what you're getting out of those breaks. Why not show, hey, yeah, I've been incubated, but I can do this anywhere. Why not?
Well, I bring up the point about both of these quarterbacks having way more question marks than Jaden Daniels did last year, than Drake May did last year, and that Caleb Williams did last year. Although I would say that Caleb Williams had some of the similar question marks maybe surrounding some of his just antics at times.
The diva question marks.
Yeah, a little bit of that.
And no, it's not because he paints his fingernails.
And while those 3 quarterbacks and these quarterbacks did not throw at the combine, that includes Joe Burrow, Matthew Stafford, Andrew Luck, Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, who was picked first overall, Robert Griffin III, Matt Ryan, and Sam Darnold.
Right, but a lot of those quarterbacks had better classes around them where actually were underperforming at the combine could have legitimately hurt their chances of being drafted where they were. Cam and Shedeur being drafted in the top 15 no matter what.
I don't think no matter what.
No matter what.
I don't think no matter what. And then let me ask you this. If you do have the ability to continue this trend of controlling as much as you possibly can control, is it better for, say, a Shedeur Sanders to drop out of the first 5 picks? Because what happens with those first 5 teams? Who are those teams?
Yeah, you go to better situations as the draft continues.
And
unless you're Washington and Jaden Daniels,
is the rookie contract the one that really matters anyway?
No, certainly not. It's the second and third contract.
Does Shedeur Sanders want to be thrown into a Bryce Young first season type of environment? I mean,
they seem pretty
back.
keen on the New York Giants and Vegas Raiders. They don't give a crap that the Shedeur camp feels more concerned about the market than the actual situation that he's going into. Who are the 2 teams that we've heard the most about? Vegas and New York. Those 2 situations suck.
I don't think Vegas is nearly as bad of a situation for Shedeur Sanders as New York is. Brian Daboll, on his last leg, he's going to be just full of piss and vinegar as he's coaching whichever quarterback to end up coaching because it hadn't gone well. And you got
Pete Carroll's in his mid-70s. How long is that guy going to stick around?
To me, Pete Carroll's the right guy because he is a culture builder. He's a positive, upbeat. He understands building around a young quarterback. He's done it before. And then you got Chip Kelly as your offensive coordinator, your play caller that's been doing it at the college level for the majority of his career.
He's only been successful in the NFL for like a season and a half, though.
Yeah, but he's reinvented himself in how he coaches the game as well. I think that if you're Shedeur Sanders and you're advising Shedeur, so if you're his father, you're Coach Prime, I'd be like, hey man, nothing wrong with putting a little bit of bad spin on your combine experience, even at the podium, even in some of your interviews. I would not want to end up in New York.
So hold on. So where you want him to fall to
Vegas. That's what I've been saying all along. I think it's the perfect if you're looking at the nature of who Shedeur Sanders is, that I believe is very talented. I think the more important aspect of Shedeur Sanders' integration into the National Football League is the nurture conversation. And the nurture conversation for me.
Eventually, you have to take the gloves off, though, don't you?
Yeah,
Eventually, you got to be your own guy.
There are certain quarterbacks that the nature was very good, but the nurture part was horrific. And it never came to fruition. Look at Baker Mayfield and how he came into the National Football League. I mean, he was left for dead after what happened in Cleveland. What happened in Carolina? Slight bit of a restoration in Los Angeles. And then he gets in the right situation at Tampa. Boom, he takes off. Is a guy like Shedeur Sanders going to be afforded that same opportunity to get those potential chances down the road? I don't know. So I do think the beginning's going to matter a lot for Shedeur.
I also look at the history of Pete Carroll and going, there's no guarantee that the quarterback that is drafted to be your starter is your starter. Russ wasn't drafted to be Seattle's starter. He just won the job.
Mm.
He found out that's the guy that's going to be my QB. Russell Wilson was drafted more as a project, man. Who was the kid? Matt Flynn? They signed to that huge deal.
Right.
Matt Flynn was supposed to be the guy. And they found out, we've got to, who knows if Russ is a Hall of Famer at this point, borderline with how his career has gone downhill since he left Seattle.
Yep, Russell Wilson, 75th overall.
He was not drafted to be the quarterback of the future for Seattle, man.
How about his girlfriend at the draft?
Matt Flynn was supposed to be the number one.
You seen the Russell Wilson girlfriend meme? The
not
GIF?
in years, I haven't.
Oh, it's wild. Definitely is not Sierra.
I wouldn't think that Sierra would have been dating a third-round quarterback from Wisconsin.
So things changed a little bit.
Back in, what was it, 2012 when he got drafted?
2012. Yep.
It would have been an odd thing for Sierra to be, roaming the hallways at Wisco.
You ever done anything dangerous?
You think she had ever been to Wisconsin outside of like doing a show?
Right. She probably played a show there at Milwaukee.
So
probably hasn't been in
maximum
Madtown.
amount of hours in Milwaukee, 8.
Yeah, she probably didn't have a lot of experience with cheese curds and New Glarus spotted cow.
Oh, don't even start with me, Coach. Is this the first time that we've talked about spotted cow on this show?
I think we've touched it before. I think so.
Because we've made it very well known that the greatest beer for Coach and I ever made,
Mickey Golden Lights.
Yep. The second best beer, New Glarus is spotted cow, which they only sell in Wisconsin, right?
Yep, and
just in the state.
It is employee owned. They will not go like massive production. They keep it in the state of Wisconsin.
They keep it in the state of Wisconsin, but there are 30 racks in the airport that you can buy.
You sure can, and you can fly out with them.
After you go through security, you can walk onto the flight with a 30 rack of spotted cow, and those things are delicious.
They are. They're gold. They are. It is liquid gold.
If I could have a 30 of Mickey Golden Lights and New Glarus spotted cows, one in my left hand and one in my right hand,
set for life.
Set for life. I can die now. Thank you.
Or set for a good 3 to 5 business days.
Maybe back when I was in college. Not now, Coach. NFL notes are coming up next with KJ.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories around the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, start us off.
Jeff Legwall was on with Kreckman and Lindahl on Friday. They had a discussion about which running backs Jeff is looking forward to seeing at the NFL Combine that Broncos fans should be aware of. Here's what he had to say.
Judkins from Ohio State, the running back. I'm intrigued with him. I have him. Why I want to see him is because I have him rated much higher than a lot of the personnel guys I talked to. So I am curious. I'm curious how I came to that conclusion and if I'm right or not. But I want to see some of those down the board running back guys because I think that could be good value for the Broncos. Just guys like, Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. That's another down the board running back a bit who's got a lot of talent. Catch the ball, can run. So I think running back is a spot where the Broncos could get really nice value if they don't use the first-round pick, because Genty is the only first-round back, I think, on this board easily.
Oh, Leggy, talk dirty to me. I love hearing you say that Quinshon Judkins is much higher on your personal draft board than it is in a lot of NFL personnel execs. I completely agree. Quinshon Judkins has shown the full skill set of a guy that can be a joker in Sean Payton's offense. And if you want to see what he was able to do as a pass receiver, as a pass catcher, look no further than his year before his draft eligible season at Ohio State and go back to the Ole Miss tape, and you will find the full skill sets available and needed for Sean Payton to find his running back of the future. I think he'll be available without question in the second round, even potentially in the third round.
Both of those guys that he mentioned, Judkins and Sampson out of Tennessee, are, if you aggregate a lot of these like top 100 boards, they're early third round grades, if not late second round grades, that if teams get like a little bit nervous that they're not going to be able to find their guy, they might grab him in round 2. I'm hoping that Denver takes a running back in round 2, assuming that Genty is not available to them or they're not wanting to trade up to get a running back in round 1. I looked at the salary projections for possible free agent running backs, right? Free agency, the legal tampering period starts at 10 a.m. Mountain on March 10. Aaron Jones, Najee Harris, both running backs around $8 to $12 million on an average basis. The next group of guys includes Javonte Williams. You've got guys like J.K. Dobbins, Raheem Moster in there, slot in somewhere between $5 and $8 million. And then after that, you get into the Nick Chubb, Khalil Herbert, Madison, Mitchell, Cam Akers type of guys that might cost you $2 to $4 million in guaranteed money on an average basis. I don't see, there's not a running back in that group that I go, oh boy.
No. All their warts have already been exposed, in my opinion.
Yeah, most of those guys are like 30 years old. Take him in the second round. Your running back of the future, your number one running back this year is in the draft. He's not in free agency. And if Genty isn't there, I worry that if you don't get your running back in the second round, we're going to be talking about the same crap that we did all season long. You really going to commit to the run game? You know what? I'll say it right now. How's this? If the Broncos do not get a running back before their fourth pick?
Yes.
Before their fourth pick of this draft, there will be another full season without a 100-yard rusher on this team.
Did the Broncos, they didn't have 100-yard rusher in this entire season?
Nope.
That's right. It was Jaleel McLaughlin was close against the Browns, was it?
He got close. The last time that they had one was like in 2021.
2022, Latavius Murray.
Latavius Murray in 2022. There you go. That's the last time they had a 100-yard rusher. If they don't get a running back in their first 3 picks, it'll be another year without it.
I agree.
KJ, what's next?
That is a dub.
According to Ian Rappaport, Shedeur Sanders isn't throwing or doing any field work at the NFL Combine. he'll choose to do all of his work at CU's Pro Day. According to Tom Pelissero, it's unclear whether Cam Ward will throw at the NFL Combine or not. And recently, Tom Pelissero also just reported Ashton Jeanty will not do any work at the Combine on the field. He will wait until Boise State's Pro Day to do all of his work. Is the NFL Combine becoming watered down due to the fact that players don't see the value in doing on-field work at the NFL Combine?
I don't think so. And having been there last year, man, it was so impactful for me to see 3 quarterbacks that ended up going in the first round because of their performance. And I'd say, namely, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., they put on a show at the Combine. The one that was so wild, and I go back to it, and I've talked about it so many times, Bo Nix had a bad Combine. And it was really the only piece of the evaluation puzzle that just did not stand very tall as it relates to Bo Nix's candidacy as a first-round draft pick. His pro day was really good. But that's the thing about it, is that you have the ability as a draftable quarterback, or in the case of Ashton Jeanty, you've got a chance to control where you work out, when you work out, as long as you give the NFL executives the opportunity, and coaches and players, coaches and GMs, an opportunity to see you work out at some point in time. I think that it's just moved into a space where there's always going to be value at the Combine.
Is there anything that the NFL can do to entice top players to perform at the Combine?
The only thing is prove that you're willing to not draft players because they're not willing to compete at the Combine, and that will never be the case. So I don't think there's any monetary.
How's this? Can you say, if you accept a Combine invite, which means if your boots are on the ground here to talk to teams, to conduct media interviews, to maybe even take some IQ tests, but you don't want to be on the field. If you accept an NFL invite to the NFL Combine, you forfeit your ability to have your own pro day. You want to be here? You want to talk to these teams? You want to talk to the media?
Well, really, none of these players have their own pro days.
Well, you forfeit.
CU has its pro day every year.
You forfeit your ability to go to CU's pro day.
I don't think the NFL has that type of control.
I think the NFL can control whatever the hell they want to.
I don't think so. I think that you would have some legal problems with that. I mean, this is a pro day that is for the university. It's put on by the university.
I'm not going to say anything that the NFL would want to do is impossible. Dude, the Shield gets what the Shield wants. I think there's a way you could do that. I think KJ's right. I think it's a slippery slope where the Combine is going, why do I watch the Combine anymore? Why? Because some guy is going to rise from the 4th round to the end of the 2nd?
You know why? You want to know why everybody's going to continue to watch the Combine? Xavier Worthy. Last year's Combine, very little information was known of Xavier Worthy. He ran himself into being a first-round draft pick and then ended up being very impactful in a run as a rookie wide receiver for a team that ended up in the Super Bowl. That will always be the case. There are Combine risers, and that's why the event is always going to be fantastic.
KJ, keep it rolling.
That is a dub.
Peter Schrager of the NFL Network discussed this morning on Good Morning Football that the Rams' desire to let Matthew Stafford and his camp test the trade market is due to the two sides not agreeing on a $50 million contract deal that Stafford wants. Peter then explains what could be up the road if Stafford and his camp continues to play this level of hardball.
The issue with this year for Stafford is if they do trade Matthew Stafford, there are quarterbacks who would likely love to play for the Rams. Aaron Rodgers lives in Malibu in the offseason. You don't think he'd want to just mix it up for a discounted price and play with Sean McVay for a year? Of course he would. So who has the leverage here? Where are they going to go? Jimmy Garoppolo, they could pay $10 million, and McVay might think, I could win games with Garoppolo. It's a really tough, awkward situation because there is a real friendship. They have a Super Bowl championship together, and there's no real bad blood at the moment. But the longer this thing proceeds, the uglier it could get. I don't know if I can envision a world where the Rams go on without Stafford. I think everyone would love Stafford to come back, but I don't think the Rams are going to break their back to pay Matthew Stafford top dollar. And if he's okay with that to go pursue a Super Bowl, fine. And if he's not, no shame in that. Go get the money you think you deserve.
The power of Jimmy Sexton, super agent Jimmy Sexton, who continues to drive the price of SEC head football coaches and Big Ten head coaches. On the college football side, he represents a majority of the college football coaches, and he's got Matthew Stafford. He got Matthew Stafford believing he's going to get $50 million or more. And you know what? He just might, because there are a lot of teams that are very, very quarterback needy, and he did put together a very good campaign that culminated in arguably Philadelphia's toughest challenge of the postseason against those Los Angeles Rams. What I would take this as a step further, Raj. Do we see a future where our current neighbor in the Mile High City, Zach Wilson, becomes our future colleague at KSE as the quarterback?
KSE West.
As the quarterback of Kroenke-owned Los Angeles Rams.
I don't think he'd be the starting quarterback, but I think there's a world in which he could be a backup there.
I think McVay would cook with Zach Wilson.
You know who I think he'd also cook with? Sam Darnold on a 3-year deal at $45 million.
Yeah, if you're going to pay $45 million for Sam Darnold, why not pay $51 million for Matt Stafford?
Because
when he knows the system?
Because the 51 of Matt Stafford was likely not a 1-year deal. They're likely looking for multiple years on top of that, and I think that I think that the reason why the Rams are testing these waters is they go, you might have a season left, and we don't want to commit to that. So Darnold at this point, Darnold's not Matt Stafford, but quarterback rehab going to another great place for QBs to go play for Sean McVay. Great place to be. Just look at how Stafford's career seamlessly transitioned from being an elite quarterback in Detroit to now being a Super Bowl winning quarterback and shoe-in for a Hall of Fame in LA. I think Darnold would be a good spot. Rodgers,
no.
I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, dude.
The thing about Sean McVay, he comes from the Shanahan tree. Certainly the Kyle Shanahan is his peer group. McDaniel is a part of that as well. McVay hasn't yet taken the Kyle Shanahan approach to being the quarterback guru. I can prove that I can
fix
this
him.
guy, the perfect guy after what I watched all of training camp, that I personally, if I'm a quarterback guru, prides myself on being able to turn what everybody else thought was a bunch of trash into a treasure. My guy is Zach Wilson.
Imagine if Darnold lands somewhere and he's successful. Or let's just say that he gets franchised and he stays in Minnesota and has another good year under O'Connell as they, it would be insane for them to burn 2 years of J.J. McCarthy's contract. But you were close to winning a Super Bowl last year. You were there. You were really good all season long, and you just didn't quite get there at the end. So why not run it back? How funny would it be if both Jets quarterbacks found a way to work for another franchise and just laugh at what they're doing in the Meadowlands?
Where is the place for the Rodgers resurgence? Where could it work, really, in your opinion?
I think he's done.
I do too.
I think he's retiring.
And I think it's a lot more of the collateral damage of what trust that's a problem.
Yeah, I think he burned it last year. The Jets situation was really good. That roster was young and cost controllable. And that dude went in there with a torch and a gas can and just went, boom! Deal with me.
Would you not have loved to have the skill position players here in Denver that the New York Jets had?
I would
Breece Hall.
I trade him
Garrett
group for
Wilson.
group right now.
Alan Lazard.
You tell me I get Breece Hall in Denver?
Devontae Adams.
Shut up.
You ended up with Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson on the same
and
roster?
You were that bad?
What?
Insane how they were that bad. Oh, keep it rolling, KJ.
That is a dub.
One unidentified team has submitted a proposal to ban the play known as the tush push, according to NFL Executive Vice President of Football Operations, Troy Vincent. NFL Network senior national columnist Judy Batista submitted on Monday, a quote, question on the tush-push play is whether it could be modified to keep some semblance of the play intact. The play is run so infrequently that there isn't enough injury data for the league to push for a ban based on injuries alone, end quote. Do you guys see a world where the NFL just quote-unquote bans the tush-push one day?
I could, because it's not aesthetically pleasing.
How would you quantify? Is it any assistance, any shove whatsoever?
Yeah, you cannot have a player propelling another player from behind
At
just
any point in the game. But think about the Denver Broncos this season. I believe it was a Javonte Williams touchdown run where the entire offense just joined in the push the pile. And are you gonna?
I don't know how you can. I don't know how you can legislate that.
Would it be the first 2 seconds?
I don't know. It can't be design. I don't know how you legislate design versus spontaneity. I don't know how you do that. But you can't vault
within
yourself
the first 2 seconds of the snap, maybe.
Maybe you can't vault yourself really over weird. The line, right? You can't utilize someone to jump up and block a field goal. But if I were, I don't know, I'm going to take like a video game scenario here. If I'm getting blocked and I get kind of chop blocked and I'm on someone's back. Let's say I'm on a offensive lineman's back. Literally, he's crouched over and he stands up and I launch into the air and the field goal kick hits me in the butt. Have I propelled myself off of a player, or have I been propelled by an external force? I don't know.
Well, there's nobody that weighs what you weigh on the field goal blocking units in the National Football League, so that you couldn't get propelled
you could launch
in the air.
me? So if you had an offensive
the 270-pound interior defensive lineman that's a 4 technique, he's not getting propelled vertically 7 feet in the air.
Okay, what about the 6'2", 195-pound safety?
I mean, do you realize how high that kick point is?
Yeah, it's up there.
Those guys get the ball up high.
I'm trying to make it sound as ridiculous as possible because it is ridiculous.
I don't think you can ban the play unless you just ban all assistance. Any form of pushing the pile, any form of which frankly the Bush, what they used to call it, the Bush push. Wasn't that Reggie Bush in college football?
Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart.
That was
against Notre Dame.
And that was illegal at the time.
When Brady Quinn should have won that game.
And it was done by the USC Trojans, and then they made it legal in college football.
I don't know, man. It's ugly to watch. And they are right. It doesn't happen enough for you to go, it's a game-breaking play. But it does happen enough in key situations. 3rd and short, 4th and short, goal to go.
What really became annoying and was a real tough aesthetic was the cadence issues with the tush-push play. Remember where they were going hard count, no snap, and then who was it? I think it was
NFC Championship
game.
Wasn't it?
Washington?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Commanders.
Dumb. No.
Yes. Commanders. Washington Commanders were jumping it intentionally
because LA lost to Philly in the divisional round.
There was one linebacker who was launching on top of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and they also had to make the announcement hey, if you guys do this again, we're just giving them a touchdown.
Which I did not know that.
No clue, but it's awesome.
No idea that could happen in an NFL
It's like the dinner bell. It rings for people to come in. The lights go, or the street lights come on. You got to go home. The kids haven't shown up for 10 or 15 minutes. Then finally, mom comes outside.
Would that be the first ever touchdown awarded in my lifetime where you didn't see anybody actually cross the plane of the goal line? And it's just a touchdown. Wait, where? How did, what? Huh?
Matt Holliday, 2007, and a wild card game. Never touched on plate.
It's talking about football.
NFL Notes is brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
What's good, Colorado? It's Coach Mike Sanford. And if you looked up at the forecast for what's going on up I-70, man, you could see that Loveland ski area has gotten a ton of snow. And with temperatures that are going to be hovering in the 20s and 30s all week long, with a couple nice little dustings of fresh snow to make your morning snow a little bit fresher, you got to get up to Loveland ski area, where you are going to be able to avoid all of the issues that come about with the Johnson-Eisenhower Tunnel, because you don't have to go through it. You can get off right there before even going up the Loveland Pass. You got 1,800 acres of skiable terrain, highest average snowfall in the Front Range in Summit County resorts. You got to look no further than Loveland Ski Area. Find discounted passes at skiloveland.com. I'm going to be seeing you up there this Wednesday.
Morning sprint as we hand things off to PhD, noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 4:30 today, not their normal 3 to 6 because the Nuggets and the Pacers, 4:30 pregame show with Birdo, 5 p.m. tip.
I like early tips.
The 5 p.m. East Coast thing, unreal.
So good.
I still hold that the Mountain Time Zone is the perfect time zone.
Oh, and I've lived in all 4.
To watch sports, perfect.
Did I ever tell you the most ridiculous, useless trivia about my 15-year-old daughter?
No.
So as a coach, moving around the country, she was 4 years old, and she had lived in all 4 U.S. time zones as her permanent residence.
That's impressive.
Is that not just disturbing, though?
Disturbing, but impressive also.
Yeah.
Now you've been in the same home for 3 years. First time
How
ever
about
for the
that,
Sanford
man? How
Clan.
about that?
Hey,
Hey, we're here. We're
Well
really
done.
doing this.
Well done.
Really doing it, Harry.
Happy to have you here. It's the best time zone for sports watching, except for one time of year, and that is the first round of the NBA and the NHL playoffs, when we just get saddled with, for some reason, they think that Denver is California.
Yes.
So we get, when Colorado plays Calgary in round 1, like they did all those years ago, and Cale Makar was
Puck's dropped at 8:39.
It's set for 8:30. Puck doesn't drop till 8:45.
Yeah.
That game isn't over until 2 a.m.
Sounds like somebody who's got some between the pipes issues maybe late at night.
Yeah, there's
late night, little Raj after dark. It's weird, huh?
Those shows got weird.
Yeah.
Multiple overtime games where Spring and I are getting on the air at 1:45 in the morning local.
Yeah.
They do get odd.
I'll tell you what is the worst time zone to consume.
It's going to get way weirder now that we're on digital and we don't have to worry about the FCC. Way weirder.
So when I was at Yale coaching football in New Haven, Connecticut, and you're a West Coast sports fan, East Coast time zone is disturbing.
Yeah, your West Coast teams cease to exist. And that is where the East Coast bias begins.
Or your sleep ceases to exist.
Right, and as a head coach, you're not staying up till 2 a.m. to watch the Giants play the A's.
I mean, I was.
But getting up again at 4:30.
Oh, yeah. That's just full send, man.
Insane.
Yeah, I was a zombie.
There is a sleep debt of 25 years.
I mean, that was the height of the San Francisco Giants, though. I was
Where
there.
they were winning every
2009 to 2015 was when they were winning it every even year.
Matt Kane and Tim Lincecum.
2010, 2012, and 2014 World Series champs.
Who was the reliever that got him?
Oh, freaking Brian Wilson, the beard. Fear of the beard. Sergio Romo, another beard.
Those are good teams.
Really
Sucks
good
that they were
teams.
NL West, but
Buster Posey's back though, baby, running the team. He is he's the president of baseball operations. He is running the entire franchise now.
You were wearing a Team USA jersey for the Four Nations final on Thursday last week.
Proved to be a bad choice.
It's okay. I'm not going to blame you for that loss. It was a Team USA number 28 jersey from the World Baseball Classic, and I thought you walked in with a Nolan Arenado jersey.
No, sir.
And I was about to say, not your smartest move.
No, sir. Buster Posey.
Although that trade hasn't really worked out for anyone.
No.
St. Louis is trying to get rid of Arenado right now.
I'll tell you what, the Rockies, if you look back at the history of their franchise, moving on from Troy Tulowitzki or Arenado, Story, have any of these really hurt?
No. It hurt.
Really hurt.
It hurt the fan base. The on-field product. The on-field product after they traded those guys went down, but I don't think it went down because they weren't there.
And then now, John Gray goes to
Texas.
He goes to Texas and they win the World Series.
John Gray goes to Texas. I'll give you that one. That one hurt.
It's a deep take.
You know what's going to suck this year is when Brendan Rodgers goes and plays second base for the Astros
and just
turns into Jose Altuve. Because they're moving Altuve to right field.
You know what? I'm not worried about what happens in Houston. Because I got Zach Veen with the ultimate bat flip home run, maybe in the history of baseball.
So good.
Zach Veen, who shows up with purple hair, then he's got bleached blonde hair the next day, and then he bat flips past the pitching mound on a home run he hit.
He said he blacked out. Would you see, if you guys haven't seen the home run, Veen hits a bomb, an absolute piss missile. and blacks out and bat flips directly at the mound.
Are the Rockies going to be fun? This is Zach Veen after he hits his bomb.
To be real, I blacked out right after I hit the ball, so I have no idea what happened to the bat. There was no disrespect by me or anybody there. I love everybody on the other side of the field. And, I really don't remember much of it.
I don't know who he hit the home run off of, but the funniest part of the video is the bat leaves Veen's hands, and he realizes, oh crap, it's going north and not towards the dugout. And you see Zach's hand go up like, dude, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I've been there throwing a golf. Like, I try not to throw golf clubs anymore. I feel as though
I could see you just being
I'm a snap show.
You like throwing things in general.
Oh my God.
Hard. Out of frustration and anger. And it's a you thing. It's a problem between you and you. It's
it's a me thing.
Yeah, it's not a.
It's like the Avs not wanting to go to the interior. It's their problem.
And
this
I
is
do
my
think,
problem.
like Zach Veen, I think you also do blackout when you throw things.
I do. I'm trying not to throw clubs anymore, but I've had situations where I've launched a club and realized that like it leaves my hand too late, and then it goes in an area where it shouldn't, and like a lake.
And then it does the old ba ba ba.
I had one.
It gets the bounce where it hits like club side, handle side,
Horrible.
and then a massive jump.
I had one where we were playing up in the mountains. My buddy Nino was standing behind me. Nino, if you're listening, I'm still very sorry about this. Nino, he's one of the best hockey players I've ever played alongside. Just a little New York Italian meatball.
Yeah, you better be careful when you throw a club around
Nino.
And Nino might have something.
Thomas Anthony.
He might have some concrete shoes he's going to put on you.
Hit a terrible shot in a par 3 and like didn't throw the club, but just dropped it behind my back, knowing it was bad. Didn't think anyone was behind me, so I turned around and I kicked the club and launched it into my buddy Nino's shins from 4.5 feet away.
What did Nino do to you?
Didn't talk to me for the rest of the day, and we were in a cart together.
What would I have done, do you think?
I think you probably would have done what Broncos assistant coach did a couple of days ago to a
It was actually
DIA
just Sunday,
officer.
just yesterday, 2:09 p.m. that Michael Wilhoit put his fist through an officer's face. Apparently,
think you would have done that to me?
I would have just put it through your chest. I like a good solid chest punch out of frustration. Like, ow, that hurt my shins. Woo!
Is there anything in football?
Restarts your heart, man.
Because in hockey, there's some great feelings in hockey. One of the best feelings when you are frustrated in that sport is two-handing a stick across a crossbar or a post or over the boards. What a feeling. Is there anything in football where you just need to break something? There's not really anything to break other than like another human.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not much. I'll tell you as a coach, the one I got a lot is I like to be right behind the offensive lineman, kind of in a spot where I can watch the quarterback's pocket movement, is I always would get stepped on by some 335-pound offensive tackle right in the foot, cleat in foot. And the only thing I did is I would push that same person that cleated me just like out of like instinct. And I would push them as hard as I could and they wouldn't budge.
He'd move an inch and a half.
And they'd be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, coach." I'm like, "I'm sorry, dude. I assaulted you." And like, I didn't feel it. Dang it.
It's like, yeah, you were a fly on my shoulder.
"I'm so sorry, coach. I didn't."
Because it's not like
I
you
didn't
guys
mean to step on you.
It's not like you guys carry around clipboards anymore, where you can snap a clipboard.
Not a lot of
over your
clipboards.
knee.
Not a lot of clipboards.
There aren't things. Maybe that's something we need to do. We need to figure out what coaches can have on the sideline that they can shatter.
You know what's the one is metal whistles, like old school metal whistles with a metal ball. If you're frustrated, go whack somebody on the helmet, one of your players with it, and it just gives you that terrible feeling.
There you go.
Like, don't do that, coach.
That's what I was looking for. PhD's coming up next. Nuggets and Pacers tonight, 4:30 p.m. pregame show on 92.5. Watch it on Channel 20, KTVD. PhD, do not go anywhere. We'll see you tomorrow at 10.
Let's go live to in Indianapolis for our exclusive Combine coverage with Scott Hastings.
Oh, yeah.
Who is there at the Combine in Indy. Scott, what's the vibe in that city? What's up, Bigfoot? What do you got?
Right first, this right here for Tyler.
They're measuring feet.
I will tell you this. Players, not players, but scouts and GMs and front offices, media types are already starting to scour and cover this city.
Yes.
I will be surprised, and if you watch Altitude, the Nuggets play the Pacers tonight, I bet you will see a number of coaches and personnel in the building.
I was on 9 News today, and they asked me about the Pacers, and I go, there's going to be more famous people that you know in the building watching the game than actually you know that play for the Pacers, because the NFL will converge on the Nuggets-Pacers game, and we know for a fact, how about this fun one, and let's see who can get in the box to cover this one from Altitude, but Sean Payton is hosting a box with media members from Denver who are covering the Combine.
Well, I believe Scotty's our only guy there, so we got one dude that could go beat up in the box.
You would be qualified, Scott, to be one of the media personalities theoretically.
You on the sideline, or you calling from the bench?
Nope, I'm calling the game. 18's working. We were informed of this a week or so ago, and why I kept hinting at you that Sean Payton would, I'm hearing, is going to be at the game.
Yes.
I guess in lieu of the dinner, Leggy. Wonder if Leggy will take the free ticket to the game.
Right.
That he wouldn't take the free meal.
He went to the dinner.
That would be interesting.
But didn't eat the meat. He went to the dinner for access, but did not eat the food last year.
So I
according to
took
Leggy.
your information, but I did not allow you to buy me.
But in this particular case, you would have to go to the game. You would have to get.
I mean, you could pay somebody for the ticket.
You could pay for a ticket and just go into the box, I guess. I guess you could do that. But this is what's happening tonight. So all the Muggles this is for the Muggles. Get treated by Sean Payton in some sort of luxury box tonight there, Scott. What do you think of that?
I think that will be interesting. I think we'll see if Katie may head up there at one time or another.
Yep.
I was told that there's a possibility that Sean Payton will be available to do a sideline hit.
That is awesome.
Okay.
That is great.
You may see Sean Payton live from Indianapolis here at the thing. I think we will endeavor to get him on the Altitude broadcast.
Well, then Katie or you or whoever needs to ask him, his views on Colston Loveland.
Or on coaches punching police officers.
Ooh, that would be a little bit more serious. But that is a story, too, going on with the Denver Broncos, and there are details about that. Are you aware of that fun story, Scott?
I saw that. I'm waiting to see exactly what happened.
Well, the police
the
report
details are out.
Yeah, what the assault was.
Yeah,
it was what was it? Second-degree assault on a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can read to you.
Can I just say that this story, when I got the details, it did not go in the direction that I thought it would. Typically, when you hear a story like this, you think like 1 or 2 in the morning, late night out bar hopping or something.
Nope.
Not the direction I thought.
Nope, not at all. Michael Wilhoit, and I would be shocked if anybody knows the name Michael Wilhoit, but he is a linebackers coach. So he's dropping somebody off at the airport, pulls up, and, he's going to, I don't know, whatever. He's leaving his car to help the person or whatever he's doing. And a cop goes, hey, you can't do that. You can't leave your car there.
Oh, shut the up.
He tells the cop to shut the F up. The officer tells him he leaves. Then he comes back, and the cop says it to him again.
Oh, shut the up.
He says it to him again. Wilhoit, according to the report, then approached the officer and bumped his chest, causing the officer to step back. The officer shoved Wilhoit. Then Wilhoit punched the officer, causing the officer to fall to the ground. As Wilhoit got into his car, the officer used his taser.
Can't feel that.
After the cycle of the taser ended, so it didn't eliminate him, Will Hoyt closed the door and drove away. He was booked into the Denver County Jail on Sunday.
Taser didn't phase him.
Wow. That's one for the books.
Yeah, that was not, like I said, I mean, I immediately assumed there was probably alcohol involved. Not the case.
No.
Shows what happens when you make assumptions, right? I'll be curious. Like I assume the video of this will come out at some point, right?
I don't know. Do airport cops have body cams?
I assume all cops have body cams these days.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know.
The airport cops are actually Denver police.
Well, there's certainly cameras all over the airport. So whether the police officer has a body cam or not.
Very fair. Yep. Yeah. True.
I guess I'd be curious, like, how bad was there? I guess there was a chest bump. How bad it was? He got pushed. I don't know. I mean, just talk about a story you didn't expect to wake up to.
He slugs the cop. The cop goes down. They tase him. He recovers from the cycle, gets in his car, and drives off.
Yeah. Big dude. Yeah.
I mean, that's quite the confrontation.
I guess so.
So, yeah, he's in jail, or he was in jail, and, we go from there. Allegedly. All allegedly.
He had a court appointment at
all alleged and one side of the story, and if everything that you just read is true, then I have no sympathy for the coach, and he should suffer the consequences, whatever they might be. But I would like to hear the full story. Having been lied upon in a situation similar but not similar, I'd just soon hear the whole story.
Well, we'll see. So that drama is going on as well. So I assume Coach Will Hoyt will not be at the in the box with Sean Payton and the rest of the Mongols.
So what you're saying is there won't be a linebacker drafted in the first couple of rounds.
There's the line. I think that's the
are we doing that in free agency anyway?
Yeah, that's a free agent pickup. So
I think we're doing tight end in free agency also.
I do too.
I think we're doing tight end and linebacker in free agency. So this name Darren keeps throwing up there, and plus Michigan tight ends with injury issues.
Oh man, that would be a great question from Katie. Hey, Coach Payne, we all know that Colson Loveland is projected to go to the Broncos. Are you concerned about Michigan repeated injuries? Just something like that. God, that would be a great one. She just lays down the hammer. Like she doesn't ask some sort of softball, how you doing, you know?
I'm just going to tell you, injuries be damned. That dude is a hell of a football player. I mean, he has got the ability to be like a wide receiver number one type of target playing at the tight end spot.
Like Sean wouldn't expect that Scott coming from Katie, right? Like Katie hits him with a hard hitting, some sort of
Well, which leads to a no dumb question. If she's going to get that interview, I would suggest probably early in the first as opposed to later as the game goes.
What do you mean? It will be better later.
Why is that? What are you talking about? I don't even know what you mean by that.
The puck is dropped and it's 4-0. The opening period. And Razor just
greatest sound ever. My guy Rob Ray.
Oh.
My guy, Rob Ray. Man, Rob was such a fun guy to cover when I lived in Buffalo and I worked for the Sabres. He was that tough guy. He was the tough guy's tough guy. And they got him in the middle there.
He has to be. He still is.
No kidding. Because this wasn't, this wasn't the first time.
You, Roger Tanner, honestly would have been on the ground crying, weeping, and maybe dead.
Oh,
the puck is dropped and it's 4-0. The opening period. And Razor.
That's so good. Oh, my God. It's got to be the greatest. It's got to be the most clear, definitive F-bomb dropped on TV.
The puck is dropped and it's 4-0.
The
opening period.
Very, very similar to when Dave Fleck pelted me with an ice cube. Very, very similar.
Now, you did curse. You did curse. That did happen, actually. Right.
I think I pulled out the S word.
You're right.
Explain, though, the sequence for those that haven't seen that, what exactly happened for him to drop the F-bomb.
Well, he's in the in-betweener area there, the Rycroft area, between the two benches, and there's no glass. It's part of the bench, right? He's not wearing a helmet. It's open. He's not wearing a shield. He's not wearing a helmet. He's just a broadcaster. I mean, all the coaches are vulnerable. They don't wear any headgear.
The puck is dropped and it's 4-0. The opening period.
But apparently this guy's been pelted multiple times.
Apparently he has, which is remarkable because Rycroft does just as many games in his spot right there. And I guess he's dodged a few bullets, but he's never been hit like the Razor has. So,
well, this guy looks like he's 6'2" or 6'3".
Rob?
And Rycroft's about 5'5".
Oh, Razor's. Boy, are you not familiar with Rob Ray's work, Scott? Are you?
No,
man.
I wasn't a big Sabres fan at the time.
Well, whether you're a Sabres fan or not, he was like one of the gooniest of goons. You know, the rule was invented that they have to tie down the equipment because Rob Ray would not tie his equipment down or buckle his pads because he was just there to fight. So his whole concept was as soon as he got in a fight, if you grab for him, you would rip all of his gear off, and if you had nothing to grab onto, it was easier to fight. They literally invented.
He beat you.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, him and Ty. You want to see some fun videos? Just watch Rob Ray, Ty Domi, legendary. I mean, Rob Ray against a million guys. Oh no, Rob. He's that 6'1", 6'2", nothing but muscle, could barely skate. You know, goon's goon, lovable guy, of course. You know, because he's a tough guy.
The puck is dropped and it's 4-0.
But you know, he's
now,
one of those
look
guys.
behind your head. Did it hit him right over the left eye? Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like it caught him in the bridge of the nose eye gap.
He took that thing like a man, though. I mean, that doesn't even look as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, he's like the Cro-Magnon sort of look there for
DMac
an NFL
versus
fighter.
Wetsman or Rob Ray?
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing.
What's that?
Rob Ray.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyways, he took it like a champ, and there you go. All right, so we are in.
And by the way, real fast before you move on, this also comes about 3 days after we had a meeting, and DMac's going, "Hey, we ought to see if we can use that position right between the benches, and we could do digital broadcast during the game." And blah, blah, blah. If seriously, and we do Raj and Tanner, that would have killed those guys. Those guys would be on the floor. Raj would have missed the next 2 weeks of work.
But think about the humor.
That's true. It's not us.
I mean, there might have been some hospital bills. But
hey, let me ask Tanner right now. Right now, after seeing that video and seeing that cut on his face, you want to sit there?
Hell no.
Oh, I would love to sit there. I'd put a big helmet on. Wouldn't that be hysterical?
Oh, you can't wear a helmet.
You cage it. Oh, why can't you wear a helmet?
Because you got to be your hockey. Hockey don't have
hockey guy. Hockey
soft guys.
You know, so no softies. Oh, come on. No. Wouldn't that be hysterical? See Raj in there with like a big cage on, just a big face mask, maybe goalie gear.
Big college face mask go. Yeah.
How would that not be hysterical? That would be fantastic.
You know, the only thing that would have been cooler is if he'd have caught that.
That would have been pretty epic.
Literally.
With his teeth.
That'd have been ridiculous.
Well, he almost caught it with his teeth.
We have Scott and Indy. We'll have breaking combine news as it happens with Scott live in Indy. We will have the game, of course, at 5 o'clock right here at Altitude Sports Radio. 5 o'clock, 4:30 pregame. And sadly now, Jokic said something. And sometimes Jokic is too honest. Well, we'll hear it coming up and try to break down what we had. It was a rough weekend. No joke. No joke. It was a rough weekend for our teams, and we'll get to it. Plus, update after update of Combine Under Olympics as Scott Hastings is live from Indianapolis all day to kick off the Combine on Denver on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's go to Indianapolis, where the local media will be hosted by Sean Payton in a luxury box during the Pacers-Nuggets game, where Scott Hastings will be on the call on Altitude V. I mean, it's all coming together tonight in Indianapolis. Come on, brother. You know what I'm saying, Scott? Indy is a buzz, and you are in the heart of it. What type?
In the heart of it.
What? Give me just like is the city alive with combine action? Like when you look out on the streets, is it just ridiculous?
Nope, dead as a doornail.
All right, that is our last update. No, our latest update.
No. I got a good update whenever you have ready for a real
We are ready for a real update. Give it to us.
Can I get introduced? I'd like to have my introduction.
Well, okay, do you want us to play the thing again?
Yeah.
Dan, can you play the intro for Scott again?
Do it again. Let's do it again.
Play it for it again, if you don't mind. Well, I mean, he'll.
I mean, if we're gonna spend thousands of dollars for the production, we need to get some value out.
Sure, we can play it again. It's no big deal. We can play it once, twice. We can play it right now.
You've got Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac with wall-to-wall NFL Combine coverage all day long, featuring Altitude Sports Radio Combine Insider Scott Hastings, live in Indianapolis on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
As we start getting rolling with the NFL Combine, stories will pop up left and right, but before this Combine actually starts, the biggest story in Indianapolis with the Combine basically starts at home with Travis Hunter.
Oh.
Travis Hunter, who was not only named the best wide receiver in football, college football last year, but also the Heisman Trophy winner. This guy right now is being talked about left and right. That being said, he's going to be drafted in the first 2 or 3 positions anyway. But the big question here in the Combine, is he going to be a corner? Is he going to be a wide receiver? And a whole lot of NFL players, great NFL players, have watched this kid play. And so far, I would say the eyes for cornerback and a higher ceiling is at that position over wide receiver. But we will see how the news breaks as this Combine gets started in earnest come Thursday.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, did you speak to Travis about this?
No. Why would I speak to Travis?
Just curious what Travis has to say. Because we do know, along those updates, Travis Hunter is participating in both the wide receiver and the defensive back drills because he will not be defined by former players.
Hell no. He'll be defined by awesomeness.
Yeah.
But it has been kind of interesting reading an article today, and some pretty big name guys talking about, and what I find is interesting that these pro guys still like college football.
Oh yeah.
And these guys were watching, and I don't know if Travis Hunter was at Jackson State, they would have still been watching. But obviously, with Deion coming to CU and Travis is following. And CU, with the number of times that we talked about last college football season, that he was on, or they were on national television, pro players, not, and I'm sure scouts and everybody else also, but pro players watch it, and some of the stuff that they said. In fact, one of the pieces was talking about a single play he made in the game in the middle of the year, and I'm like, you ain't recalling a play like that if A, it wasn't special, and B, if you really weren't paying attention. So a lot of guys that have been quoted for the article I read in The Athletic are inspired and say his defensive skills are – in fact, one guy said he'll come in the league and be 1, 2, or 3 in the league right now.
Pretty exciting stuff. Yeah, no doubt.
Pretty exciting stuff.
Meanwhile, we hear Shadur will not work out. He'll just do the game tonight is going to be pretty interesting. All joking aside, we're not even joking. Sean Payton really is hosting a bunch of the Denver media in a box. That really is happening. But think about it in terms of the Combine. The basketball game tonight is high entertainment for the Combine, in terms of before things get going. The attendance there, Scott's going to be actually probably pretty cool. It's going to be filled with NFL people. I mean, not just Sean Payton, though. The whole NFL's there. So, I don't know.
The Pacers are a playoff team. They've got a couple All-Stars on their roster. And I believe they've got a couple games this week. They played last night against the Clippers Sunday, and then they got obviously tonight. And then they host Toronto on Wednesday.
Fun.
So yeah, they're and maybe the NBA did that, or maybe the Pacers requested that.
Yeah.
With all the people in town, then maybe they can get more and more games in here. I don't know. That's interesting though.
Tonight's a great night for it anyways, because the combine, people are starting to arrive. It really doesn't get going in full action until Wednesday. Wednesday through Friday is kind of that's the bread and butter of it. So, generally speaking, it's kind of like when you go to the Super Bowl. The first night or two, that's the night that you go out on the town and you meet everybody, and then it gets real busy. So it's perfect timing for the game.
I did talk with somebody yesterday. I'm trying to remember who it was, but who has been in a number of combines, or maybe it was even Sunday. It might have been Arnie Stapleton, who's not going this year. And so, listen, we've all in the media have heard the fun time that used to be had. Let's be honest, the combine used to be, let's watch guys run in their underwear and blah 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 and cough and all that stuff. But it was the partying that night between NFL organizations that really, lit the combine on fire. Arnie brought a great point up. He said the partying is really slowed down and minimized. And I go, well, why is that? And he said because of TV and the coverage of TV, so many more events are now pushed to the evening so they can get on prime time on the NFL Network.
Gotcha.
And so all these guys, Arnie said, we used to be done and got out of there by 3:30, and it was on.
Rent-a-palooza. Yeah.
We'll see,
me?
right?
Right.
But nowadays, this thing's going until 9:30 every night because TV has made such a big splash with the combine.
The television broadcast is obviously award-winning day in and day out. So far be it for me to suggest any improvements whatsoever. But can I just throw something?
Wait, don't change your spots, Leopard.
Well, all right. So that being said, is it possible, because we've seen Sean-splaining sports to a million different people, is it crazy to get Sean in between you and Marlo to break down like some of the game as it goes on? Is that a crazy thought to have happen tonight?
You know what? If he would be up for it, I think it'd be awesome. I'd love for him to come over there and do that. I think that'd be great. We've done that. Now, they were basketball coaches, but I've had Jim Boeheim sit there with me before. I've had John Thompson sit in there at the table with me. So, yeah.
But Sean Payton,
cool.
Sean Payton, just ask him, would know more about the NBA and basketball than those guys. Because you're just talking college coaches. What do they know? It's Sean Payton. It would be breathtaking to hear his analysis.
I think it would be cool, too. I do think it would be cool.
We'll see if we can, perhaps get that done. The Nuggets. Okay, speaking of the Nuggets. Fun atmosphere on Saturday night at Ball Arena. Like, electric. Like, you could feel it. You could feel it from the beginning. And once the Lakers, sort of figured out how to not let Jokic shoot, as he attempted, Tyler Scott, 7 shots. Nikola Jokic, Scott, what do we say? 28, 12, and 10, just book it in. Well, he got the rebounds and the assists, didn't he? 12 points.
11 and 10.
12 points. 2 made field goals. 1 3-pointer. Okay.
He only attempted 7 field goals.
Only attempted 7 field goals.
And one of those was a heave at the end of a quarter again.
Okay, so let's
at the end of the first half.
I forgot about that.
Really,
you're right. 6.
He really only had 6 field goal attempts.
All right, and we'll get to what Jokic said after the game in a second. Hang on to that, because it might be truth-telling from Jokic. X's and O's. Break it down. And boy, were they pumped. If you saw J.J. Redick after the game, they circled this one. Redick said he couldn't sleep. He usually gets in some sort of nap. He couldn't do that. They had been working on this game plan, and it was their best game by a mile all year. What was the difference?
Well, to confirm your last statement, I talked to their radio guy, and he said, dude, we haven't played this well all year.
Right.
So that is one. I heard somebody on the 4-letter network said this was a Luka coming out party.
It sure
and
was.
He was nice. It was good. I disagree with that. I mean, it was his best game as a Laker, okay, but the dude's been all pro for the last 6 years.
Oh, okay. I mean, he's been a great player, but that was his best game as a Laker by a mile.
But I mean, they're going to surprise you that he's going to have a game. My biggest take was that was a coming out party for J.J. Redick.
Okay.
I thought it was more of J.J. Redick, which, to be honest with you, with so many days in between games, you're thinking, God, if he was a college coach, wouldn't be getting paid as much, but he would be, given that much time to prepare every game. I thought the game plan that they had and the buy-in they had, they don't have any bigs, and they didn't care about foul trouble, and they just throw body after body after bigs. In fact, they end up eventually even trying LeBron, and LeBron, Mr. Everything, is actually, when he was on Joker for about a minute, is trying to front him and do all the stuff they did.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the game plan by Redick and the physicality from which they came out to play, is it sustainable for a bunch of games? We'll see, but I thought it absolutely took Denver by surprise, and they never adjusted to it and never really got used to it.
Was it unique? Was it something that teams haven't done?
Not to that ability. It's the same way Minnesota plays you, where it's get up and everybody's chilly on the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
And again, guys who don't like contact, instead of cutting and attacking and going downhill, they forced them out and they stood. And that happened. Don't let Joker beat you. Let everybody else. I keep track of kickouts and missed shots. I had 10 or 11 that were kickouts, missed shots, and probably 6 or 7 of them were threes. And we're talking kind of the wide open variety, that if you make, 4 of those, 5 of those, it's probably a different game down the stretch.
Okay.
It was unique. The Clippers did this a couple of years ago, and it worked, coming back from 19 and won a game in Denver. The Lakers did it from start, no adjustment. Guys who I've struggled with the toughness did not step up to the toughness.
Well, definitely forced a lot of turnovers, that's for sure.
And in one aspect, I think it's going to make it fun. I mean, it makes things interesting. The Lakers are 2 games back now, and I think that'll make the rest of the season a little bit of a fun race between those 2 teams. The turnovers felt unusual to me, both from Jokic and Murray. Joker had more than he usually does. But then at the start of the second half there, when the Nuggets went on that 8-point run, they cut it to, what was it, 62, 61, 63, 62, something like that, right?
Close, yep.
It was 63-62, and then they answered with a 9-0 run, I think.
I think it was 10-0, actually, yeah, which was fascinating because it started off with that LeBron dunk, and then Luka hit that 3.
Yeah, I give them a lot of credit, and I am a guy that does not like to give opponents credit. That being said, I thought and listen, I grew up old school. My first 2 coaches were Hubie Brown and Mike Fratello. Ron Rothstein was my third, and he was on that vine. And then I had Chuck Daly, who, wasn't far off, to be honest with you. So I don't like when guys back down from physical play. And I thought they did. Murray had an okay game. I don't think he shot it necessarily great. But at one time, he had taken 12 shot attempts, and 11 of them were threes. And we told you a week before, during that run before the All-Star break, he was playing the best he'd played, and 43% of his points were coming in the paint.
Well,
that game he didn't even try to get in the paint.
He had 1 free throw attempt. All 6 of his buckets were threes, and he was minus 20.
The free throw attempt was a technical.
And the free throw attempt was a technical, which was a weird one. And, he was a minus 28 plus minus. And I know plus minus is one of those weirdos. But and after the game, he was like, well, you shot well. And he was like, I made a couple threes. Jamal's realistic with how things went and what really happened. He wasn't trying to glaze or gloss something that wasn't the truth. The truth was they did not play well as a team. They scored 13 points in the fourth quarter. The defense for the Lakers was unreal. When you found out that the Lakers had really circled this game, they had lost 8 games in a row in Denver. They hadn't won in Denver in 3 years. It was on national TV, which Reddick is, of course, going to be more attuned to. Of course he is. And, yeah, this was a huge one for them. And it clearly didn't mean as much to the Nuggets as it did the Lakers, Scott. And they got caught. They got caught.
Well, I said this on the radio with Kaz in that third quarter. I said, I'm not sure they aren't playing exactly how they played against Charlotte in that first game back. The difference is the Lakers are a 33-win team and are 5th spot in the playoffs.
Yep.
And Charlotte stinks.
And Charlotte
I'm
stinks.
not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure it was any much more because, look, a lot of points off turnovers in that game, but you still won the game. A below average on the points in the paint, you still won that game. I told you, or I was talking to somebody, I thought I told you guys. Well, I told you, didn't I, D? The easiest shot to get in basketball is what?
Dunk?
3?
No. The easiest shot, a three-pointer.
Okay, three-pointer.
I mean, go back to Curry and to win that one game and those playing. Oh, and I got some info on that All-Star week. Ooh.
Okay.
But he's coming up crossing half court and shooting 3. You can always get a 3. And would they shoot 40-some in that game? To me, that was
41.
Let's settle for this. That's a lot less work to stand out there popping up threes than actually getting downhill and getting to the basket. That's hard work. That's bodies on bodies. That's bump and contact.
It's funny. The Lakers and Nuggets were both 16 of 41 from 3. That was a push. That was a push.
But look what they were on points in the paint, minus 20 plus, I think. Points off turnovers, minus 20 plus on that one. And offensive rebounds, I think second chance points, they were minus 2.
Yeah, you got beat up. They beat you at your own game. How about that?
Yep.
Kind of interesting. They beat you at their own game. And then after the game, here's Nikola saying what a lot of people have sort of whispered, and he said out loud. Go ahead, Dan.
Up and down together.
I mean, yes, of course. I told we had the nine game winning streak against the team that were injured, and their teams were not really good or high on the standings. So maybe we trick ourselves in that we are playing good.
Maybe we tricked ourselves that we were playing good. Let's dig into that. Plus, the Avalanche, there's a reality check going on in hockey world right now with the Avs that's daunting, to say the least. As live coverage from Indianapolis rolls on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Get this right. If you have erectile dysfunction, you are suffering unneedingly. Unnecessarily? Words. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're there when the pills or herbals fail. ED can be a relationship destroyer. You don't need that. You want love in your life. You want a connection with your partner. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you, as they've been there for thousands of men over the past decade here in the Front Range. How about this? Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. They are there for you. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I can't recommend them more. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Scott set the scene for us for Indianapolis. Give us like maybe a weather update and traffic update and just the vibe of things and where you are in relation to the is it still the RCA Dome? Is that still what it's called?
No.
Oh, it's not?
You mean where the Pacers play?
Where the Combine is.
I mean, yeah. It's not the RCA, is it anymore?
I don't know.
No. It's Lucas Oil.
Lucas Oil.
Yeah,
Oh,
Lucas
my
Oil.
God. Yeah, sorry. Actually, that's not that old.
Yeah,
no, I'm
it's
just
about
wondering if that's
a
changed
mile
because it's
away.
been Lucas Oil for a hot minute now.
Lucas Oil. Yeah, that's my bad. Sorry.
It was when we went by it yesterday. It was still Lucas Oil.
Yeah. It's
beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful building, by the way.
I did my combine in the RCA, but
Gotcha.
but played in Lucas Oil.
Lucas Oil Field is a spectacular football stadium because it's a little bit smaller, just a little bit, but everything feels right on top of the action. And it's got that vibe, Indianapolis, Scott, of that field house thing. So they have these huge windows, and the shape of it is kind of like a gargantuan field house. It's really cool.
It was one of the weirdest places I've ever played in my career because when I played there, Peyton was obviously the QB. And, when Peyton got here, I've always thought Denver fans, I'm not taking a shot at Denver fans at all because I've always thought that they've won some of the most passionate fans in the world. But for a long time, they weren't necessarily the most educated fans. And when Peyton got here, he really did educate fans on when to cheer, when not to cheer, whether that's yelling at the scoreboard operator or whatever.
That was great.
But when we played at Lucas Oil, it was the weirdest feeling in the world because it was loud as hell when we're on offense. And then when they went on offense, I'm telling you, you could hear a conversation 12 rows up, and you're sitting there on the bench like you're like a mouse in church. Like, am I allowed to talk right now? Like, I've never been in a more quiet environment ever.
I remember when the
hold on, the RC Dome was the same way, and if you remember that didn't hold very many. I was shocked the first time we went in there how small the crowds were. I think what does Denver hold 79, 73,
75-ish, I think.
Lucas Oil's pretty big.
But I mean, there's a lot of other spaces. But yeah,
I mean, Lucas Oil holds 70.
The RCA Dome was right around 50.
50? Oh, wow.
And I was shocked, but because it was a dome, Tyler's absolutely right. When Denver had the ball, it was like nuts loud. And when all of a sudden, here comes Peyton in the offense.
Quiet.
Silence.
Yeah.
The Nuggets actually did this relatively recently because Jokic used to go up to do free throws, and the home crowd, the loving home crowd, would start chanting MVP, MVP, MVP. And eventually Jokic just said, yeah, I don't like that. That's shish. But there's been a re-education, Scott. Everybody knows now.
Oh, they did it again against the Lakers.
It was, quiet please and, all that sort of stuff. The crowd's better. A lot of Lakers fans at that game, by the way, of course. You knew that was going to happen. Let's talk about that for a second, what Jokic said after the game when he goes, maybe we tricked ourselves. Woo! And then you look at their record against teams with winning records and teams with losing records. And it does feel like, yeah, sure, the Nuggets always beat the teams they're supposed to beat. But playing the better teams, it's been a little bit of a struggle bus. And you have 4 Eastern playoff teams in a row. 4 in a row. Starting tonight with Indy, Milwaukee, playoff team. Detroit, how about that, Scott? Nice turnaround by the Pistons, playoff team. And, of course, Boston to finish it off. Whoa, hey.
Bickerstaff's a great coach.
Oh, he's getting it done. Ain't no doubt about it. So is Jokic just being a truth teller here? Did they trick themselves? And when he says that, is he saying we think we're better than we really are, or we have a false sense of confidence? What's he saying there?
Well, either way, they have the second hardest strength of schedule remaining in the NBA. So keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
They're 11-5, or they're 11-4 in their last 15. But of those 4 losses, they're 0-3 against above 500 teams.
There you go.
So I think, and another reason why I absolutely love Nikola is he's absolutely honest.
Right.
No need to panic. We'll see how they respond. They're 5-0 on the season after a home loss, their first game back on the road. So let's see if they can keep that trend up. I don't know, man. It's real interesting. You thought you had some answers going into the All-Star break, and to be honest with you, before that 9-0 run, everything they've done in the last two games, where they're 1-1, but everything they've done the last two games is what they were doing before the 9-0 run, before the break.
I can make a scary comparison right now. Are the Nuggets and the Avalanche the same exact thing as the Denver Broncos? Meaning, we beat the teams we should beat, but we're not an upper echelon team, so we're going to struggle against the teams that are better than us. That's exactly what the Broncos were this year.
Maybe, but I'm not going to totally discount a 9-game winning streak. I mean, that's still 9 games, you know, and that's handling a whole lot of business. If you're handling your business against teams you're supposed to, well, that's a whole lot of business that you just handled. And, you know, maybe.
But isn't that what the Broncos did this year?
To some degree, but maybe Nikola is right. Maybe he absolutely is right. We'll play down to our opponents or up. I don't know, whatever it might be. Or maybe it's just Nikola Jokic being the master motivator that he's always been. When you see it at times when he's on the court, when he feels like the other guys aren't contributing, whether he forces them to or not, or whether he's taking over the game. I think it's just a really smart dude that knows a button to push. Hey, things have been easy. We've been winning. All right, let's not take that for granted. Maybe it's easier than we thought it was.
I got you a fun fact.
Here,
Okay.
Let me read you some funny stats. They're still bad. They're a -24 when Joker's not on the floor.
Okay.
That is not good.
Not good.
44% of Murray's points are assisted. 52% of Russell Westbrook's points, believe it or not, are assisted.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go to some of the other guys you expect to score. Braun, 78%. Strother, 79%. Porter, 82%. And that's, to me, scary because that's showing me you really don't have anybody who can go get their shot. Except Nikola Jokic. And listen, they were playing a box and one, automatic doubles, high-low coverage. There was a couple opportunities they had to get him. I talked to a coach the other day who's broken down the film. He said, listen, we had so many opportunities for a flash from the wing. You got to play. Front, ball's on the ball side, you're on the ball side. Ball swings top. He said if someone flashes, boom, right to the elbow, hit them, Joker has a high-low, he's going to have layup after layup after layup. Not one guy flashed to that position. And he said, and we work on that. We know that. And it just wasn't done. And my biggest fear is we got a couple guys, a handful of guys maybe, that when someone's in your chili, instead of, I've always said you gotta meet force with force. You know what I'm saying? You can't be keeping backing up because someone's up in your chest. You got to push them in. You got to give answers back. But we have guys with our force, and that happened a little bit in those Minnesota playoff losses, when you got people up in your chest and you start taking a step back, you ain't gonna win those games. You're not ever gonna win those games.
Are we gonna have a full complement tonight, or are we gonna have some guys off tonight for whatever reason?
I haven't heard other than the usual suspects.
Okay, because I bring this
else.
I bring this up because this is another remarkable stat. When Gordon Porter Jr., Nikola, Jamal, and Christian start, that's only happened 15 times this year. That's it.
And 2 of those since the All-Star break.
Yeah. 8 and 7 out of 15 times.
Yep.
They're not used to playing with each other. Like, the starters of this team have played so little together, there's not inherent better chemistry. In fact, it's a little, yeah. And that's just the truth. They're not playing all that great together.
But I wonder how much of that is guys that are early back from injury, fighting through stuff. Is it a chemistry thing, or is it just that there's a reason why they haven't been out there on the court?
It could be a little bit of both. I mean, they're not playing all that great together as a 5-man unit, and they haven't played that much together overall period. We'll dig into that and perhaps a more serious concern with the Avalanche, plus more live coverages. Listen, man, we knew the Combine was happening. We knew there had to be some, on the boots coverage of it. And who better than our guy, Scott Hastings? And he's giving it to you. Plus, Scott, a fun twist in terms of a new Broncos head coach. Details on that coming up. let's go. Got some breaking news. We'll get to the Avs and their disastrous weekend. Huge game with the Nuggets and the Pacers, a 4-game road trip. Scott's there in Indy. There's a new Broncos coach, and we'll get to the arrested Broncos coach here in a second. Tyler, you want to give us some skinny on the new guy we got?
Sure. So we do have a new Broncos assistant offensive line coach. His name is Chris Morgan. He's a University of Colorado alum.
What's his nickname?
I guess Spanky. That was a long time ago, though. You don't go by Spanky anymore.
No?
That was definitely a college thing.
Okay. All right.
But Chris Morgan is coming into town. It's a guy that I know very, very well. He's an incredibly close friend of mine. Matter of fact, he just texted me 2 days ago, and he said, "Hey, man, we got to catch up." And I didn't call him back because I'm like, I sent him a text, and I was like, "Yeah, I would love to do that," right? But I didn't really think much of it. Turns out he was probably giving me a heads up he's heading into town.
Right.
But he's a guy that I was with for 4 years in Washington. He was my assistant offensive line coach to Chris Furster out there. He took me out to Atlanta with him briefly, and I stayed every single year. You know, there's Scott, you probably got a coach or two like this for a long time that, you know, most coaches, you might send him a text here or there. But this guy calls me every single year, right? And we make sure that we catch up every single year. And he's just a fantastic guy. He's a more so of a wide zone Mike Shanahan type of guy. So I'm not sure what the affiliation is necessarily with Sean Payton or with Zach Strief, who Zach was the right tackle for years and years out there in New Orleans. But anyways, just a great guy. Been in the league for a long time. He was the head offensive line coach with the Bears last year. Year before that was with the Steelers.
Played for the Buffs?
Played for the Buffs. Yep.
Pretty cool.
Played for the Buffs and was the head O-line coach in Atlanta for 4 or 5 years.
All right. Well, welcome back to town. Kids, wife?
Oh, yeah.
Guy,
Beautiful family. He's got a wife, got kids, got all that. Yep.
Oh, we're getting Vic. I reported this a week ago about Morgan. You guys are hacks. Vic Lombardi throwing in his.
Cool.
Sorry, Vic. I didn't mean to stomp on your parade there.
Apparently, it didn't get the traction that Mike Kliss's tweet got.
I guess not. Maybe should I go back and look for Vic's Twitter feed?
Well, let me see proof, Vic. Why don't you go ahead and prove it, Vic?
Well, I'm glad Vic knew ahead of everybody else. That's awesome. You the man. Indeed, it was.
I should really respond to text messages.
You really should.
Yeah.
You really should. Tonight, Scott, maybe we can recap what's going on with Sean Payton. What are you hearing about Sean Payton and the Muggles tonight there, Scott, in Indianapolis?
I had another breaking news from the Combine.
Give it. Of course.
Hit that real fast.
Of course. Oh, we got to hit it again? Dan, you want to hit the... hold on.
We spent
hold
thousands.
We get it. We spent thousands. Dan, do you have a... apparently, we're going to need the intro to be... Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
You're listening to Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac with Altitude Sports Radio Combine expert Scott Hastings, live in Indianapolis with coverage of this year's NFL Underwear Olympics on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hit it, Scott.
Yeah, I heard during the meetings between the Combine board and staff that happened previous to the Combine every single year on different rules, drills, inputs from different teams, obviously, and suggestions on how to make this Combine better. One of the rules attempted or suggestions to put in was for the last 15 yards of the 40, a softer padded running area in case any of the players end up tripping, falling down, may not be as seriously injured. But that was voted down, and they're just going to have the regular original turf that's down there on Lucas Oil Field.
I think that's something that should be strongly considered. I do.
Is this a serious thing, or is this a joke?
This is a joke. This is a shot at Tyler.
Okay, that makes sense.
This is reporting from the Combine.
Yeah. Although Chris Jones fell as well.
You want reporting
with his junk flying out.
You
guys remember that one?
I do.
Chris Jones from the Chiefs. He fell on his 40 and his junk popped out.
Nobody crushed the 28-yard 40 like Tyler Polumbus. No doubt about it.
Yep.
It's hard to make it the whole 40 yards.
Yep.
I mean, that's not easy to do.
Big guys aren't meant to go that far.
No, I mean, if you need your offensive lineman to run 40 yards, something terrible has happened.
Paid off on the B square.
Shouldn't there be like for offensive linemen a 15-yard sprint?
There is.
Well,
there's splits.
And just a pure get off.
It's a 10.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a 10, and it is by far the most valued number of the 40. And actually, believe it or not, I crushed that 10-yard split on the 40 that I fell, which is a little bit more fast than I was supposed to be going.
Yeah, why don't you just?
That's why you fell. You were going too fast.
I'm actually being dead serious. It was.
You were like in the what was that movie with Batman and Aquaman and the Justice League, right? And all of a sudden you got Flash going like this,
Yep.
and all of a sudden he looks, catches a curb. You're just going too fast.
Tonight, I am really looking forward to the Altitude TV broadcast tonight because it'll be fascinating what happens with Sean and being there. And there's tons of NFL guys there. I mean, I don't know how you guys are handling that on the broadcast, but I mean, there are going to be a ton.
But listen, how many front office people can you recognize? I'm sure the recognizable will be put up there. I wonder if any of Demoff or any of his crew will be here.
I think they're all going to be there. It'd be fun if Katie had like some sort of like football she was just trying to get autographed in terms of how many NFL autographs you could actually get tonight.
I don't know there's going to be as many NFLers as you think.
I don't either.
Really?
I don't know why you're saying that.
Oh, because I think it's something to do.
No, they're not looking for something to do.
Okay.
It makes sense for Sean Payton and for Denver folks, but I highly doubt there's going to be many NFLers there.
Okay.
I'll bet you Wednesday has a few more.
Okay. I don't know when they have time to go. You think this is just because of the Nuggets? That's it?
Yes.
Sean Payton, that's it?
Yes. I would almost guarantee it. He doesn't go to a Pacers game if the Nuggets are not there.
Oh, I don't know. You look for something to do at night that's kind of fun. I mean, what are your choices there in Indianapolis from 7 to 9 p.m.?
Drinking.
Okay.
Ike and Jonesy's.
There's a lot of options to drink.
Are you guys staying over tonight? Because I know you don't play till Thursday, so you actually
we stay over tonight.
Oh,
we'll
wow.
Head, tomorrow morning to
Milwaukee.
Wow.
So you could be there with all the deals getting done late at night at St. Elmo's and the shrimp cocktails and the whatever the thingy.
St. Elmo's is about 2 blocks from here.
Ooh,
block and a half.
Man. Well, Scott. Well,
But I don't know what time they close.
They're not closing during the combine. They just stay open top to bottom.
The combine doesn't actually start till Thursday.
No. It starts tonight because all the wheeling and dealing and tomorrow morning, all the the GMs and coaches talking everything, and guys get to town for interviews. Shadur Sanders ain't participating on anything on the field. He's getting there, and the interviews start tomorrow. Everybody's getting there tonight.
Tomorrow, then maybe Shadur will be at the game tonight.
It wouldn't be the first Nuggets game he'd be at, and he's been at plenty.
He's not going to be there. Players will not be there.
Players won't be at the game?
No.
I don't know, man. I've seen Shadur sitting courtside with a bunch of dudes.
No.
Well, he's not doing anything. He's not participating.
He damn sure ain't going to the Nuggets game.
Okay.
If he's in town, I'll bet you he's there.
I'll take that bet.
That's still
I'll take that bet.
Hey, an NBA game's an NBA game. These guys tend to like NBA basketball,
They're a little bit focused right now on the combine stuff.
Well, those who are participating, but
Yeah, which, there is a conversation to be had about that, but nowadays it's so commonplace for these guys to miss out. And for Travis Hunter to be working out, it's wild that Travis Hunter is working out at the combine, but it goes to show how badly that dude wants to go number one.
Mm-hmm.
But it's busy, man. It's busy, even without the on-field work, whether it's the early morning drug tests, whether it's the interviews, whether it's the late evening. Which Shadur, he will be able to skip, the peons like me. We went to the train station afterwards, right? We went there about 10 o'clock at night, and we just hung out in a room, just like, hey, anybody want to talk to me? Hi, I'm over here. So we stayed busy making the rounds at the tables. But guys like Shadur, he'll have a full day of interviews just bouncing from team to team and the officials.
Well, you said train station. I thought Rip was taken to the train station. That's not good.
No, it's a literal train
Union Station.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's like Union Station, and they've got all sorts of restaurants and clubs and everything else.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's a literal train station, not a metaphorical Rip's taking you out to
no metaphor.
Throw you over the side of the road. No dumb question. This is
Go there and hang out. I've hung out there before. It opened up as restaurants and bars when I was playing.
That's probably a fun place there in Indy. You can walk to. I love downtown Indy, man. You can get everywhere. Just walk around. It's an easy place to get around. Cool city. They did a great job at the Super Bowl too. Will Nelson. Now I'll ask you this. No dumb question for Will Nelson's no dumb question here. If you're gonna be named Will Nelson, wouldn't you just lean into the Willie? All right. Is there any cheering in Sean Payton's press box? Well,
Cheering?
Yeah, cheering.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Sure.
Yeah, they'll celebrate. You know.
Is there beer served in the press box? Well, that's not a press box, but in the suite.
It's a suite.
Yeah, I think the beer is going to be served, which generally comes with loud people.
It feels like slightly awkward, doesn't it?
And if it's the Muggles, we know free beer. What's the line? The only thing better than a cold beer is a free cold beer.
Yeah. I don't know, the whole vibe of like Sean with the Muggles, because they don't really like each other. Not really. I mean, they're kind of nice to each other, sort of, but like, it's not like they all hang out. You know what I'm saying?
So you got $1 to bet. Is BK in that suite tonight?
Oh, hell yeah. Are you kidding me? Of course.
Does that credential get him in there?
I think it will. I'm rolling my eyes, but I think he's good on that. Yes. Yes, he's there. The real question, and it'll be fascinating to talk to Jeff, because we remember very well last year at this time. Jeff went to the Muggle dinner, but did not eat any of the Muggle food or take any of the freebies. Will Leggy go to this event?
Yes.
Will he go? And then what do? Not eat the free popcorn and stuff, and the stuff just stay away from that, but you just go?
I don't know. I think you find a Broncos employee and you toss them $150 for the ticket, and then you got a.
So your ethics would be at the highest.
Well, I mean that's why he didn't take the food last year, right?
That's right.
It doesn't cost you anything to enter a restaurant.
Correct.
It only costs you to get the food. It does cost you to enter the building at an NBA game.
That is correct, but you could clearly, because Jeff works for ESPN, get a credential too.
True.
He could do that easily.
Be interesting to see how many different credentialed, because I'm assuming the NFL people are, if they're not here now, they're getting here this evening.
Yeah.
I wonder how many of the NFL Network, ESPN, Fox, how many of those guys will be here?
Well, that's a great point. They'd probably be more interested in the game than the NFL people. That's actually a really good point. They would love to go to a game.
Dude, when we have games in LA, especially the Lakers, and ESPN is right down the street, right around the corner from the Staples Center. Dude, one time we were there, and there must have been 15 ESPN people sitting there, all credentialed.
Okay, so you're in the heart of everything, so it'll be fun to see the game tonight. It's an early start, 5 p.m., right here on Altitude, 4:30 the pregame. There is one team that is pushing against the tush push. One team, and we now know who that team is. Also, what the Avalanche are going through. Not great. Detail, and a Broncos coach gets arrested. The details have now come out about why, how, and all that stuff. We'll share all that with you coming up next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I want you to make a commitment. Just commit to yourself. You're going to get your hair back by calling my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. It can be as simple as that, because when you call Advanced Hair Restoration and ask about their Advanced FUE, you're going to learn that nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best of the best. And what I love about Advanced Hair is that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee. That's a comforting feeling. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day, and it never stops. So call today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or visit them online at advancedhair.com.
Trying to make football better, there's one team that wants to get rid of the tush push. Now, if you know the story, you know the story. It is what it is. Do you know the team that, Tyler, if you know it, you know it, but I'm curious if you do.
I actually do not.
Okay, all right. I see Scotty might not be with us all that much longer because the game is early. So our combine coverage, boy, that was a quick change. You look spectacular, man. Yeah, it's an early. I forget that Indiana is 2 hours ahead of us. It's weird, right? Like, feels like it should only be an hour, but it's 2.
shocked me this morning. I got up and I thought I was on Central Time all morning. Got up early, did all this thing, checked on the radio, bang, 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 worried about, okay, what am I going to do for lunch? And ding, ding.
Yeah.
Trying to get a hold of the family.
And?
It was like 8 o'clock, and I'm like, well, wait a minute.
What?
It's 6 o'clock there. What's going on?
Well, how long do we got you for before you got split for the stadium?
I'm getting dressed now.
I can see.
The bus is at 4:30, and so
okay,
I'll probably be on until 4:15.
All right, good enough.
Which is 2:15 your guys' time.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. There's the team that's against the tush push. Can you take a guess? You want to take a guess?
Well, I mean, logic would tell you it's probably an NFC East
there
team.
You go.
Somebody that's probably got to go against them multiple times a year.
It's not an NFC East team, but it is an NFC team.
Okay. Well, I was gonna deductive reason down to the New York Giants, but I guess you didn't want to hear my deductive reasoning before you told me I was wrong.
Sorry, it's not the Giants.
Yep. I had reasoning, but that's okay. It's not the Giants.
I don't know if there's a lot of logic behind this one. It's just they don't like it, I guess.
Chicago, Milwaukee, or Minnesota.
You are on the right path. Not the right teams, but you're on the right path.
That only leaves one.
There you go. The Green Bay Packers are against the tush push.
Packers second. I said Chicago, Packers, or Minnesota.
Then you got it. I don't know why the Packers hate the tush push so much, but they're the team that brought it up. Do you guys think the NFL will amend things and get rid of the tush push?
Well, it'd be stupid to amend it if there's only one team. No, I don't really know how this works. If it gives it time for other teams to join in on it, or whatever. But if there's literally a singular team that wants this thing moved, why would you make a move?
I don't know.
You've got 31 out of 32 teams that are okay with this thing. I thought that it was going to get banned about 3 years ago. And when it survived that, now we've gotten to the point where the rest of the league is actually they're not anti it, they're trying to emulate it. So we're at a point now where every other team is emulating it. They're not as successful as Philadelphia is. So no, I don't think it should get banned.
Yeah. I'm against banning it too. Like Sean Payton said.
Well, remember, it was a big argument against Philadelphia, and they got him to the Super Bowl, and everybody's freaking out, and then Kansas City beat him in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So I think everybody thought, well, let's just keep it quiet. They ain't going anywhere anyway. That's all we got to deal with Philly. And then lo and behold, Philadelphia wins the Super Bowl again. And
well,
by the way,
it'll be interesting to see the success they had on that, statistically.
I should be careful here to say the Packers are pushing it forward to get it banned. I don't know if they're the only team. We'll see.
Okay.
But
that gives other teams time to get in.
Correct. They're trying to get it banned. They're the team that's trying to make that happen.
When it first came out, aesthetically, when you're looking at it, common sense told you, and I was probably in this camp, quite frankly, common sense told you, dang, that looks like a dangerous football play. And we are in an era where they are getting rid of anything that is dangerous. They got rid of the wedge. They got rid of kickoff entirely. And it felt like, okay, you've got multiple people pushing the dude, all those bodies colliding, look at those knees. It felt like it was going to be a dangerous football play. Well, the science doesn't necessarily back that up. And so if there's not a particular danger to it, I'm not an advocate of changing rules unless there is danger involved.
We'll have No Dumb Questions coming up here in about 20 minutes on Twitch and on the text line and on YouTube. If you've got anything for us, drop us a No Dumb Question. The Broncos coach arrest story follows like this. There's a coach, what's his first name? Wilhoit? What's his name? Is it Michael Wilhoit? Excuse me. A linebackers coach. He's dropping somebody off at the airport, which we've all done. And, the cops can get a little testy, rightfully so, about double parking and everything like that. I think everybody's usually good with a little bit of a hug and a kiss and a, hey, see you later. But you can't really walk away from your car. Not really. And he was getting some crap from a cop. He told the cop to F off, according to a story. He came back. He told the cop again to, F-bomb off. And apparently they went chest to chest. The cop pushed him, and then he slugged the cop. He got tased, recovered from the tase, drove away, and was arrested later. Wow. What a little story about a poorly gone drop-off. So those are the details we have at this point. Guys, a coach getting arrested. We'll see, right? We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, when this story first broke this morning, my gut reaction was, all right, this is probably a 2 a.m. deal outside a bar. He's probably drunk and something
Airport
happened,
drop-off.
right? No, I mean, this was just like a day-to-day like event in your life, probably dropping off family or whatever. Maybe he was trying to help them take their bags inside. Maybe there was mom with kids.
Whatever,
I don't know.
something.
Whatever the reasons are, he left the car. And now that I hear that, it actually has my antenna up of what really did happen. Because if it was like a 2 a.m. thing, I'd probably be like, all right, drunken dude did something stupid. But now it actually makes me wonder, like, who just takes a swing on a cop? You know, like who does that?
It seems strange. And, you know,
like what happened?
I don't know if you've caught this, Scott and Tyler, but Scotty Scheffler's arrest is coming out because it's going to be the lead storyline when Full Swing 3, which is a great documentary about the golf tour, comes out. And you see Scheffler now getting arrested and how dumb that was. Now, the story is Scheffler was trying to go past folks there at Augusta, right? It was Augusta, right? And the cop was hanging on to his car to get by, and it's like 6 o'clock in the morning and it's dark. But what you see in the video is the cops literally have no idea who Scheffler is. Like, you see the cop, when Scheffler's in the car, saying, well, you must be pretty good to be on the PGA Tour. He's the number one golfer in the world.
Yeah.
And then the cop is like, hey, is Tiger Woods as good as everybody says? This is the cop talking to the number one golfer in the world. And I'm not saying the guy deserves special favors, but you want to talk about clueless with what's going on there. I mean, it's kind of absurd.
Small correction. It was at the PGA Championship out in Louisville.
My bad. Not Augusta.
Yeah, that's another example. Like, immediately, like, you could rush to an opinion or you could wait to see the video. And we know at an airport, whether the cop had body cam or not, there's cameras all over the place. So there will be video of this, and I'm sure it'll come out at some point in time. But that Scotty one, when you watch it, it's like, how the hell did it go that far? Like how was there not a calm head in the group?
And if you remember the first reports, the rush to judgment that here's an elite athlete taking advantage of his situation and what you know, here's a guy who professes to be a big Christian kid, and now look at him, blah, blah. And the first rushes to report, go back and look on X and Twitter and all that stuff, why it's a cesspool, was nothing but condemnation. And then all of a sudden the stories get out, video gets out, and you're like, dude, what was that cop doing?
Yeah,
because initially the report was Scotty Scheffler drug a cop with his car. And then you see the cop jumped onto the car and was holding on for dear life because, like, he just made that decision.
Yeah, here's a little bit of that audio. Go ahead, Dan, roll that.
I'm warming up, and all I see is my friend handcuffed walking to a police car.
Thank you. First of all, I was freaking out because I somehow went from driving into the golf course to a jail cell, and I still don't really know how that happened exactly.
Go have a seat.
I don't think it ever really felt real.
I'll be honest, I didn't think this was ever a position I'd be in.
Usually people never do.
I understand how it happens. I completely understand. I have driven past security. I have flashed my badge. It's chaos, especially when it's dark.
He attempted to proceed. The police officer began to yell obscenities at him. The police officer then latched himself to the vehicle. At that point, the police officer took out his flashlight and started to hit the vehicle, demanding that Scheffler get out of the car.
At some point, cooler heads prevail, but I think I was just shocked at how long it carried on.
Nothing to drink this morning at all? Just mouthwash, okay.
Try not to drink too much before you go play golf at 8 a.m.
The officers involved, we don't believe, had any idea who this was.
They did not.
So I assume you're pretty good if you're playing the PGA.
All right.
Is Tiger as good as they say he is, or is that?
Good.
Okay, enough. I mean, it's just like, you gotta, sometimes, man, common sense has to come through here, fellas, right? Like, you gotta be kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me.
Again, and I'll repeat myself, if what was accused of this coach comes true,
we'll see, yeah.
Then he's on his own and he needs to suffer the consequences. But you need to,
let's see.
Slow our roll.
Yeah.
And let's see. And I said the same thing with Scotty Scheffler, and then all of a sudden it comes back out, all charges drop.
Right.
The cop got reprimanded.
Right.
I mean, but I'm telling you, go back and if you can find the X counts, they were crushing Scotty in the first couple hours of that, weren't they?
No dumb questions coming up in 14 minutes. Get them in while you can. Twitch, YouTube, text. Or you could just send us a smoke signal, whatever you need. We'll get to that in just a little bit. The Avalanche, fellas. Okay, we got some problems here. You know we got some problems here with the Avalanche, right? They're getting no scoring except for the big guys. The big guys are few. There are fewer big guys. It's coming down to the big guys are two big guys, McKinnon and McCarron. That's feeling like that's just about it. The defense.
And one of your big guys is a scorer from the back end.
That's right. That's right. And Jared Bednar's out there. Well, we were used to be a high-scoring, flying-around team, and they're still 11th in scoring. It's not like it's down, but they were 1, 2, no lower than 5 over the past few years. 11th? It's quite a drop-off. They're getting no contributions from anybody on the second. Well, they're not getting any contributions from anybody. Frankly, they scored 2 goals in 2 games. Defense is fine. Goaltending's fine.
Well, it was just a shame that the whole team had to be playing in the Four Nations for the last, week and a half or whatever it was.
4 players.
Yeah. Well, the whole team was apparently tired from that.
I see what you're saying.
I think Nathan McKinnon and Taves and Cale Makar, they're the ones that went to Cancun.
Right.
And the rest of these guys were tired.
I guess so. I don't think it's a question of if they're going to do something at the trade deadline on March 7th. It's what are they going to do? Because clearly this cannot be the team that you take into the playoffs. Correct?
It's pretty amazing for a team that has just relied on outscoring people forever to feel like that's a problem.
Yep.
That's what's going on.
That's what's going on.
Not defense, not which has been the story for 2 years now.
Not defense, not goaltending. Scoring. Scoring is the issue. We all know what's going on here, right? I mean, we get it.
So what does it mean? What do you mean?
Scott, what do you think?
Well, to start the season, it was goaltending, right? I mean, you're losing game.
Yes.
You're losing games 6-3, 7-4, so on and so forth. And now, I'd like to see. Do you remember what the scores of the game was in Calgary and Edmonton?
I can look it up. I
want
to say
right before they break.
I think they got 5 against. You know what? I'll look it up real quick. I don't have to guess. Give me a second. I'll find it, my man. But those were 2 remarkable wins, I'll tell you that. I mean, after losing to Vancouver, the last thing I thought is they were going to beat Calgary and Edmonton, and they did. So, hey, man, that was awesome. They won 4-2 and 5-4. 5-4 against Edmonton, 4-2 against Calgary. So pretty good. Really good.
Scoring, we weren't worried about scoring going into the break, were we? To me, this is a side effect of when you give a team 2 weeks off. We talked about, Malone talked about for the break, what Hubie Brown always said, going into a break and coming out of a break, teams either go too soon to their little vacay time or they stay on too long to their vacay time. And I think that's similar issues with the Nuggets also. They'd fought from 23rd up to like 12th, 11th or 12th in defense going into the break and coming out, where to go. They'd started controlling the turn. And to me, these are both teams that are playing like they're on the break still. And the problem is, well, even both teams, you're in the grind. You're in the playoff grind now. You're in the seed grind.
Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about
it. For both of those teams, and to me, they both seem mentally checked out right now.
Okay.
I think it's more mental than physical.
Well, guess
to be
what?
Honest with you.
You know what's funny? They've had so many deals done. I mean, they got rid of both goaltenders, and the biggest trade, one of the biggest trades in Avalanche history happened. But all that happened well before the trade deadline. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like they've already had the trade deadline come and gone because they've made so many big moves. The trade deadline is March 7th. So we were talking and obsessing about this with the Nuggets. And now it's time to do with the Avalanche. You have, what, a week and a half to figure out what this team is going to be for the rest of this year. A week and a half. And you've already made a ton of moves, none of which have seemed to really work aside from your goaltending got better, which is a big deal.
Well, figure out how to get Sid. Everything will be perfect.
Okay, is that the magic potion?
That's the easy magic potion, right?
I mean, sure, I'll take that. I'm not as nuanced in all the finite, scores out there. That it's obvious if you're just asking like me as a dummy, would that be cool? Because I'll just say, sure, work with Ray Bork and Sidney Crosby. Sure, I don't know how you do it,
I'm
but
being a bit facetious when I say it because it seems like it feels very unlikely. But hey, if Sidney Crosby wanted it, it would happen.
Well, the issue that you've got right now where the Avalanche are, and they're the first wild card spot, is this just going to be a year where that you're just really not that good and you're not really a championship team and because you just don't have the depth. And this turns out, Scott, to be one of the weaker rosters you've had in a long time. And what are you supposed to do with that despite having the MVP and the Norris Trophy? Like, McKinnon and McCarr could easily win the Hart Norris this year. Easily. They're having those kind of years. But it's also smelling like a first-round bounce.
Just 3 years ago when you won the Cup, you had two threatening lines. And if you go even to the fourth line, now all of a sudden you have one of those fourth lines that were so scrappy and so scary and were changing – the speed of the game. You had a fast, speedy, grindy fourth line that got everything going up in turmoil. And then all of a sudden, here comes McKinnon and Ranton and all those starters back. And all of a sudden, you're like, boom, wow. You have one line that's been consistent. You talk about depth. There's no threat of scoring. I saw a stat today. It's been 11 games since anybody from the second, third, or fourth line has scored a goal or something like that.
Insane. Crazy.
That's a lack of scoring depth. I like the Briznikov guy they brought in. I think he's a great-looking young player, but they don't. I mean, even when you brought in Kadri, that was a veteran guy, right? And I know that he'd had some shaky appearances with Toronto and some other teams, and he had kind of a iffy reputation, even started with a little iffy reputation here. But that was a veteran guy that knew the moment, and I just don't see those guys with a puck on their hand. And why the only thing I would say okay with Crosby is because that's at least a veteran guy that's not going to be shaken on a 2-1 deficit with 5 minutes to go. He's not going to be shaken in the first round of the playoffs when the Kraken come in. That's the only reason I would say somebody like that. I think his better days are way beyond him. But we saw in the Four Nations thing, dude's still a leader and still well respected.
You can get a hold of us on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Safeway Twitch stream. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors as we do No Dumb Questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I got the Twitter up. I got the YouTube up. I got the text up. I got the Twitch up. It's all there, man. We've got to be the easiest people to reach out to of all time. Voice of the People is
Voice of the People up.
The Voice of the People. You can throw out a no dumb question there. I mean, it is absurd how many ways there are to instantly get a hold of us. So best of luck here. No dumb questions. Are there more doors or wheels in the world?
Oh, we've done this one before.
Doors or wheels?
But it's a pretty complex question. I mean, the natural instinct on that one is you think, well, there's 4 wheels, right? I mean, you need 4 of them things. But if you think about all the buildings, the skyscrapers, all the doors in that thing, I'm going with doors in the world.
Scott?
Well, I was trying to count. I've got hallways. I think I have 9 doors off the top of my head in my house and only eight wheels.
Oh, I bet you got more wheels than that. I bet you got wheels on your dishwasher.
I mean, you got 2 on a wheelbarrow.
Oh, are you counting on the wheelbarrow? And,
well, I mean, it's a
I've only
wheel,
got
isn't
one
it?
on the wheelbarrow.
Like you probably have. Well, what are wheels? Then you get in the weird conversation like what?
That was really stupid. I said 2 on a wheelbarrow. That was really dumb.
Well, you know, mile long, 3 inches deep. I'm not going to kill you on it. All right, well, that's
well, but you know what, Tyler? Why aren't there 2 front tires on a wheelbarrow?
You know,
it's less maneuverable. I get that part of it,
right.
But you wouldn't dump it over when it was heavy.
No.
Is that really the big problem with the wheelbarrows?
I mean, why can't we just put 2 on the back, make it 3, just scoot that thing along?
No dumb question.
No dumb question. Do you own a wheelbarrow?
Yes.
I used to. That was one of the things we got rid of.
I've got a wheelbarrow that I've had for so long that I put so many rocks in that thing that it cracked. You know what I did? I put a board on the bottom and I screwed it in just to secure that thing so I didn't have to buy a new wheelbarrow.
Not only did we have like a real wheelbarrow, but we had little mini wheelbarrows for the kids. Those didn't get used either. No dumb question. Is it dumb to put the entirety of the Avs struggles on Landeskog?
Yes.
Ooh.
I mean, putting it on him, what does that mean? We're putting it on him for being injured?
That was the question.
We're mad at the dude?
Question is the question.
How dare you, Kane?
I don't think it's fair to put it all on him, but I think it has paralyzed this organization to move forward.
Well, let me turn that a little bit. I guess my no dumb question would be, are we overreacting without Val?
Well, listen, if this guy's already missed a month, 5 weeks, almost 6 weeks, this injury was pretty serious. If it was an injury, right?
Yeah, of course. It's an injury. No dumb question. Does Saturday's loss against the Lakers kill Joker's MVP chance?
Why?
Well, it's a question. If the answer is no, the answer is no.
I mean, the answer to it, Scott, would be that people overreact to big games, which I think is a true statement.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's going to win it this year anyway. I didn't think he was going to win it before that game started anyway. And if that gives you an excuse to have an average triple-double that still 98% of the league will never have this year, then maybe so. But I don't think he's going to win it anyway.
Is it on Jokic that he only had 7 shots, or is that just an example of he takes the game as it comes to him?
I don't know. I don't really remember anytime he forced it. Maybe once on the baseline in the fourth quarter early, which he went 0 for 2. He missed it, got his own rebound, went up, got fouled, no call, missed it again, and that was his only 2 shots in the fourth quarter. His only shot of the first quarter was a tip in at the buzzer, if you'll remember. He was 2 for, what would that be? No, 1 for 2, 1 for 3 in the second quarter, and one of those was a 90-foot heave. They listen. They did a great job. The big man position has always been reliant. It's kind of like a wide receiver. You can pay a wide receiver $40 million to play wide receiver, who's the greatest wide receiver that's ever lived. Jerry Rice had Steve Young and what's our other guy with the shaving cream commercial? Joe Montana. Two pretty good quarterbacks. Two pretty good quarterbacks that knew how to get him the rock. But he's reliant on the quarterbacks able to get him the rock. I just think they did a good job of taking everybody out. Listen, we'll see. I don't think he's going to win the MVP anyway.
On YouTube, Sydney Arnold, is it dumb to worry about Val in his past?
Yes. No. I think it's human nature.
Tyler?
No, it's not dumb. I don't think that it's necessarily fair all the time to connect dots, but I also think that people will always be concerned.
No dumb question. I heard the morning show say, why don't I like baseball anymore? And because spring training's going on, Michael Toglia earlier hit a home run. Zach Veen had the bat flip of the century off a home run. Don't know if you guys caught it. Exciting young player. He hit the home run, and then as he's coming through with this, he just chucked it out to first base. It was really an aggressive bat flip. Exciting young player. He's dyeing his hair. He's
blonde hair now.
Well, blonde hair, went for purple hair, has a bat flip, the whole thing.
That was a very aggressive bat flip, right at the pitcher.
It was unreal. It was like a tomahawk throw. We know that it looks bad when the Nuggets give up 3 runs on a sacrifice fly. Very Little League. However, they actually did win that particular game. And I heard, ESPN has dropped baseball, and the fellas in the morning were just, why do I not like baseball anymore?
I've actually asked myself that question because I know you give me grief for not liking baseball, but if you understood what my youth was, it's weird. Baseball was literally life.
Strike out.
You're right, on the mound. I was striking them out.
There you go.
And I got the trophies to prove it.
There you go.
I freaking loved baseball. I wanted to be a relief pitcher. I had all the T-shirts. We were playing 60 games a summer. It was traveling to Las Cruces, New Mexico.
You would have been. It would have been a good path for you, no doubt.
And at what point in my life did baseball lose me? I don't know that I can pinpoint it.
Scott? I think I have the answer to this.
If you're asking, they were asking a question about themselves, right?
Correct. Correct.
When you said I took it, they were getting on you, saying you, DMac, doesn't like baseball anymore.
No, they were talking about themselves.
I would question.
Yeah, no, I've got
because of the lack of competitive nature the Rockies have thrown at you year after year after year, and even though the Broncos and we hung by it, and we always had our stuff hanging up in the closet of Broncos fans, even there, those last couple of years of Fangio and everybody was like, oh, here we go again. Whatever. When I was drinking, we were doing shot a score to a shot if they completed a pass. And still we're sober at the end of the game.
I think it's as simple as this. They're not struggling with their passion for baseball in Chicago or in Boston or in New York or frankly probably in Seattle or any other place that their teams are competitive. Baseball is a regional sport. It's not a national thing like football. It's a regional sport. However, the passion for baseball, I'd say, Soto goes to the Mets on his first at bat. He hits a home run. You don't think Mets fans are a little pumped up about Soto being there? Of course they are. We're just in a vacuum of nothingness here with no reasonable form of escape.
Because we don't feel the team and the organization is competitive.
They're not.
Not only in the results, win-loss, we don't feel they're competitive in any other nature of the game either.
Correct. Despite having some good young talent. But we've never had a coach fail as much as Bud Black and keep his job in Denver sports history. Never. He is.
Well, I know you're on that one. I'm basically on the people above him. Ain't changed either.
Well, okay. It's in one big losing pot. So I make the argument Here in Colorado, baseball hasn't changed as much as the team hasn't given you any reason to feel passionate about it. And with the understanding that baseball is a regional sport. And sure, it's disheartening when the Dodgers are just rolling on to win after win because they're just spending the most money. But that doesn't mean they're not passionate in other places. They are. We're just missing out on it. And normal.
And you know what? And you still get 36,000 people a night because the summers in Colorado is there's no better place in the world. And so because they can just roll in the cash machine, what encouragement are they getting to do anything and go out and be stupid? And listen, it's the same organization after they went after, was it Hampton and Kyle?
Yeah.
And even
Nagel.
Nagel, and they all three basically, I don't say they bombed, but they weren't as elite as they were before they got here. And the one guy's went to St. Louis. Kyle went to St. Louis, had a couple good years. My other guy went to Atlanta, had some good years. And then all of a sudden you sign Bryant to big. The 3 or 4 times you've gone after big guy contracts, none of them have panned out. And to me, we just talked about if the Avs are handcuffed because of Landeskog's injury. I think the Rockies are handcuffed because of all the misses they've had when they have gone after free agents.
Scott Hastings is live in Indianapolis. We have exclusive combine coverage. There's a twist with the Broncos. Details coming up next. What's happening? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction is a downer, but we want to talk about getting love back in your life and feeling you excited about your partnerships, your passions, and ED can just be a relationship destroyer. Come on now, let's go. Let's get back to it with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've been in the front range for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T&PSA test, if advised, a test dose. Hey, if that doesn't work, in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They're in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call them today at 720-440-7900 or reach out at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey, that was the.
Why the mockery?
That was a
Why the mockery?
That was a big voice guy laughing. Oh, big voice guy sounding human.
A little offended by the big voice guy.
I think it's good. What's big voice's guy's name?
I don't know. Chuck.
Chuck? I'll take it.
Pat.
Larry.
Larry?
I don't know.
Pat.
Scott, you're in Indy.
Yeah.
Where are you in?
I got another breaking. I got another.
Go for
combine.
it. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, here it is.
Radio Combine expert Scott Hastings, live in Indianapolis with coverage of this year's NFL Underwear Olympics on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm going to go with Chuck. I kind of like Chuck. Chuck was having a good time with that. What's your breaking news?
Shedeur Sanders, who is in Indianapolis to go through the interview process, has commented he will not pass or go through any of the drills. However, saying he will throw in the pro day for his CU Buffs. The reasoning behind that is because he wants to show how he can throw the ball when there's no one rushing him.
Wow. Wow.
I heard CU is going to call their pro day something different. It's not a pro day. It's, I don't know. They're getting cute with the name. It's, I don't know, something.
Well, they do that quite a bit up there.
What do you think about just the Shedeur not throwing?
I think it makes all the sense in the world. Look, maybe 12 years ago, this would have been a big deal. Maybe 15 years ago, this would have been a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
The days are long gone where top prospects work out of the combine, which is what makes Travis Hunter such a unicorn here, that he doesn't have to do this. Travis Hunter doesn't need to go out there and work out, but he wants to be the number 1 pick, not the number 2 pick. So he's going to go do it.
The 1, 2, 3 picks last year in the draft did not throw at the combine, but threw in their pro days.
Yeah.
Drake May didn't throw. Caleb Williams didn't throw. Who else didn't throw? Jaden Daniels didn't throw.
Those three did not throw, but they all threw in their pro days, and they went 1, 2, 3, right?
Yeah. And almost everybody throws at their pro day. That's unusual. To see guys skip the combine and skip the pro day. Matter of fact, I can't even think of an example because that's where you're comfortable. It really, I hate to say it this way because I know we all love competition, and I know that back in the day, 15 years ago, this stood true. They got nothing but things to lose. There is nothing Shedeur Sanders can gain by going out there and competing. And keep in mind also, part of it is a decision not to do the workouts, to not do the 40 time, to not do the L drill.
All that.
Maybe something that people already knock you for, and you're like, look, maybe I don't have the 40 time of Lamar Jackson, but turn on the film and you're going to see escapability and you're going to see me extending plays.
Go ahead, Scott.
I can't remember exactly what I was going to say. I want to. For Shedeur, though, how many of his wide receivers? And listen, he had a number of wide receivers. I think he had a number of wide receivers that are capable of playing on Sundays too. But how many of those were actually invited to the combine and so on and so forth? So this is a great opportunity for them also to be accustomed to the guy that threw them footballs all year long, to throw them balls. And maybe this is a good way to help those cats out a little bit also.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well,
I'm looking at the wide receivers. Let's see.
So I know Jimmy Horn's there. I know Travis Hunter's there. I'm pretty sure LeJonte Wester's there.
Okay.
So that's 3 of the big 4. The only one that's missing is Will Shepherd.
Yeah, I'm going through it right now.
So basically all his guys are there
that's
except
it.
for Will.
No, it's 3. Yeah, I'm looking at the list right now.
I mean, 3 of the big 4.
Yeah. I don't know.
Let Will go there, make 2 or 3 nice catches, and all of a sudden maybe he's drafted or at least picked on a team that could use him that normally wouldn't have taken him.
Listen, we're talking about the top 1% of the 1%. We're talking about the top, tippity-top quarterbacks that get to make choices like that. And I agree. If you've got nothing all that big to gain, why are you doing it? You can only lose. He is going there. Scott, he's there in Indy, or will be there tonight and tomorrow. For the interview, so he'll talk to
a while ago, and I had to tell him, sorry, Shedeur, I'm not doing interviews till tomorrow.
Okay.
Now, I do think that's where Shedeur is going to shine. I think his football IQ is legit.
Mm-hmm.
I think when he gets up on that whiteboard and he gets to expose his personality to these teams, he's going to thrive in that experience. And they're going to walk away with just being blown away by the dude's football IQ. That's never been a question. Cam Ward is apparently, well, I don't know if he's undecided, but he hasn't informed people on what he's going to do, if he's going to throw at the combine or not. I'd be surprised if he did. And if there was any reason at all for Shedeur to throw, it would simply to be a last-ditch heroic effort to try to jump Cam Ward.
Wait till you guys see my guy Kyle McCord from Syracuse.
Well, they're
rip
saying he's skyrocketing right now.
Well, rightfully so. That does not surprise me. It's a quarterback-needy league, and if you're looking for that guy, I think it's the wrong way to go, 3rd or 4th round, but it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever if he goes there. If you were to circle one dude that might surprise you to have some sort of impact deeper than the 1st round, I'd put a big red circle around Kyle McCord. But, hey, we'll see. Quinn Ewers, Jackson Dart, these guys are all throwing. Will Howard, should know him. Jalen Milroe, they're all there. They'll all be competing against each other. It should be fun. But Shedeur doesn't need to do it. Neither does Cam Ward. They don't need to do it. You're not going to do it.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Cam ends up throwing.
I don't know why he would either. There's not a lot left for him to prove. And Travis Hunter, first of all, like, I think he does need to actually, if he wants to be the number 1 overall guy, I think he's got to do something.
I don't.
To nail that hammer down.
I mean, I suppose he could go out there and run a 4.2 40.
Yeah, stuff like that. It works.
And that might be the difference maker.
Also, if you participate in the combine like Travis does, you do set a standard of you against everybody from the past. And I think that's a legacy sort of thing too. Like, look what I did against what all these other guys that are great did too.
I think he loves competition in football.
Why not?
And he's going there probably. And you talked about helping you in the interview process. I think it'll help him too, because people are going to say, dude, this guy's got a light in him. This guy's got something that's going to excite our locker room and make us a better team.
Also, there's something else. The combine really, for guys like Travis, isn't all about the team you get drafted for. It's about expanding your brand even more, being the star, getting focused on, getting all that attention too. There's other things. There's other purposes out there too. But, hey, man, it's Combine Week, and Scott is there. Scott, what are you looking forward to? I know we only got you for a few more minutes here. Bouncing back against Indiana, a team we have not even seen this year. Is this the last team the Nuggets haven't played at least one time this year?
2 teams on this road trip, today and Thursday. We've not seen
Detroit.
Indy, we've not seen Milwaukee.
Oh, okay. All right. So what should we know about a little bit of a nondescript Indy team? I mean, Halliburton.
They started the season 10-15. Since they've gone 22-8.
Why?
They get after you. They move the ball around. They're an unselfish team. They're not afraid to pass it, and they attack the rim. They're like a younger, quicker version of Denver.
What's the best version of the Denver Nuggets?
Because
they're 8-7 with their starting 5. What's the best version of the Denver Nuggets?
Oh, I got to see if I got answered. I brought that question up to our stat guy.
It's a good one.
See if you.
Jokic was asked about having a worse record against plus 500 teams than under 500 teams, and said about the 9-game win streak, we may have tricked ourselves. He said that.
Here
Jokic
you go.
said it.
Here you go. This starting group played the first 5 games together.
Okay.
Went 2-3, lost to OKC, Clippers, and Minnesota. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
They have not played more than 2 games in a row together. The other 51 games.
That's crazy. That is
and
wild.
tonight would be the first time, if this group starts tonight, it'll be the first time they've started 3 games in a row since the first 5 of the season.
Wow.
And is that going to happen, or is somebody a little sore, a little bumped up? I'm kind of doing a little scramble here right now, if I can see if there's any updates on that.
I think I would assume they're okay. You don't know what air travel does. We got a member of our crew had surgery and was out for about 2 weeks, and he's in a boot and flew, and he was so much pain last night. He said the swelling was just crazy. I said, dude, you put that surgeried foot up in the sky, man. Come on. So I don't know. I've not seen if anybody's done anything. I would be surprised if Ray doesn't play.
Okay.
But here's the biggest no dumb question: is this the best starting five though that they could put out?
That is the big dumb question. Is this the best starting five?
Well, I think Scott.
That's a great question, actually.
Scott, you were the first one that I heard say it, but you're like, hey, this thing can be evolving. You got 6 guys, figure out the right guy based off the matchup, and just move forward. And when we had Malone on the show, it sure sounded like that's what the plan was. I mean, he said that he told Christian and Russell Westbrook both that, hey, look, man, this thing's going to be changing. So both guys were fine with it. And I actually don't expect it to be a consistent thing.
No, I'm not sure where it's going to go. Listen, you got a test on this road trip, don't you, Scott? You got yourself a nice little test.
You got yourself a serious test.
4 playoff teams in the Eastern Conference that you're not very familiar with. You're not. So, okay, let's see what you got. And let's see if these teams try to replicate what the Lakers did against the Nuggets. Let's see.
Well, what does that mean?
That means body all your perimeter players, which I would do. I said this on the radio with guys. I said, listen, he's playing like if I had to play the Nuggets, I'd do the same thing. I would make sure no one could breathe on the perimeter, and I would front Joker as much as I can.
Make him throw it over the top. If you can get it to him, you get it to him.
Because now listen, it's easier to throw a little lobby pass over the top if no one's in my chili. But if I got somebody in my chili and it's forcing me to turn just a little bit, how am I making that pass?
So it's not about doubling Jokic. You front him and you put pressure on everybody else.
Well, you front him, and when the ball's flying into the post, you are sending bodies. There were times when he got the ball, 3 bodies were around him.
Gotcha.
And they were in the lane. They had hands active. They were looking for the kickouts, trying to get some deflections. Got him to pass one bad pass to Christian that was going to the basket. Had another one to Aaron. Aaron kind of stopped, and the ball led him too much and went out of bounds. So 2 of his turnovers were to cutters to the basket. That's how I would play until Denver can prove that the pressure doesn't bother them. That's how I'd beat them up. I'd beat the hell out of this Denver team.
Nuggets are favored by 5.5. Give me a point differential and a winner here tonight.
I think Denver wins by 7.
Like it's nip and tuck, and
it's gonna be a good game, and they're gonna execute him out in the end.
If you see
that or we lose by 20.
Scott, extra credit for you. You don't have to, of course, but if we can get a Scott Hastings photo with Sean Payton somehow tonight, be extra special. It'd be.
I want to get one where I'm sitting down and he's got his hands on my shoulder.
Scott, if you could recreate somehow the Step Brothers thing, if Altitude TV can somehow get that done, it would be unfreaking believable.
Hey, Sean, we just need you to do a small favor for us. No big deal.
I do wonder, is it possible for you? See, the broadcast is so tight. But is there any time where you could actually slip at halftime or something into the box? Is that a possibility or not?
Probably not. I don't know where our seats are. They've been on the floor, and the box is probably up.
Sure.
So I would say probably not. But, who knows? Maybe he gets there earlier, and he's down on the floor, hobnobbing.
If you could recreate it, oh, my God.
Or just go up to him, and you can put your hands on his shoulder.
Well, listen, have a great broadcast tonight. We'll be watching on TV. You guys get going at 4. Pregame here at 4:30. Tip at 5 p.m. You're on the East Coast, buddy. How weird is that? Because Indiana,
I absolutely hate it.
You hate it.
I hate it. It screwed me up all day today. Oh, by the way,
yeah,
I put on. I grabbed a pair of pajamas.
Sure.
And clean and boom, 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 right out of the thing, and
yes,
these were inside in my pajamas.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
That's a banana hammock.
So.
I'm sorry.
I figured if I didn't count right with, the wardens, and I figured if I run a little short, I've got an extra player to experiment with come the end of the road trip.
All right. You never know when you need the golden thumb.
In fact, if we need to break a losing streak, I have the ability to wear the thong. A silver styler.
It ain't bragging when you're just describing about what you find in your jammies.
In my jammies.
Scott, spectacular job covering the combine. What is your schedule tomorrow? When are you on a plane?
We leave. We're supposed to land at 12:30, and I don't know if Milwaukee is Eastern or Central.
I think it's Central.
What time do you give Sean your breakdown on Bo Nix?
Whatever he asked for.
It is Central. All right, so we should have you for the full show tomorrow then, theoretically.
Yeah, I'll probably be a little late checking in as soon as I get for the bus and
Okay.
land and get here, but probably should be here 12:30, 12:40.
All right, have fun with it. Should be an entertaining game and little Broncos Muggle influence, the combine, basketball all coming together. Scott, great job covering the combine. Who else has people well, apparently everybody has somebody at the combine. But great job by you, Scott, being out there. Let's Football Go comes up next. Maybe that's our transition here today, Dan. When you go from one story to another.
Puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening
that is so good. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period.
Let's football go, Dan. What's good?
All right, like we were just talking about, Shedeur Sanders will not work out at the scouting combine in Indianapolis this week, where Scott Hastings is live with should be getting a report any second here from what Scott's seeing and hearing down there at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yes.
Widely considered a top 2 quarterback in this draft class. However, he will meet with teams in Indianapolis. It's not known if Sanders will also go through the medical exams portion of the schedule there in Indianapolis. So ESPN draft analyst Mel Kiper on his latest big board, fellas, has Shedeur as the number 4 rated prospect overall and the number 1 rated quarterback, just ahead of Miami's Cam Ward. But let's go back to the interview portion of what Shedeur will be doing in Indianapolis. So you guys put on your GM caps real quick.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the biggest questions you would like to have Shedeur Sanders answer at the combine in Indy? What would you ask him?
Well, first off, I expect him to blow the interviews away. Those were the reports out of the East-West game that every team that sat down with him, they just couldn't believe the football IQ. The guy's got it, right? He understands ball. But I do think there are some questions to be had about the style of offense that they ran. He's not unique in this. In college football does not translate very well to the NFL. But it was just one off season ago in which they made a coordinator change because Shedeur Sanders didn't love a lot of choice routes and wanted more read it and throw it type of deals. So, I mean, there's things you could get into like that, but I mean, that's just the way college football is. So I don't put that against Shedeur Sanders. I think what people are going to want to know more than anything else are 2 things. Number 1, what's life like without dad? Number 2, what are the off-field interests? And I'm not saying it's going to be a knock on him, but I think it'll be asked, do you want to be a rapper?
It was interesting that the Jets asked that of Aaron Rodgers. So if they're asking that of Aaron Rodgers about, his relationship with Pat McAfee and all that, that makes a lot of sense. Like, what are we getting here? How committed are you to football?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair. What do you think his answer would be?
I'm going to be a brand like my dad,
Mm-hmm.
but my brand is built off football.
I guess the real question is,
I mean, if he was being honest, that's what he would say.
Will he do enough to, 1, make a team take him in the top 1 or 2 picks, which is Tennessee or Cleveland right now? Or will a team like him more than Cam Ward, or will somebody give up the farm to move up to get him? Other than that, if none of those things happen, Tyler, I don't think there's anything he can do to go later than 6 to the Raiders.
Yeah, it seems unlikely. I mean, with only 2 legitimate first-round quarterbacks in this year's draft, to drop past 6, and I know why you pinpointed 6 because of the Raiders and everything, but to sneak out of the top 5 seems insane to me for either one of those QBs. Somebody's whether Tennessee's going to surprise everybody and select a quarterback, whether Cleveland's going to surprise everybody and select a quarterback, or whether Tennessee trades out and then Cleveland trades out and QBs go 1 and 2. I don't even think they're going to get out of the top 5.
Okay, well then you got the Patriots there at 4 and Jacksonville at 5, and who knows how much they want whoever they want. I think this year's draft is fascinating because usually we are so locked in to what's happening at the top of the draft, and I think there's a lot of possibilities. And the Combine, to me, is exciting. I love the Combine. I get into it. I end up watching a ton of it for whatever reason. You get fascinated with the stories. It's great to see these guys in person, some of them for the first time. I can't wait. I'm excited for this week. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Aaron Rodgers. So TMZ actually caught up with Aaron Rodgers late last week, and they were basically asking him, what kind of team are you looking for? Do you want to end up on the West Coast? And in this bite, you hear Rodgers sort of clarify what he's looking for in a potential new landing spot.
How you doing, boss? How's off-season going for you at the moment? Nice one, man. You're in the West Coast. The weather's great. Do you see yourself potentially being in the West Coast in the future?
Oh, you're
Yes, sir. Any chance of you being in the West Coast in the future?
I'm just enjoying the sunshine right now.
The sunshine's good. And look, last question I want to ask you. When choosing a team, what is something you take into consideration? Like, what factors?
What factors?
Yeah.
If they want you,
They want you, what else? Anything else? Like,
they got a good team.
lovely. Well, look, wish you the best of luck and best of luck for off-season 2.
Okay,
Wait,
so
I'm sorry. Who was interviewing him? Who was
some
that?
dude from TMZ. I don't know his name.
Some like Australian
Some
dude
Australian
with a camera.
dude from TMZ with a camera.
Knows nothing about football or anything, and not trying to be. The guy wasn't trying to be a jerk.
No, he was actually just on it.
He was definitely. He just doesn't know much about football.
It was
or
a fair
Aaron Rodgers.
question. These were all fair questions for sure.
You know, sometimes when you find somebody who's not that dialed into something, you get some of the better questions because they just ask what's, obvious without putting much thought to it. He wasn't. I think Rodgers was surprised the guy seriously wasn't trying to be a wise guy.
Yeah.
So do you think it's fair
That's
that
funny.
the two things that Rodgers said he's looking for is a team that wants him, and they've got to be good. So the team that wants you part is understandable, but they've got to be good.
Oh, no. He'll go anywhere at this point.
The current trend, if you like to follow the trends of what all the reporters are predicting, is that Matt Stafford's going to go to the Giants and Aaron Rodgers is going to go to the Rams. Which actually would make sense
Where
on a
is
number
that
of fronts.
coming from? Like what?
Well, Matt Stafford has been requested or has been granted the ability to go seek a trade partner.
Okay.
And if he's out, well, Sean McVay has never really shown the fact that he wants to go after the young QB. He wants the older guy. He wants the veteran. And I do the teams that allegedly are interested in trading for Matt Stafford right now. You've got the Giants, you've got the Browns, you've got the Raiders, and the Steelers.
Boy, why has that gone south there with Stafford and
money?
That's
Probably.
it, huh?
More probably. Yeah, I mean, Matt Stafford's looking for 50 plus per year, and he probably wants 4 years, and he's 37 years old, and the Rams are looking at it like, hey, man, we've seen what's happened to these guys when they get in their 40s. We don't really want to commit to you long term. If you want to do another 1 year deal, cool. But outside of that, no.
All right, Dan, go ahead.
So here's NFL Network's Peter Schrager. This was going to be my last story on why Matt Stafford and the Rams are at a crossroads right now.
Yeah, I know. Anytime I do speak on the Rams and specifically on Stafford and McVay, ears perk up, and I want everyone to listen in that those guys actually have a fine relationship. This was nothing that is between them personally. This is a money issue, and Matthew Stafford wants to be paid what he thinks he's worth. He wants to be paid more than $50 million. They've given the agent, Jimmy Sexton, one of the best agents in all of football, both college football with the coaches, and of course in the NFL with coaches and players. They've given him the freedom to go seek out what might be some teams that would be of interest, and if those teams would pay him. And guess what? There are teams that are willing to pay him more than what the Rams are currently willing to pay him. The question is, does Stafford want to go to those teams? And what are those teams willing to give up?
Okay, so by the way, that $50 million is per season.
Oh, yeah, of
by
course,
the way.
of course.
Of
course.
Right.
Going to pay Matt Stafford $50 million a year?
Let's just talk through. Let's talk through the teams that are allegedly interested in him, and that's the Giants, the Browns, the Steelers, and the Raiders. Those are the teams that apparently have already had communication about trading for Matt Stafford.
Okay.
If you're Matt Stafford, do I want to go to the Giants? Ooh, man, kind of past the point of trying to build a brand. I'm 37 years old. Do I want to go to the Browns? Ooh, God, no.
Are we saying the money's equal at all places?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All
Raiders and Steelers, you might be able to make a compelling case for either one of those.
Yeah.
But the Giants are probably the most likely team in terms of the team that would be the most motivated to do it. I don't see why Stafford would want to go there, though.
I'm a mockaholic, man. And it's like Cam Ward all over the place at the Giants. But, I mean, anything can happen, obviously. This is where you got to get your shizzle together a little bit. And this is where the Falcons, in my opinion, went a little wacko by getting Kirk and then also moving up and getting Penix. Like, have a plan here, fellas. Now, I understand maybe it just doesn't go your way and you want some insurance. I don't think the Giants make any sense at all.
Oh, I do. I big time do.
Oh, my God. They are so far away from being a good team. And I just think they're going to be in a position, if they don't get Cam Ward, they could get Shadur Sanders. And why, after seeing the success of Bo Nix, why would you want your rookie quarterback to sit on the bench?
What happened after we drafted Paxton Lynch?
After we drafted Paxton Lynch?
Next chance he had an opportunity.
I'm not sure where you're going with that.
You passed on Josh Allen because you had PTSD. You just went through the Daniel Jones young experiment.
Yeah, but all right, hold on.
You just paid a young dude. And what do teams do when they fire a young coach? They hire an old coach. The defensive coach, they hire an offensive coach. Teams tend to do the opposite of the situation they just went through.
Okay, but I'd make the argument the situation was totally different from the Broncos. Josh Allen was available at 5 when the Broncos were drafting, not 20-something.
Okay.
The Giants are at 3. I mean, I think that's...
What's the difference between 5 and 3?
Well, there's no difference between
That's
that.
my whole point.
But there's a huge difference at 25.
The Broncos got PTSD, and they couldn't pull the trigger because they just messed up on Paxton Lynch.
No, I get it. But that's just dumb to think you're getting the same type of player at 3 or 5 as you would at 25. To me, it's a whole different world.
I understand, but human nature goes through that. And I absolutely believe that's why John Elway didn't pull the trigger on Josh Allen.
Well, I know, and John Elway has said it was the biggest mistake of his career.
Okay.
So, again...
You think human beings aren't prone to make the same mistakes?
Well, bad GMs are, I guess. Hey, listen, man, the Giants are not a great organization.
What do you think about that GM?
Not much. No, you're right. I mean, stupid things can happen. I get it. I mean, they're the ones that sat there on film saying, man, I hope Saquon doesn't go to the Eagles. Yeah, they're stupid. They're not a bright organization there, the Giants. But again, I guess, whatever. They'll do whatever they do. The Browns are one of the more confounding teams in the draft, and they are so messed up. They are in such a bad spot. So I guess anything they do wouldn't surprise me.
On the surface level, Kevin Stefanski with Matthew Stafford makes a lot of sense.
Pittsburgh, to me, is in the worst position and the most desperate of all these teams. That, to me, is the team that, whether it's Rodgers or Matthew Stafford, they're already a playoff team.
Well, that would be pretty appealing for Stafford.
I would, if he cares about winning, sure. I mean, you're going to go someplace where they love football. They're all set up to be in the playoffs. If they got better quarterback play, they'd probably be in a better spot.
By the way, this is how Shedeur Sanders slips out of the top 5, though, or out of the top 6.
How?
Either the Giants or the Raiders make a trade for Matt Stafford. Don't go later. They make a trade for Matt Stafford.
What about the Saints or the Jets?
I don't see how that affects anything.
If the Raiders were to get Stafford, don't you think they'd trade? Well, first of all, they wouldn't have the pick.
Exactly.
So who would have the pick if they were to do that? If
the Rams.
The Rams would have the pick. Okay. There's big rumors the Rams were really into Bo Nix last year.
Did you see Jay Glazer's report on that?
Not recently.
So Jay Glazer said that Sean Payton was so paranoid about the Rams selecting Bo Nix that he's calling Glazer over and over and over. And Glazer knows he's got the information from the Rams, and he knows that the Rams are not interested in Bo Nix.
No, huh?
But he can't pass that on to Sean Payton. So he's trying to do his best to be like, hey, relax, you're okay.
That's funny.
And then it finally got to the point that Jay Glazer flat out asked Sean McVay, "Can I just tell him that you're not interested in Bo Nix?" Sean McVay didn't even look at a quarterback in that year's draft. He didn't even prospect anybody. So that rumor did come out, but it turned out to be entirely debunked. And Sean McVay eventually gave Jay Glazer permission to tell Sean.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Well, here we go, man. It all starts. Free agency gets going officially on the 12th, but of course there's legal tampering before that. And the combine really kicks things off. So the rumor mill will be on fire. Thank God we've got Scott Hastings embedded. Hey, I got something that you should not do when it comes to the Rockies. Plus, did everybody catch Nathan McKinnon's interview after the game yesterday? What a thrill it is to be in a locker room when a team loses in a tough way. You'll hear that coming up next.
Hey, guys, I value relationships in life, and that's why I continue to go back to Phil Long every single time I need a new vehicle. I started going there my rookie year in the NFL. I go back time after time because they take care of me. They get me in, they get me out, they respect my time, they give me the best price, and that's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer that walks in the doors at Phil Long Ford, and it's one-stop shopping. You don't have to drive all over. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams over at Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long time. Guys, interest rates are solid. Incentive deals are fantastic. Now's the time to go buy a vehicle from Phil Long Ford. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Somebody suggested something they should do, and I'm here to say you shouldn't do it. We'll get those details in just a little bit. Talk about should and shouldn't do. I heard Jared Bednar after the game yesterday say, we're going to give the guys, 4 guys that played in 4 Nations, a couple days off. We'll be back at practice, and they get going on Wednesday, 6-game homestand. Hey, man, hindsight's 20/20, Tyler, and I get it. Hockey players are tough guys. They're hockey players. I think for sure, and it's easier to say now because you lost these 2 games and you had no offense. I really wish the Avalanche had just given those 4 guys the weekend off and rest up, fellas, and we'll see you for the homestand.
Yeah, but we knew that wasn't going to happen.
We do, because hockey does a lot of things sometimes because they're hockey. Hockey does hockey things for hockey reasons.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period.
But this team is looking at basically 2 guys. The fact that they haven't had a goal scored in 7 games from anybody but somebody on the top line, and that was Kivi Ranta 7 games ago, is an indicator that you got some issues, man. You got some issues. So you lost the games anyway. You got a couple days off. It's been a tough stretch, I think, exciting for, can you imagine, by the way, Tyler, being Nate, Taves, and McCarr with how exciting that must have been?
It's got to be weird.
To come back and play against the Predators and the Blues and not score a goal?
Come back and play in the NHL? How boring is that? I'm being facetious. I get it. I do.
Pretty damn boring.
Yeah.
Or frustrating.
It's not so much boring as it's just, how do you find the same drive? How do you find the same motivation? You got it all out there on the line for your country. And the irony of it is 2 weeks is a long time to be off from hockey. And they weren't.
I wonder, I would love to get an honest opinion from those guys about their relationship with Binnington. Because Binnington was spectacular and probably their most valuable player in beating Team USA.
Oh, I'm sure they're boys.
Okay. Because that definitely was not the case a couple of years ago against St. Louis in the playoffs.
Yeah, but you go through an experience like that, you ain't coming out with bad blood.
Yeah, and then you're playing him like 3 days later. And he played well. I mean, he shut him down.
I don't know. With the Avalanche right now, man, how long has it been that Val's been out?
Oh, forever. What is wrong?
I honestly can't even remember what it was.
I think it was New Year's.
New Year's?
What is his injury?
I don't know, but I do wonder, how much do you bank on things changing when he does come back?
A lot.
Right. And so
I bank a lot. Boy, it better be a lot.
Well, so then you ask yourself, how aggressive do you really need to be with the trade deadline right here?
Pretty aggressive, unfortunately. I don't know, man. It's frustrating. Here's Nate. This is a classic Nate, Tyler. Nate's a good dude. He is competitive as hell. But holy cow, being around Nate, post-game when things don't go well, sounds something like this.
Jared said some positive things last night. This was your worst game last night.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible.
Anything in particular that you need to do differently?
Everything differently. Yes.
Slow start coming out of the break last year, kind of similar to this. What do you guys take anything from last year?
I have no idea. I don't even know what happened last year.
You lost 5 out of 6 that long road trip.
Cool.
I don't know. They scored 3 goals right at the net. Is that just sort of the blueprint for what you guys need to do more of?
Yeah, I'd love to score anyway. I don't know if we had a rush chance tonight. I don't know if we. I don't know if we had a scoring chance tonight. So.
And that was it.
I know stuff like that bothers you.
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't bother me. I know the way he is. It doesn't bother.
I think it bothers you quite a bit.
I find it comical. Bother me quite a bit? No, I'm fine because I know how he is.
You get pretty upset when players are.
I swear to
testing.
God, I'm not upset about it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll just put it this way, man. I don't think players, leaders have any responsibility to the media. I know you feel differently on that one. Look, man, I mean, it's frustrating. The game is frustrating, and you get a bunch of questions that are kind of not very direct hockey. Like, the only really direct hockey question there, he gave at least a slight answer to, which was the last one. I don't know what to think of it. I don't think anything of it.
I think it's funny. I literally think it's funny. I've been around it when it happens. I never asked throwing a question.
read the room. I was surprised how many questions were actually asked. Well, after the second or third one, all right, you ain't getting in here, folks.
No, hey, man, I totally get it. Listen, I've had great interactions with Nate. I hate asking questions of athletes after the game's done, and it doesn't go well. What is he supposed to say? I just came off one of the most exciting things of my entire life where I was the MVP, and I come back now, we scored 2 goals in 2 games. That's it? Yeah, how do you think I feel? I'm a little tired. I've really, listen, man, I just think they should have given those guys a little time off. That's all.
Can you imagine if Sidney Crosby, Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, one of those dudes got a season-ending injury in 4 Nations? Like, that would be the last time they ever played it. I think it would be. If one of your top dogs like that.
McAvoy is out for the year. How the Bruins feeling?
Not good.
Matthew Tkachuk is, what's going on with Tkachuk? Matthew Tkachuk. I think Brady Tkachuk's hurt too, but I think Matthew's going to be out for a little bit with Florida. Oh, I think there's definitely some stuff did happen.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Cale was sick. He didn't even play in the big game when the U.S. won.
There's some concern that Matthew Tkachuk's season could be over.
Oh,
right.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
For Florida. Nobody cares about Ottawa. That's where Brady is. But Florida? Yeah, they got something to play for. All right, last note, as we get out of here, Nate and Andy coming up here in just a little bit. I saw Chase Hollander had a nice outing for the Rockies today. Who? Yeah, okay. Top pick, pitcher, was balling. Somebody asked me on the text line, Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Should we not go to Rockies games? This seems to come up all the time, Tyler, about the whole boycott thing. I can't tell you how useless a boycott is unless you own a large chunk of season tickets or you're a box holder. And if you're just I go to the game 3 or 4 times a year or once or twice, you should go to a Rockies game and enjoy yourself.
Well, maybe there'd be 36,001 people there if you went. But if you don't go, there's still going to be 36,000.
Correct. There's nothing dumber than hearing about a boycott of Rockies games if you enjoy going. You like going, go.
I understand. I mean, look, why does it come up every year? Because fans are frustrated.
Big fans.
It's not like it's a surprise that this conversation comes up every single year. They're looking for, how can we help? How can we do something?
You realize there are significant chunks of generational Rockies fans that are so used to losing, they don't expect anything different.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, go to the games. Enjoy it. Have fun. Spring training is fun. The Rockies games are fun. We're going to be back at opening day. I hope they do well. I like a lot of the young talent. Boycotting games or even talking about it is stupid. It'll never work. It's never going to work. The ballpark's too nice. The area's too nice. And the games are too much fun to go to. No, the problems the Rockies have, Tyler, they're going to have to dig themselves out in a different way. Other than that, we're just going to get used to another.
You mean the same
season.
way we've been doing for the last 2 decades?
Yeah, or we just say, hey, it's just something cool to do once or twice a year. And other than that, don't worry about it. Because at the end of the day, it is cool once or twice a year to go to a Rockies game.
Yep.
When the sun's out,
beautiful place to be.
Beer's flowing. We'll be there at opening day.
And you can walk around the concourse the whole game and not pay attention.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So enjoy it. It's up to the Rockies if they really want to be better. And hey, get ready for. I'll predict what's going to happen, Tyler. It'll be another year where people will say it's not Bud Black's fault. Get ready for that. Meanwhile, we have the Nuggets taking on the Pacers. Pregame at 4:30. Game time at 5 o'clock. We will have live coverage of the Combine with Sean Payton and George Payton talking tomorrow. What are your big Broncos questions? Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I don't know if we had a rush chance tonight. I don't know if we had a scoring chance tonight. So.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
3 seconds left to go in Denver, and there is the horn at Ball Arena. J.J. Redick executes his game plan. The Lakers blow out Denver. The final tonight, 123-100.
Off the boards, down ice, 3 seconds, 2, and that is it. 2-game trip for the Avalanche through the Central Division, 2 regulation losses.
Both sucked. There's no way around it.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
At least Spring left out the bases clearing sack fly.
That's going to get its own special attention later, so I'm glad he did.
Welcome in. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Happy Monday, everybody. Cool weekend, guys.
Oh, man, and my guys on the Mammoth decided to get it all started off the right way.
Ooh.
I hope we never wear those jerseys again. What do you think of that? Although the auction's up if you want a game-worn one.
If you want to smell the sweat from defeat, by all means, go to, is that the Mammoth's website?
Yeah,
ColoradoMammoth.com. There you go, MammothLax.com.
My bad.
There you go.
Mammoth Lax is their little social media. ColoradoMammoth.com.
Mammoth, the website. Anyway, welcome in. Happy Monday. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Yeah, the Nuggets got blown out. The Avalanche lost twice. It was a bit of a disappointing weekend for those of us here on the old Front Range. The Nuggets will try and course correct this evening as they will take on the mighty Indiana Pacers tonight, the first of a 4-game road trip in Indiana. Pregame 4:30, so we get booted off the air.
We get to jump out in that traffic you all enjoy every day,
yes,
just in time.
We're one of you today. But the Nuggets and the Pacers coming up here this evening. Andy, of the defeats by both the Nuggets and the Avalanche over the weekend, the Avs losing to Nashville and St. Louis, the Nuggets getting blasted by the Lakers on Saturday night. Which one grinded your gears more?
Probably yesterday in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Look, the Nuggets, now, they all have their reasons for concern, okay? I guess the Nashville game, I just knew we're going to have some of that stupid, off the All-Star break malaise, which is what I'm going to call it, even though it was 4 nations for the Avalanche going into Nashville, right? You played 2 desperate clubs, but guess what? They're clubs that are worse than you are. You should be beating them. I was irritated to watch the Nuggets lose to a team. Look, the Lakers aren't terrible, but they've got no size. But you would have known it that night, that afternoon, that evening at Ball Arena. They look like they had plenty of size for the Nuggets. And again, the 3-ball kills you. But last night, when you don't get a point out of Nashville, and then you show up and you look about as run-in-the-mill as possible of a hockey team, and you lose to the Blues, again, another 1-goal outing that you put in early. You don't generate any chances.
No.
Got to the point where Mark Rycroft and Mark Moser, who are, they're trying to give you the call of the game, but obviously they're here for a hometown broadcast. And Rycroft can't help but question what is going on and why is the play getting taken to you for 2 periods practically. Like, they came alive the last 4 minutes after the final TV timeout, but that's way too late. You had one just sorry power play that seemed to put everybody in the dump. I mean, what is going on? St. Louis, I get it. They got some guys, but it's not a great hockey team.
No. Okay, first off, I thought yesterday Cale Makar played about as poorly as he can play. And 2 of those goals were directly on him. I mean, Parayko got behind him, and Cale lost track of him. And then on the Holloway goal, again, he beat Cale Makar back. I think Cale's got some 4 Nations fatigue, some 4 Nations hangover going on a little bit. McKinnon had a good opportunity in the third, but, Benner robbed him on that one. And Taves did have the goal, but the 4 Nations guys didn't look great. And without Val Nichushkin, the Avalanche they have no size, they have no physicality in front of the net.
Yeah, there was no, and understand, I'm not looking for you to give me the big football-style hit that sends a guy flying.
Yeah.
There are no crunching hits into the boards that we can go fight for the puck for. There was nothing. They
lacked crunch. I would agree with that.
Here's where I think it's interesting. I thought it. So we had a guy named Eric Law on our Mammoth broadcast. He plays in the PLL, the Outdoor Pro League. And at one point, he asked my partner, a former indoor player, Jamie Shuchuk, Jamie, should we see a fight here soon? Are you expecting a fight here soon? Because the Mammoth looked largely like the Avs did. And so, naturally, in both sports, somebody find your guy in your weight class and let's square up and let's get the boys awake or whatever. And we finally got a fight late in the game, and Eric gave us the analysis. He's like, I don't know why it took this long. I don't know why. I don't know where this was.
Yeah.
We should have had this about mid-third quarter. And I kept thinking in this early third period or nothing, somebody, Miles Wood, go grab somebody. Now, Keaton Middleton wasn't playing that I was aware of, so somebody's got to go stir it up, don't they? And there's just none of that. It just was so, let's just skate this and let's skate the timeout and go home is what it felt like.
Yes. Like Bob Marley and the Wailers said, stir it up, little
Please.
darling. Yes. Avalanche fall in St. Louis. Here's the good news. They open up a 6-game homestand on Wednesday night against the New Jersey Devils, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, San Jose, and Toronto, followed up by a rematch with Chicago. You should probably beat those guys. But 6-game homestand coming up here for the Avalanche. I don't know. Fingers crossed. Maybe Val
You need Val
Nichushkin
and you need
will
Manson
return.
back. With the trade of Mikko, with those two out, you do not have the size you'd like to have, period.
Yeah.
You just don't.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
And I'm gonna say what you said in the car as we drove over here on our little phone call. They are missing Mikko Rantanen. They really are. I don't care. Like you said, I don't know how it's going in Carolina. It doesn't seem like it's going great. But Mikko was the finisher for a lot of these fancy Nate passes. Nobody seems to want to fire they weren't firing the puck yet. Again, that was something else Rycroft had to talk about. Quit overpassing. Somebody's got to shoot. Bednar's been saying for weeks at the pressers, someone's got to be a little more selfish. Let's go.
Mackenzie Blackwood
shots.
was good.
Yeah, he deserved a better fate than what he got.
Yeah, he was good. He played well. Nobody else did. Avalanche fall again. Back at it on Wednesday night. All right, the Nuggets. Yeah.
About that.
They lost. They lost by a lot. Luka Doncic was great in that game. Did the Dallas Mavericks, had they seen him play basketball before? Were they aware? Yeah. As it turns out, Nuggets don't really have a good matchup for him. AG is better used on LeBron. Luka Doncic just feasts on Christian Brown and Russell Westbrook. He has no problem with either of those guys, so they don't really have a good matchup going on right there. Nikola Jokic took 7 shots. Russell Westbrook took the most shots of anybody on the team. That's problematic in and of itself, but also the Lakers basically made the decision in that game of like, we will let Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, and Russell Westbrook shoot whenever they want to. Porter did not play well. Jamal had a good 3-point shooting game, but didn't have nearly enough impact in the pick and roll game. In fact, that would be my first question for Michael Malone after this game. And it leads to another question, but pick and roll, heard of him? You might want to try it, okay? You might want to, I don't know, when they're fronting Nikola Jokic with Rui Hachimura or, briefly with Jared Vanderbilt for the entire game to keep the ball away from Nikola Jokic, off-ball screens. Heard of him?
Nate.
Pick and roll game, heard of him? They didn't do anything to counter what J.J. Redick put out there on the floor, which then leads to the next question. Why didn't they do that?
I don't know, because what I saw...
I don't either, but I've got a suspicion.
Okay, well, I want to hear it. And then while you're doing that, explain to me why they have forced more passes to Jokic. Like, obvious bad passes, Nate.
Yeah.
Guys right there.
Mm-hmm.
You're not fitting that in.
Mm-hmm.
If they were NFL quarterbacks, they'd have thrown about 5 picks that day.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
The window's not there.
So
why do you think they didn't run pick and roll? Go ahead.
I think that game was J.J. Redick's Game 7. He said himself after the game, I haven't slept in 2 days. I came out to game plan this thing. We desperately needed this thing. These guys are 13-1 against us in the last 14 games. And in an NBA regular season matchup, J.J. Redick went to his team and he said, this is our Super Bowl. Okay, and we're going to go and try and get these guys. And I think that Michael Malone looked at all that and said, okay, Might see these guys again in the playoffs. We'll see if we can hang in this thing. We'll see if we can make enough shots. And if we don't, BFD, these guys are going to win a February regular season game against us.
So you're thinking no teaching tape as to what our counters are.
I believe that Michael Malone, because, okay, there's a whole lot of, why didn't Malone adjust?
Yeah, they couldn't wait on SportsCenter to talk about him getting out-coached by J.J. Redick.
Yeah. You don't think Michael Malone, midway through the first quarter, didn't know everything that they were doing for that night? He and Nikola Jokic were well aware. I'm not saying they threw the game. I think what they decided was, we'll roll with our game plan, whatever game plan it was, and if they get us, they get us. And they did. Luka had a great shooting night. Again, his step-back three, the Nuggets had no counter for it. Michael Porter did not play well in that game. The bench did not play well in that game. Clearly, LeBron James is not a good matchup for Michael Porter Jr. or Zeke Naji, but I think the Nuggets, they made a decision in that game. Okay, we see this. This is all going to be on tape, and we will move on with our lives.
So do you think, and I'm pulling up the old box score from the other night, because I can't even remember. I just remember.
Jokic took 7 shots, Andy.
Right.
7 shots.
Looking for the old points, not a lot out of Najee. Hunter Tyson was out there doing a thing.
Well, that was garbage. I mean, there were garbage time minutes going on with a lot of these dudes. Zeke. The third quarter minutes that I watched from Zeke I was like, is this an NBA rotation player? I don't know if this is a NBA playoff rotation player out here.
Strother couldn't quit fouling 2 seconds after getting into the game.
No, and he didn't take enough shots, I thought. I thought he lacked an aggressiveness, but also I know that they worry about shots that Julian takes versus Westbrook has the green light to just fire away, and he did. And again, the Lakers were just like, let that guy shoot. That's, by the way, that's going to be the game plan for the Nuggets in every playoff series. Every team is going to say, hey, if we get beat because Russell Westbrook makes outside shots, then oh well. But we will live with that result. I really think this was a game that the Nuggets got into and then simply said, all right, we'll try and shoot our way back into this thing, and it didn't work out. They had an 8-0 run to start the second half. The Lakers countered with a run of their own, and then Denver never had the juice the rest of the way. I get that, you buy your ticket and you go to Ball Arena and you want blood, and there's so many Laker fans out there and they annoy the hell out of you. I understand all of that. I also understand that the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic and Michael Malone, it's not as though they forgot what the hell they're doing out there, okay? They know. They have counters ready for all of this. All this game did for me, Andy, was this is what this game did that I saw the other night. And Luka's performance. And Luka Doncic was marvelous. Before I watched that game on Saturday night, if they were in a playoff series with LA, I would have said Nuggets in 5. After watching that game, Nuggets in 6.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all that happened on Saturday night. The Lakers they're another playoff win better with Luka Doncic than they were before.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's other points we could talk about later on in the show when we revisit said matchup.
Yes.
There's still some things that bother me, but I don't dismiss
I would expect nothing less.
No, but I like your theory. I hope your theory is correct. How about that? I hope your theory is correct.
Yeah.
And it does. I think there's good foundations that it makes sense that I'm not going to show you what I'm going to change. So we'll see how bad we need. Don't they meet the Lakers 1 or 2 more times before this thing wraps up?
I think they still have one more regular season matchup with him.
He may even keep it in the pocket that game too if they don't quote unquote need the game.
Yeah.
And Memphis lost last night to OKC, right? So you get a win tonight. I think you're back.
OKC got Minnesota last night.
Who did Memphis lose to?
That was an awful lot of fun to watch, by the way. That Shai Gilgeous. First off, here's the thing about the Thunder. Okay, and I digress, and I know we're just kind of up against it right now. The Thunder's whole thing were like they all hang out for the post-game interviews and all that, and they put their arms around each other and all that kind of thing. Here's the basketball meatball in me. I kind of like it.
Yeah,
I kind of
they're together.
It's kind of cool.
They got a chemistry.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a small market sort of attitude about them that I kind of respect and like. So I sort of like that about that team. Memphis, by the way, they lost to Cleveland. Remember, Ja got dunked on and then was hugging everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Jeff Legwald at 4 o'clock talking Combine and so much more. We're going to talk about the Combine a little bit. I saw an unbelievable Broncos statistic. We know they need a tight end.
Oh, they need a tight end.
They need one even worse than I realized. You need to hear this when we come back.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, we're about to get into March, so the old month of love maybe is gone, but that doesn't mean you're still not interested in a relationship as springtime is upon us. It's the season of new love is springtime as everything is renewed. And maybe if you find yourself pulling away from the relationship you have or not seeking a new one because you have ED, don't let this cause issues in your life. Don't let this cause less self-confidence or depression, arguments, breakups. Don't let any of that happen, especially if it's maybe a contributing factor in a possible divorce. ED can be a relationship destroyer, and if you have one that's strained or a relationship that is, or you're like a new one, but you don't feel the confidence, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help you. They have treatments that work when pills or herbals fail, and treatments that have success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Your first visit with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic goes like this. The visit's $99, but you get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider and a TMPSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose in the office. And if it's not working there, well, the visit is free. They have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, they could have you back to feeling yourself and having your sex life back the very next day. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, the Nuggets and the Pacers, 5 o'clock. Get all your old ABA hate on for this one. Denver and Indiana. Nuggets are 5-point favorites. The Pacers are good, and this is a tough game tonight for the Nuggets, but I believe they will play better tonight than they did the other night against the Lakers.
Have you ever hated a Pacer?
Yes.
Is that Reggie?
Yes. Well, as a 90s Bulls fan,
Right.
I hated all of them.
But you
Yes.
always had the upper hand. That was Cleveland. Cleveland is one out of Mark
Price?
Mark Price, who he
Mhm.
drained the shot on, right? They
Yeah.
gave 9,000 fist bumps.
That was Craig Elo.
Oh, was Elo
It
the
was
one?
Craig. Elo
Okay.
was the one that he shot over on
For some
that
reason, I
play.
always thought that was Price. I never knew that was Elo.
Other short white guy. Mark Price, real quick, I'll tell you my quick Mark Price story. He was a Nuggets assistant, I don't know, probably 7-8 years ago now.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Which coaching staff, Carl or
No,
Shaw?
it was Malone's staff.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
he was on Malone's staff. And I remember it because I talked to him at one of the Nuggets social events. It was back when they used to do it at the ping pong place. It was really fun. But I went up to Mark Price and I told him because one of my best friends growing up had moved to Wakanda from Cleveland, and he's to this day a diehard Cavs fan. Mark Price was his favorite basketball player that ever lived. Like, we'd play in the driveway, and I'd be like, I'm Michael Jordan, and he'd be like, I'm Mark Price. Cool, bro. So anyway, I went up to Mark Price, and I told him this story. I'm like, hey, one of my best friends that I grew up with, like, worships you, okay? And Mark Price was like, oh, right on. And I was like, can we make a video for him? And so we did, and Mark Price couldn't have possibly been cooler about it. What was funny, though, was I don't know if Mark Price knew the extent to which my buddy worshipped him, because then my buddy made a video, like, touring all of his Mark Price memorabilia in his home. He had, like, one of those old, like, paper-thin jackets that had, like, an airbrushed Mark Price on the back of it. He had, like, a collection of Mark Price starting lineups and jerseys and pennants. Like, this is his favorite basketball player of all time. And then he sent it to me, so I was like, all right, well, I don't have Mark Price's number, but I sent it to Nick O'Hare, and Nick O'Hare did say that he showed it to Price, and Price was very appreciative, while also probably being like, I'm glad that guy lives several states away.
Your buddy had Mark Price Van Art on the back of a coat.
He did.
That's where I think maybe we've gone too far.
He liked, hey, man, everyone's got their guys.
Yeah.
His Mark Price. Uh-huh.
Good for him.
Uh-huh. Yeah. If you want to talk about any other 90s Cavaliers, you got any Brad Doherty or Craig Elo or Gerald Wilkins love out there, hit
Rick
us up.
Smits, wasn't he briefly a
He was
Cavalier?
a Pacer.
Oh, he was a Pacer.
Rick Smits, the Flying Dutchman, was a
Yeah.
Pacer. Who the Nuggets
I forgot. That's what
we'll see tonight.
We started talking about Pacers that you hate, and somehow ended up at Cleveland because I can't remember who Jordan hit the shot against.
Craig
Anyway,
Elo. It was Craig Elo, Andy.
for the Broncos.
For the Broncos. So
you've got stats.
So we've talked about their need for a tight end. Okay, it's considerable how much they need a tight end. But Nick Kosmider offered this up today. First off, we've given you the stats, 51 receptions from the tight end position last year, which would have ranked 17th for an individual tight end. The Broncos did that with the entire group. Here's another number for you here that I didn't realize it was this bad. Kosmider gives you this. The Broncos converted only 2 of 17 third down attempts when Bo Nix targeted tight ends.
2 of 17?
2 of 17 converting third downs with Bo Nix throwing to tight ends, an 11.8% rate. It was last in the league, Andy, targeting tight ends on third down.
You have average air yards on these attempts, too? It's not like the tight ends are running deep routes for him to throw. That
No.
You'd think that'd have been right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, he completed more of that. They just weren't converting on third down. Yeah, third down is like, that's where tight ends are supposed to eat, right? That's where you're supposed to find the matchup in the middle of the field to be able to take advantage of. Third down feels like a good opportunity to be able to do that. And the Broncos, by the way, this is where, let's give Bo Nix and the offense some credit. They were 13th in third down rate in the NFL last year. And did so, again, converting less than 12% of the time when throwing to tight ends.
I feel like I remember, the Bengals constantly throwing to their tight ends and converting first downs.
Yeah. It's a thing that many teams
like to do.
In fact, it's a thing that 31 other teams do better than the Broncos.
There's no shock there.
Yeah.
But you haven't even had the Greg Dulcich thing.
Ugh.
That was your best option since Noah Fant. Remember that? Like some of what you're describing, they throw to him, but he couldn't get the yardage necessary. That's a Noah Fant play to me, even though he's been better in Seattle than he was here.
Well, you know how bad they've been at tight end? I actually kind of miss Noah Fant around here.
Noah Fant would be better than anything you've had since he left.
Right. Noah Fant, in the very least, put up seasons of 62 and 68 receptions in a Broncos uniform, which, again, more than every tight end put up combined last year. So when we start talking about their need to add a tight end in this draft, and probably in free agency as well, this is what you're talking about. This is how dire the situation is. And again, this is also one where you got to say a credit to Bo for being as good on third down as he was without that as even a viable option.
Well, that's why they had to definitely keep it third and short.
Yeah.
Well, then I got to tell you, Thursday of the NFL Combine is going to interest you. That's when the tight ends run and work out.
Yeah. Get a good look at these guys. I know a lot of people like Ty Warren and Colston Loveland, from Michigan, are the guys that are getting the most attention. Cosmider points out Dane Brugler of The Athletic has 3 other tight ends in his top 100 prospects. Mason Taylor, that's Jason Taylor's son from LSU. Gunnar Helm, good name right there, played at Cherry Creek. Gunnar Helm is a guy they could look at from Texas. And Terrence Ferguson, who played with Bo Nix at Oregon.
You know what I long for? The days of Scott Fujita. Is he ever a Sean Payton tight end? Name me a random tight end that you remember. Scott Fujita I remember, though, but was he from, now I'm trying to remember, was he a Saint? I know Graham was. Obviously, Jimmy Graham was his best tight end.
Wasn't Scott Fujita a linebacker?
I thought he was a tight end. You may be right. I don't know. I just want to say Scott Fujita. Now I got to find out.
It's a fun name to say.
I thought he was a tight end.
He was a linebacker in New Orleans. I remember that.
Oh, well, I got the team right.
There you go.
You know, tight ends, linebackers, they're kind of same body type. Our tight ends might as well be linebackers right now because they're making about that many catches. Matter of fact, could Cody Barton play tight end?
It couldn't be any worse.
Let me
right?
ask you this. Dead serious. Should they draft 2 tight ends in this draft? Should you hedge your bet? Now, last time we did that, Okwuegbunam and Fant were the 2 tight ends. But no, I'm talking like
that was the same draft. Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah.
If they were to use 2 picks in the first 3 rounds on tight ends, would you be upset about that? They need a tight end.
It would be a little overkill, but it would speak to their.
Do you go full Mike
necessity.
Shanahan like the year when he went and got our guy from Miami? I can't remember any of their names. Tim Crowder, Moss.
Tim Crowder was from Texas.
Yeah, Moss.
Jarvis Moss from Florida.
Who was our guy, the Florida tackle?
Marcus Thomas was from Florida, and Ryan Harris was in that draft as well. They only took 4 guys in that entire draft.
And 3 of them were D linemen.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You just do that with the tight end this year?
And one of them was definitely Jarvis Moss.
Well,
who I believe after his first OTA workout had teammates of his asking each other if that guy had ever played football before.
So basically, the way it worked out was Jarvis Moss and Tim Crowder were equal to the tight end group currently for the Broncos.
Yeah, there
they
you
had
go.
about,
the analogy is there.
They ended up getting 6 sacks together. Something like that. No, I'm just saying.
Jarvis Moss was a nice guy, too. It's too bad.
We loved it. So was Tim Crowder.
Yeah, nice guys. Yeah, a couple of nice guys. Not great football players. I remember Tim Crowder had a scoop and score touchdown. I do remember that. I couldn't tell you against whom, but I do remember Tim Crowder once scoring a touchdown.
Jarvis Moss, at least when he walked out, you were like, all right, let's watch this guy. He looked good in the pads.
Oh, I thought he looked like a small forward.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he had that lean. I'm like, outside linebacker all day, baby. No.
He did, yes. Tim Crowder had a scoop and score his rookie year. That's all I got for you, Eddie.
It's better than Paul Toviesi. Do you remember him? Paul Toviesi, who they drafted, who was supposed to be really good, but had a knee injury and then never really played for the Broncos.
It was against the Steelers, by the way.
Good.
Week 6.
Did they win?
They
what
did.
year?
31-28, 07.
What? If I asked you about the Tim Crowder, you said 07? I don't even remember when those guys played. Was that the 06 draft? No, because Cutler was the 06 draft.
07 draft.
So they did all their stuff in their rookie year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tim Crowder did have a scoop and score touchdown.
When did Doomerville come along? Was he the Jay Cutler, Brandon Marshall draft?
Yes, he was a 4th rounder.
That was a pretty good player.
It was a really good draft.
That would have been the guy best opposite Vaughn until DeMarcus showed up.
Broncos draft history. I believe it was the 06 draft was an all-timer. It was
Eddie Royal,
Cutler, Tony Scheffler,
Yeah.
Brandon Marshall, Elvis Doomerville.
Now go to 08.
Chris Cooper in the 5th. Excellent Bronco. 08, also a good draft. Clady, Eddie Royal, they got in that draft. Actually, that's pretty much it.
Who else did they have? Give me some other names.
Corey Lichtensteiger.
Well, he played. He started a few games for them. Ultimately, went and was a regular player in Washington.
Cornerback Jack Williams.
Yeah, nothing there.
Ryan Touraine.
Touraine was one of about nine. There was another guy that was supposed to be so good, but he had knee injury. But we're going to get that knee right, and the knee never got right.
You know what I'm going to call that Touraine? Up and down. Okay.
Now, hold on. Didn't they get
Carlton Powell?
Sure. Sounds like you should be doing my
Larson.
accounting. Spencer Larson played a few years for them.
He did.
Another nice guy.
Josh Barrett, Peyton Hillis.
Josh Barrett was a big safety that I always thought if you could just littered with guys if they could stay healthy but couldn't. And then Peyton Hillis was great until a certain social event and
Cover a Madden.
Cover a Madden is a Brown.
Mm-hmm. Cover a Madden.
Dude, I saw Peyton Hillis had some really nice hands for a fullback. I remember that.
He was the Broncos' leading rusher in 08.
Yeah.
That was the year they went through
everybody.
9 running backs.
Well,
and I don't even know if he had 400 yards total, but he was the leading rusher on the team.
Remember, and they got Spencer Larson was a linebacker who they turned around and made him play fullback. When did they get Wesley Woodyard? Was he a free agent that year?
Could have been. Yeah.
Because I remember Woodyard and Larson getting a start in Atlanta or something in some random game and having a great game, and they were down and injured, but they found a couple of young studs.
Shedeur Sanders will not work out at the combine, Andy.
I'm not sure why.
Really?
I don't like it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, let's have it. Get into this.
Well,
I would have been stunned if he did. So I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
Because I think he's got better physical abilities in the breakdowns that I'm seeing, and I'd like him to go prove it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's going to suck. He's got a good arm. He doesn't have Josh Allen's arm, but he doesn't have a noodle. I've seen plenty of great throws with my own eyes out of that kid.
Yeah.
So I would go around. Now, look, is he as athletic as Cam Ward? No, he's not.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not the bigger body. Cam Ward's the bigger body of the two.
Yeah.
But Jackson Dart's going to be out there, and he's got this arm that I've already seen the pre-draft stuff where they've said Jackson Dart's going to remind people of Josh Allen, and they're going to get some of these teams wanting to squint and see Josh Allen. I'd just like to see him go and prove how good he is. That's all.
Yeah,
as far as he's not, he's getting a bad rap athletically, I feel.
Again, that's a lot of outside chatter. The teams know they've put on the
they
film.
Got 4 years of tape.
Remember, last year, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May, none of them worked out.
I know.
And they went 1, 2, and 3 in the draft. When teams are talking about quarterbacks that are going to go in the top 10, they don't care. They're going to get a look at him at the pro day. I don't think that the throwing at the combine, and I don't know if this is completely true, but it's gained the reputation of it can only hurt you if you're at the very top. And I think that Shedeur views it this way. He's going to work out at CU's pro day. Some team is going to fall in love with him, and he's going to go in the top 10.
I hope, man. I saw, you know how it is. It's the draft time of year. I can't even remember which draftnik wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody said they could see him going between 15 and 32.
I would be really surprised if that happened.
Let me ask you this.
And only because of this. Number one, I think there's enough quarterback-needy teams. Number two, the tape doesn't lie on Shedeur. And the tape doesn't lie about, his athleticism. The tape doesn't lie about him retreating backwards. The tape doesn't lie about him holding onto the ball too much. The tape also doesn't lie about the offensive line that was playing in front of him, and the tape doesn't lie about how on Saturdays that dude balled out. And when it was clutch time, that guy absolutely showed up. I think between bloodlines and the film and just the guy's flat-out ability, I will be stunned if Shedeur doesn't go in the top 10.
All right. Do the bloodlines, and I'm asking, do the bloodlines hurt him more or help him more?
No, I think they help him. I think they completely help him.
Because when we hear about this quote-unquote Kardashian-type situation with the reality shows and everything else,
yeah, again,
and knowing Dad's going to want to know every move that's being made.
If a team wants to fall out of love with Shedeur Sanders because of that stuff, then it's like, I'm sorry you're not ready to run an NFL franchise in 2025. Yeah, he's a massive celebrity. Guess who else is a massive celebrity? Every one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
I'd say almost every starting quarterback out there.
Pretty much.
Right?
Pretty much. So I don't think that that's going to be a deterrent. Now, again, how you handle it all is important. Don't, pull a Russell Wilson with the Broncos. But you should know how to be ready to have a celebrity quarterback.
How does he beat, and I think this is a fair question, I really do, and I don't know how you answer this. Like, there are a lot of things I would step forward. I got, if anybody asked me, dumb sideline guy, what did you see watching this kid play on Saturdays? I would say it's everything you laid out.
Yeah.
A kid that knows how to make plays. A lot of times he made sure the momentum didn't swing too far the other way. He and Travis were kind of a one-man wrecking crew at times.
I mean, that's the other thing is without him and Travis, that's not a bowl team.
Not a bowl team at all. But I think it is fair to ask, and this is the Caleb Williams effect is what I'm going to call it during this draft season.
Sure.
How often did you run the play called?
Right.
How often did you it's the Sean Payton, Russell Wilson thing. How often did you give me the play I wanted to set up another play? Or did you just do your own thing? That I can't answer. And I think it's a fair question. He's going to get asked about it a lot.
Yeah, I think he's going to get those questions. And again, it's like, did that happen sometimes? Yes. Did it also happen oftentimes because there was a pass rusher in his lap before he knew what to do with anything? That also happened out there.
And they had no run game.
Yeah, none whatsoever. So, yeah, I'm not surprised Shedeur's not working out. I would have been really surprised if he did.
Is Cam Ward doing it? I haven't seen if Cam Ward's doing it or not.
Yeah, I'm not locked in on my Cam Ward.
I'll handle that for you, buddy.
Thanks, pal. I appreciate it.
I'll go look it up here, and we'll figure it out. I'm going to be watching some NFL Network in the morning. I'm going to get some Cheeto fingers going as I watch guys run that I don't have to. This is my springtime preseason football. Why not?
Apparently, Cam Ward is still uncertain whether he'll throw. Spoiler alert, he's not going to. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Because if you are, I've got your spot. It's a great Colorado business. It's been around for about 20 years, celebrating that anniversary this year. It is Colorado Off-Road. This is the place where you can go in, talk to Jerry Jones and his wife. They're there every day. You want advice on something to get, whether it's a bed cover, step rails, towing supplies, whatever you may need, they can give you the answers that you're looking for. You need a recommendation, he'll give you great ones. He's recommended most of the stuff that I put on my truck, and I've been very happy with it. And again, making sure I didn't get the wrong bed cover, something that I'm telling you I would not have been happy with, especially for how the weather conditions are in Colorado. And they're now an exclusive dealer of these Workforce Pro toppers. If you're a professional and you need a little bit stronger topper or something that you can do a little bit more with, Workforce Pro is the way to go. Give Jerry a call. He could talk to you about all it takes to get one put on your truck, as they're an exclusive dealer. Again, find Colorado Off-Road on the web at cooffroad.com. Give him a call today. Talk to Jerry, 303-761-1264. Find the showroom 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. CO Off-Road, Colorado-owned, Colorado-grown, Colorado Off-Road.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Apple Air. Hey, if you're worried about your furnace the rest of this winter and into the spring, because I know it's warmed up this week, don't worry, it'll cool down again. Apple Air has an unbeatable offer to new customers. They got a furnace safety checkup they can do for you for just $43.95. Okay, normally that's right near $200, but this deal ensures your system running safely and efficiently. You need that in a heating and cooling system. Don't wait. Call Apple Air today at 303-733-2813. I had them come out to my house for a furnace safety checkup. They took one look at my furnace that had been installed in 1993, and they said, this is no good. This is a hazard. Well, guess what? I got a great deal on a new heating system. $750 off. They've one-upped it. Okay? Right now, $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system with Apple Air. Family owned and operated right here in Colorado. One of the great HVAC companies that is available to you. They're going to give you a quote, not an estimate. They're going to give you a fair price, and they're going to provide standard what other HVAC companies are upcharging for. Give them a call, 303-733-2813, 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. It is Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy.
Yes.
A friend of the program made some news this weekend. Our old buddy Rob Ray was heard from.
Literally.
Very audibly. So on Saturday, the Buffalo Sabres defeated the New York Rangers 8-2 at the KeyBank Center. And Rob Ray, who we had on the show last year, Buffalo Sabres color analyst, legendary NHL goon. If you recall, when we had him on the show, we talked to him about the time the Tony Twist collapsed his face. Literally. Like,
he told a great story.
Yeah, punched him and broke his or easy enough for me to say, orbital bone. And yes, made his face cave in. That literally happened to Rob Ray. So Rob Ray's kind of a tough guy, okay? So on Saturday night, he's down there between the benches, and he's got the headset on. Mic is on, okay? Now, he wasn't talking at the moment.
But it's live, so he can join in.
It's just the guys in the truck didn't have their fingers on the button that quickly because it happened really fast. Here you go. Here's legendary NHL tough guy Rob Ray taking a puck to the face on Saturday night.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0 in the opening period. And Razor just took another one.
Wow, you literally heard that thing.
That was a rocket.
Play the beginning again. You can hear the puck.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0 in the opening.
Holy cow, you can hear. I mean, I know that's the slap of their sticks, but my gosh. From the time that the stick sound hits to his grunt, that thing was moving.
It happened to him last year, too.
Right.
Like, we had him on the show.
Got him on, I thought.
And we talked to him about it. And he, by the way, he was great.
He was. He's fantastic. Sweetheart of a guy.
Yeah.
You don't want to fight him, but
one of the most fun guests we've ever had on the show, the great Rob Ray. But yeah, it happened to him again. His face just attracts hockey pucks. I saw a little video of him after the game. He had a golf ball over his eye, stitched up. He was okay. Tough guy. Last year, remember, he kept calling the game through the blood.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Are they going to make them start wearing helmets, I wonder? I'm serious.
Like third base coaches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, look, I can laugh about that right now.
Again, hockey guys are built differently. Like, Andy, anytime I've ever been to like an Avs practice or a morning skate and you're standing there like right at the end boards and that puck goes zipping past you, I'm mentally aware that I'm on the other side of the glass and I'm safe, and I flinch 100% of the time. It scares the bejesus out of me.
I think they do it because they get a laugh, because all of us just see the puck and we all react, and it hits the glass and goes rimming around.
Right.
Ugh. Had that happen like 5 or 6 times.
Hockey guys, though, it's like, well, they've just lived with it their entire life. They just go out there. No big deal. Yeah, that dude's built differently. Give that to me one more time there, Spring, again. And I appreciate that he gave the most human reaction he possibly can.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0 in the opening period. And Razor just took another one.
I'm glad he grunted and then got that out. He tried to eat through it. Remember our guy Jamie Shuchuk saying he soaked one to the dome? That is the definition of soaking it to the dome.
Soak it. Yeah, soak it to the dome. Ugh. Tough guy, though. Tough dude.
I'm telling you, at some point, they're going to have him put helmets on. It's going to happen. And TV won't love it.
They need, like, special headsets to go around with, like, they could have the cage on their face.
That'd be really sweet. It'd be really big. Or they're going to have to put a pane of glass up in front of them, and then lose some of the reason why they're down there, which is the chatter.
Yeah, or they just look at it and say occupational hazard. If you're crazy enough to go down there, then go ahead.
So help me out here, because I think about like the non-former hockey players that could get between there. Hasn't Emily Kaplan been between the benches before?
Oh,
Haven't some of the side? Like, again, that's not...
Yeah.
It's not to be messed with.
It's you'll see like people in the camera wells at baseball games. They'll get plunked every now and then. I remember a couple of years ago, Alana Rizzo, didn't she? She took an errant throw. She was standing in the dugout and an errant throw.
You're right.
Might have caught her.
Well, it keeps happening. Our Kelsey who's our sideline gal? She's got hit both years in a row.
Bummer, dude.
Kelsey Wingert.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. She did take one. Remember, too? Yeah, she had there was like a bandage, and she was wearing glasses for a while. Poor Kelsey. It's not enough she has to go watch the Rockies every night.
Well, not every night anymore. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Fun little topic.
The bases were cleared. Bases were cleared on a sac fly.
By the way, your guy Chris Bryant got into action yesterday.
He did. Yeah, KB's
walked.
He's standing more upright.
Sure.
In his stance, he's trying to loosen, lessen the stress on his back and on his legs. He's always been kind of a wider stance guy in the box. He's standing more upright now.
So now hold on. Is it Olerud? Was Olerud the one that just went straight up and down and waved the thing 9 feet in the air?
That was Craig Counsell you're thinking of right there. I got to be honest, I've yet to tune into Rockies spring training baseball. The bases clearing sac fly was all that I have seen out of them, which we should note they did win that game.
Good for them.
Yes, they did. They just gave up a 3-run sac fly, which it's spring training baseball.
Yeah, but didn't they also have a problem? They were trying to do a mass switch, and they didn't have a left fielder forever at one point, I think, Friday.
Well, one of the other things about spring. Extended spring training is such an antiquated baseball thing, too. It's just like something like pitchers and catchers have to be there in mid-February, which is something that they were doing like back in the 80s when these guys were all just like selling insurance.
It's like the 5 week of training camp before 5 preseason games.
They just like smoked cigs and drank every night. Like now, like they're professional athletes that stay in shape 365 days a year. All these guys spend the entire offseason like in a cage or in a warehouse somewhere in a pitching lab. Like, you could shorten spring training.
They don't want to.
And they'd be fine.
They want to get together with the boys and eat on the company dime. Come on, they're all there to hang. Have you ever spent St. Patrick's Day at spring training?
These guys don't need
I'm
to
serious.
be there.
Have you ever been down in Tucson like during spring training for St. Patrick's Day?
Oh, it's by then, sure. That's like late March. But right now, they don't need to be playing baseball.
Hey.
And a bases clearing sac fly is evidence of that.
I don't love being, first day of any start of a season, I don't need to be there. I'll take me a little Arizona for this time of year.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Jeff Legwold, Combine Preview, next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. So many great auctions available to you right now at roller.bid. Here's an auction that is open and available to bid right now. That is the City of Longmont Vehicles Auction. Utility trucks, plow trucks, pickups, SUVs, and hey, they even got a Toyota Prius. Those are available to bid right now at roller.bid. These are City of Longmont well-maintained vehicles. They have got some great prices and deals available to you right now. Checking out this 2012 Ford F-250 Super Duty XL four-wheel drive pickup with a plow. Yeah, this thing can kick ass. You'll be the hero of your neighborhood if you're driving that thing around. You can check out all these trucks, plows, and much, much more. Great selection of SUVs, all from the City of Longmont, well-maintained government vehicles. They are available to bid right now at roller.bid, so go and check it out. That bidding is available right now. Roller.bid, that is the City of Longmont Vehicles Auction. Go to roller.bid. Oh, the road to the draft. We are on the way. Combine opens technically Thursday is when we'll start the NFL scouting combine. Here's a fun one for you, Andy. And we're referencing Jeff Legwold. But Aaron Schatz on ESPN put out his bold off-season moves for all 32 teams. Bold.
Bold.
Yes, I like bold.
Be bold.
I'm here for bold. This was his bold suggestion for the Broncos. Trade up to draft Ashton Genty.
I'm in. But what did he have the proposed deal?
No. This is like you're going to have to go ahead of Dallas at 12.
You may have to go ahead of the Raiders. If the Raiders get one of these veteran QBs, they're taking Genty at 6 as the little buzz right now.
Very well could. Would not surprise in the least. You'd have to go way up there. And especially from going from 20 to the top 10, you're talking about maybe moving a future first.
Dude, you may be doing Trey Lance stuff.
Yeah.
If you're talking about trying to get to 5 to beat the Raiders.
You gotta go way up there. I like the sound of it. I don't know if I like the practicality of it all.
Well, not with so many backs available.
Yeah.
In this draft. Do you hate Cam Scatterboo so much you wouldn't just take a look at that? I'm not saying first round, but you could. Where do you think Scatterboo ends up going when it's all said and done? Not your Nick Kosmider take. Your
second or third, probably.
Right,
probably
right.
Day 2. Yeah. I mean, right now, Caleb Johnson of Iowa is number 2 on most boards behind Genty. Legwold has talked up Quinshon Junkins out of Ohio State. His teammate Travion Henderson going to get a lot of love as well. He's viewed as kind of like a top 50 kind of guy.
I like the Kansas kid. I can't even remember his name, but the back that tore up CU.
Guy
knows how to run.
There's going to be options here in this draft, and Denver doesn't like running back is one of the. It's being viewed as one of the kind of the sweet spots of this draft. I don't think you have to get too hot to trot here. Broncos have selected a running back, Noshawn, at number 12 in 2009.
Broncos' best draft. Well, I can't say that. Broncos' best highest drafted running back has to be Clinton Portis, doesn't it?
Second rounder?
Second rounder.
Yeah, probably. Mm-hmm.
Because you certainly, Terrell Davis in the 6th, you're never going to beat that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Mm-hmm. That's the equivalent of getting Nikola Jokic at number 41.
Right.
That's the same kind of situation for you right there. I got a couple of notes that I want to hit you with right here. Last night, Cale Makar, Andy, he assisted on the Devon Taves goal. 400th NHL point. Third fastest defenseman in NHL history to reach the 400-point plateau. Trailing only Bobby Orr and Paul Coffey. Cale Makar continues to be in the territory of greatness, and I will even say that with repeating what I said in the first hour, which was he was really bad yesterday.
Do you have his plus-minus up, by the way? Do you have last night's box score? I'm curious what he ended up with.
I would think he would have been
Nobody
minus
probably had a lot of
right?
a lot of pluses going on, didn't
Yeah,
they?
I would have thought he would have been -1 because he was on the ice for both the Parayko and the Holloway goals last night.
So, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Got to be a minus.
Not his best game.
All right. I've got a bigger topic we may have to get to tomorrow with the Colorado Avalanche, but it'll wait. They don't play again. What is it, Wednesday against the Devils they play again? So they've got a long homestand, as Nate laid out there.
6.
Blackhawks are on it again. So it'd be cool if maybe you got that one at least. So, you've already lost twice to them. Let's go ahead and get one of the Blackhawk games if we could. The Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
You had brought up a little bit earlier, and we're efforting Jeff Legwold, as Nate had said. Hopefully he'll be able to jump on and interrupt this conversation. But I was curious. I'm taking a look at the box score from last night. I did not really digest mentally how poor the bench was. Now, you got your usual 17, a nice effort out of Russell Westbrook. But take that away, and Russ is almost like your 6th starter.
He also had 17 points on 17 shots.
Oh, yeah, which
not great.
And missing free throws and whatever. He was a -15 for the night.
Yeah.
3 points from Pickett, 2 points from Strother. Nobody else on the bench. Nobody else could give you anything.
No.
You get 13 from Porter. Jamal had a pretty good night at 19. But even Jamal, like, here's what was
He
driving
had
me
6
nuts.
threes, but he was like a minus 25.
Well, and when they kept trying to force action through Joker, it's like, Jamal, this is where you take over. Go ahead, dude. They want to dedicate 2 or 3 guys to him. Go nuts. Go nuts. Have a game. Give us another 50 burger or whatever. Make them come out of this defensive set. Nobody could do it. And the only reason I loved your take earlier, for those that missed it last hour, where Nate said he believes that Michael Malone didn't get out-coached. He simply did not implement his adjustments to their strategy because of the possible playoff matchup. And
hey, JJ Redick,
hats off.
Give him his flowers. He also admitted that he had 2 sleepless nights leading into this game. That's how seriously he was taking it. And I get it from Redick's perspective. You just got Luka. You haven't looked great yet. You're going up against a Denver team that has been, not to quote anybody at this station, your daddy for a number of years now. They won that game. It was, their first victory in Denver since, 2023 or whatever it was for them going and getting that thing. You've lost 13 of 14 to those guys. They wanted that one. And guess what? Luka had his best game in a Laker uniform, and he and LeBron looked like a dangerous combination. Like, J.J. Redick desperately needed that game.
They did. And on top of it, to your point earlier, why would you implement the adjustments? Nobody was shooting well.
Right.
Aaron Gordon was your leading scorer. You got nothing out of your bench. Julian Strother got in foul trouble the minute he stepped on the floor.
Every time you punched back in that game, they would hit another shot.
Yeah, it was brutal, man.
Yeah.
It was brutal. But here's my thing. What I don't like about it is you finally get back against playoff competition. All of a sudden, your bench goes away again after we were hoping that you were finding something of a bench rotation leading up to the All-Star break. And here's what throws me off about all this. What do you make of Joker actually saying, well, maybe we got fat on bad teams?
Yeah.
I was a little, because he said maybe we weren't playing the right way. I felt like they were playing the right way going into the break. I don't remember anybody being selfish. The pick and roll game seemed to be good.
Yeah.
You were scoring it felt like over 130 3 or 4 times.
Offense,
I was surprised he gave us that comment.
Yeah, offense not a problem. I think he was talking mostly about the defensive end of the floor when he talked about that right there. So I wasn't surprised. I also I like that he said that. I like that he's got a little get after him in him these days, that he's willing to take a barb, whether it be at the podium. I'm sure he said something in the locker room as well of it has to be better than this. But it was the defensive effort that was the problem the other night. And what that game also showed is if you take away Nikola Jokic, Denver doesn't really have a counterpunch. And that was what, again, the Lakers were able to do. Now, again, in a playoff situation, if they were playing these guys again tonight in a game that actually mattered, you would see massive adjustments. You would see them running Jokic off of off-ball screens. You would see Jokic more involved in a pick-and-roll game with Jamal Murray. There wasn't much of that going on at all in that game. A lot of Jamal's stuff that he was doing was him just kind of working off the bounce, but not necessarily working in concert with Jokic. You would see a meaningful adjustment. It's just the Nuggets they didn't have to. And kind of to your point, by the time they actually figured out what the hell they were doing in that game, it was just like, well, they're going to get this one anyway. So the Nuggets basically played it straight up.
All right.
I don't know what their game plan was going in, but whatever it was, they just decided we're sticking with
it also felt like they were maybe a little shocked at the tenacity. I mean, I think we were all shocked. They were praising the Lakers.
Lakers
for
played really hard.
tenacity. They played playoff defense.
They played really hard.
They got out on everybody.
LeBron played great. Luka played great. The hard part is it's like, okay, Luka and LeBron killing you, okay. It's letting Austin Reeves and
Rui
Hachimura
kill find
you.
that,
Yeah.
3-point
Rui hitting 4 threes in that game. I mean, Austin Reeves always plays well against the Nuggets.
That guy drives me nuts.
It shouldn't be terribly
New little headband thing he got going on. He's got a Jeff Hornacek feel to him that just drives me crazy. Well, whatever. I'd take him on this team in a heartbeat. Don't get me wrong. But
good NBA player.
He's not on our team, so I'm not feeling
Screw that guy.
So Kendrick Perkins came out yesterday after the Boston game where Boston just boat raced the Knicks.
Yeah.
It looked like Cat might have hurt his knee, but it looks like he's okay. We'll wait and kind of monitor that. And Kendrick Perkins had said that nobody can beat the Celtics the way they're playing right now. Not Cleveland, not Denver, not OKC, nobody. As a Nuggets fan, I do want to push back against that, but he kept talking about the chemistry that the Celtics have right now. They would go on during the postgame show and in the analysis to talk about how, quote, they could play blindfolded on the floor together. They've got it going so well right now.
Yeah, they're healthy.
How do we get the Nuggets back to that point? Because, look, I don't underestimate the chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Denver had that kind of chemistry for the longest time. The thing has felt like that chemistry's been off, frankly, since the playoffs last year.
Right.
And it did feel like the chemistry was coming back as we got near the All-Star break and they were crushing the Pelicans and guys like that. But how do they get that back? Because this is still largely the same core.
No, it's that's the thing that the Celtics have going for them. Because of an advantageous salary situation, it's the same core with those guys. And at the moment, they're all healthy. Like, even Porzingis is out there right now. So at the moment, they're all healthy, and Denver doesn't have that. You know, their core has changed over the years. They lost a piece of the core after year one. And I say year one, the championship year. They lost a piece of the core last year when KCP exited. By the way, interesting quote that I read today. There was an NBA insider piece on ESPN, and they were asking, is Denver doing the right thing with their starting lineup? And one Western Conference exec said, I would put Westbrook back in there. That you run the risk of alienating Russell Westbrook in order to promote Christian Brown, that Christian Brown is young enough that his attitude would be better about the whole thing.
That's basically what Malone hinted at.
Yeah, I don't know for sure if that's I don't know how completely true that is. But I see where it's kind of a concern.
All right, but I would tell you this, and I'm not.
And that said, I would still start CB.
No, I'm with you, but here's what I would do. I've told you, I got no problem with a rotating starting five, depending on what we got going on. I'll make this point real quick, and we'll talk to Jeff Legwold. He's listened to me blab enough, I'm sure. Wait a second. I would just say this. If you continue to not defend the three-point line very well, then Westbrook's going back in there, period.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying CB's defense has been bad, but Westbrook has just got a different attitude defensively than most of the guys you've got.
It's not a great matchup for Luka Doncic, I can tell you that. Jeff Legwold, let's join him right now. We're getting ready for the Combine. ESPN Zone, Jeff Legwold, he joins us here on a Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwold's appearance brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. What up, Leggy?
How we doing, fellas?
We're doing great, man. Leggy, we have been talking about the Broncos' needs to upgrade offensive skill position talent. One of your colleagues there at ESPN, Aaron Schatz, suggested bold move, trade up to draft Ashton Genty. Before we get to the should they, let's just go with informationally. Leggy, what would it cost to get up high enough to think about adding Ashton Genty to the Broncos?
You probably got to go from 20 to, you got to get a feel for the board. If you're the team, do you have to go to 10? You're going to have to go higher. Now, a lot of people in the league would say you don't have to get into the top 10 to get a running back, but this is kind of an odd class of running backs because it goes from Genty as a first round grade, and then most of the other backs, the next group of backs is probably ranked somewhere between 35 and 45 on people's boards. So that's kind of what you're dealing with. My thing for trading up is the player you're trading up for that, is the gap between him and the player you could get at your spot or later, is that gap big enough to dictate you give up what you're going to have to give up? And, I personally believe the Broncos are still at a place where they need any and all young draft picks to keep being added to this roster so they can be ready for the long haul. And, if you're going to move up, you're giving up prime picks. You're probably giving up one more pretty good pick to move up with your first round.
All right, which player is, and I think I've asked you this before, but I can't remember your answer, so I'll ask it again. Which player is worth trading up for, Warren or Genty, for the Broncos situation, for their needs?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's how far you got to go. If you've only got to go a couple slots, then both guys are well worth.
Let's say they got to go to 10 for the sake of the conversation, Leggy. Let's set the table there. They got to go from 20 to 10. What are we looking at?
I think that price is high. You're probably giving up, I don't have the charts in front of me, but you're probably giving up a day a late day 2 pick in there somewhere.
So a third rounder.
Or, somewhere in there. And, all you got to do is look at, Nick Bonito was an all-pro. He's a second-round pick. I mean, what kind of value you want to give up when you need players? I think one running back doesn't, right now outweigh the 2 guys you could get with 2 picks in the first 2 days of the draft.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN, Combine Draft. We're getting ready for it. Leggy, let's think curveball, okay? Because naturally we all just go right to running back and tight end when we start talking about Denver in this draft. But there's also a need for good young defensive linemen on this team, price-controlled defensive linemen. And you've talked about this, the need to not put yourself in a corner so that you have to take a tight end in round 1. Let's start talking about guys that could be available at number 20 on the defensive line. Like, obviously, Mason Graham is going to be long gone out of Michigan, but are there other pieces that you could like in a world where Denver maybe goes defensive line at number 20?
Well, and Sean Payton has done that in his time with the Saints. They have looked at defensive line in the first round on several occasions in his time there. And that you could put a bunch of names in the hopper in defensive line and come up with a player worthy of the bottom of the first or the bottom third of the first round. It was the strongest position group at the Senior Bowl, and just take your pick, especially on the interior guys. And it'll be the strongest overall position group here, probably in Indy, if you're just going by graded players. This is kind of a big guy draft, so it's going to be interesting to see how the first round goes, because the big guy positions are a lot stronger than some of the skill positions, and maybe that's because those are the guys making the real money in NIL. But for the Broncos at that 20 spot, you're looking for an upfield attacking defensive lineman. The young guy from Oregon,
Derek Harmon. Yeah.
Harmon, Mississippi. The young guy from Mississippi had a tremendous Senior Bowl. I mean, those are the types of players I'd be looking for if I'm the Broncos. And there will be more of those players available at 20 when their pick comes around than those other spots.
I'm curious about Kenneth Grant out of Michigan at 6'3", 340 pounds. My God, could that guy be a fit in Vance Joseph's front?
He certainly could be. Again, you could, in rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4, you can just put names of defensive linemen in the hat, and you will pick out somebody who can compete right away for your team. It's that deep a class, I think, in the defensive line.
All right, I want to go back to the draft chart since you had mentioned it. Then I do have another question for you, but this is wild, and Nate, you like the math. I pulled one up that's on drafttech.com, Leggy. So they're valuing the Bronco pick at $850 at number 20. That's how many points they're getting for that. In order to get up to 10, which is Chicago, that pick is valued at $1,300. So if you're really going to get to true value for value, they'd have to get up their second-round pick because that's at $380. Their third-round pick is only valued at $165. When making these trades, and maybe, I'm sure, we don't like a guy anyway, so let's just pick up a pick. How close do you have to get to the true value of the two picks there? How close would they have to get to 1,300 points to make the trade, would you say?
It'll cost you more this year, Andy, because it's a thinner board. Most teams will have between 14 and 20 first-round grades, and that'll be fewer than a lot of recent years. So in teams' minds, the top 15 picks are higher in value, whether that's true or not, but they believe they're higher in value than they would be in like 4 of the last 5 drafts. So I think it will cost you more to get up there because, again, it's a thin first round that drops pretty heavy after picks, player 15 or 16. So if you're the Broncos, you're hoping you have at least 2 of your first-round grades still on the board by the time pick 20 rolls around.
You're a fascinating show on First Draft today on ESPN between Field Yates and Mel Kiper. they were talking about Travis Hunter and his value. Kuiper said he feels that Travis Hunter would have been higher rated than any of the receivers last year. Do you agree with that?
I do not. At least for my study of him, it doesn't mean he's not a spectacular player, but he's a lot less refined at receiver than he is at corner. And I think most teams, even now, see him as more of a work in progress as a receiver than as a corner.
Got those ball skills, though. You can't fake that part of it.
No, get him. Give him 2 routes he likes and leave it at that. But I'm just talking as a well-rounded prospect that, full-time receivers are going to be more refined. And I don't think, he would have been higher than Malik Neighbors or in that category of receiver.
Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. Jeff Legwold going to be from Indianapolis all week long. Leggy, we appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, good stuff right there with Jeff Legwold. Hey, stop at Good Times today. Get 6 authentic Hatch Valley green chili breakfast burritos for just $18. That's right, 6 breakfast burritos for $18 for a limited time at Good Times. I get a Good Times stat for you here, Andy. You ready for this?
It better be good.
The Nuggets this season are 5-0 in road games that immediately follow a home loss. 5-0 in road games that immediately follow a home loss.
What are they also when the other team played the night before?
Very good. Yeah. You catch. I don't have that stat directly in front of me, but I assure you they're quite good. So there you go. Nuggets tonight. Pacers in Indiana. Tip-off coming up at 5 o'clock. Kaz has the call. Berto's got your pregame coverage starting up here in just a moment. We're getting the boot a little bit early here today, so we'll step aside. Hopefully the Nuggets will not disappoint. Avalanche back at it on Wednesday. The Nuggets will be in Milwaukee on Thursday as the road trip shall continue. Thanks again to Jeff Legwold for stopping by. He was wonderful as always. Andy Lindahl was terrific. I thought I was particularly good today.
By the way, I'm going to outstat you.
Okay.
They're 8-0 playing a team on the second night of a back-to-back, which Indiana did.
Well done.
And you know where I found that at.
Hyatt Stats.
Darn right.
Follow Dan Hyatt on Twitter. He's the best. All right. For Mark Springer, for